Chapter 26:16. Lin Fei once again experienced the feeling of forcefully pushing. He already had a good impression of Qinlan, so he naturally had a good impression of her. He had wanted to have a good talk with her. But the scene that happened in the inn was completely beyond his imagination. Qinlan had forcefully pushed Lin Fei. "Vixen, this vixen. You don't regret it?" After the matter, Qinlan leaned against Lin Fei's chest like a kitten. Lin Fei found it hard to imagine that the current Qinlan was completely different from the previous Qinlan, who was like a wild cat. He could not associate them together. Too wild. Yes, when they were together, Lin Fei only had the impression of wild. Why should I regret it? Qinlan's face was flushed and she looked very dazed. "We demon race women only like men who are stronger than us, and you are such a strong man. No matter where you stand, you are like a ray of light in the dark night, constantly attracting us. I, Qinlan, am not like Fanluyu. We dare to love and hate." Qinlan was undoubtedly very bold. Unusually bold. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. "If I had known, I would have guarded against you." Qinlan giggled. "Brother Lin, you can't guard against me. As long as we demon race women like someone, no matter who it is, we will try our best to capture the man. No matter how much we guard against him, there will always be a day when we fail." This conclusion, Lin Fei could not help but be impressed. Demon women were indeed daring to love and hate. This feeling was actually quite good. Lin Fei enjoyed this feeling that he had not felt for a long time. "With your forceful push, I will probably have another problem." Lin Fei felt good for a while, but the trouble after this would not be small. The Saintess candidate of the Demon God Empire has a relationship with a human lad like me. If they find out, they will definitely kill their way here. Qinlan burst into laughter and rolled her eyes. "Master, you're thinking too much. Who are you? You're now the manager of the Vengeance's Chamber of Commerce, and you're also a quasi-emperor expert. Our Demon God Empire will never make a strong enemy." Really? Fan Luoyu alone had caused quite a lot of trouble. If something were to happen to Qinlan, Lin Fei would definitely have a headache. "Brother Lin, how would I dare to lie to you? It's not like our Saintess-in-waiting can't find a man. Besides, the man in my family is the strongest. None of the prodigies in the empire would dare to compete with Brother Lin. You really know how to talk." Lin Fei was just thinking about it out of boredom. Trouble was just that. What was there to be afraid of? "Really?" Qinlan said charmingly. "Then why do I feel that Brother Lin likes the 9th princess more?" Lin Fei was speechless. Women were all the same, regardless of where they came from, they would all get jealous. "Of course he likes Lan Lan a lot," Lin Fei said seriously. Qinlan snorted. "I know you're just brushing me off. How could you say that? You men are all the same. Otherwise, why would you be willing to open a business association in the empire? You've obviously been bewitched by the 9th princess." Lin Fei laughed and hugged Qinlan. "I can't decide where the business association will be opened. After all, it's an order from above. I can only follow it. However, on account of little Lanlan's effort just now, I can contact my people and provide you with technological treasures." A batch? Qinlan was a smart woman. The expeditionary empire was getting stronger, and the Demon God Empire was the only unlucky one. The difference in strength between the two parties would only get bigger, and sooner or later, the expeditionary empire would crush the Demon God Empire. Lin Fei smirked. "That depends on our little Lanlan's attitude." Qinlan rolled her eyes. "Brother Lin, you're so bad. You only know how to torture people." That night, Lin Fei stayed in Qinlan's room. When he came out the next day, Lin Fei felt refreshed, but Qinlan did not come out. "A vixen is a vixen. I almost couldn't take it." Lin Fei reminisced as he walked. The expeditionary empire getting stronger was naturally not what Lin Fei wanted to see. Therefore, the Demon God Empire had to get stronger too. However, it could not be done openly. Qinlan, the Saintess in training, became the best partner. As for whether she really liked him, Lin Fei could not be sure. Vixen, vixen. The word vixen could actually explain many things. Qinlan is really a beauty in bed. "Princess, something bad has happened." Lin Fei returned to his residence leisurely. On the other side, a maidservant came to Fan Luoyu in a hurry. What happened? Fan Luoyu was curious. Her maidservant was not like this usually. This was the Emperor Peak, and Fan Luoyu did not believe that anything bad would happen. The people from the Xiao family still went out in the end, and they still could not do anything to Lin Fei. In the entire empire apart from the palace, there was no safer place than here. Princess, that be *** seduced Lord Lin Fei last night. I saw Lin Fei coming out of that be ***'s room early in the morning just now. The maidservant said carefully. Ever since the previous battle, Fan Luoyu had completely fallen in love with Lin Fei. He was the true hero and powerhouse in her heart. It was a position that many geniuses could not reach in their lifetime. Qin Lan, you be ***. Fan Luoyu was instantly enraged. Ever since she found out about Qin Lan's identity, and that she was staying on the Emperor Peak, Fan Luoyu had realized that this be ***th would be her biggest competitor. Usually, Fan Luoyu would not give Qin Lan a chance to get close to Lin Fei. Despite all her precautions, she still could not stop that be ***th. Now the scene that she was most unwilling to see had happened. Fan Luoyu could easily imagine the smile of victory on that be ***th's face. Come, let's go find Qin Lan. Fan Luoyu really wanted to argue with Qin Lan. She had just stood up when she frowned and sat down again. No. If I go like this, I'll be at an even greater disadvantage. That be *** must be laughing at me. Fan Luoyu calmed down at the crucial moment. Intelligent women were the scariest when they were at their coolest. Especially someone like Fan Luoyu who came from the royal family. The Avengers Chamber of Commerce must be opening soon. As the Demon God Empire Saintess candidate, Qin Lan couldn't sit still and seduce Lin Fei. She wants to take another shortcut. Qin Lan is dreaming. Who do you think Lin Fei is? He definitely won't cooperate with the Demon God Empire. As the Empire's Saintess candidate, she can't control herself and seduce a man one day. Fan Luoyu was indeed very intelligent. She had figured out the cause and effect in such a short time. The vixen is so slutty. As time passes, she might really persuade Brother Fei. I want him too. A hint of determination flashed across Fan Luoyu's eyes. Lin Fei is mine. No one can take him away from me. Chapter 26:17. After that step of contact, Qin Lan snuck into Lin Fei's room for the first few nights and did it with him, only returning early in the morning. Lin Fei was having too much fun these few days, slowly enjoying Qin Lan's beauty. Compared to Fan Luoyu, who had a bit of a temper, Qin Lan was more approachable. This situation persisted for a few days. The day of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce's business came, interrupting Lin Fei's leisure time. No matter how lazy he was, he could not be lazy now. With the Capital Institute's terrifying influence, the 18 invitations were sold at a high price. They even owed the Institute a favor, which was not easy to repay. With the Ancient Wasteland World's auction, the Capital Institute's auction was also irresistible. Whoever gets their hands on the technological treasure first will have the greater right to speak. On the day of the auction, Lin Fei attended. As the person in charge of the mysterious Avengers, Lin Fei attracted attention no matter where he went. As the news about Lin Fei spread, everyone was pleasantly surprised. The Empire's domain lords came. In particular, the domain lord of the Songlong domain lord was very enthusiastic, leaving the other domain lords to stare at him. Lin Fei appeared for a while then disappeared. Lin Fei left the auction to Qiao Qingshan. He was now a typical hands-off shopkeeper. Good stuff, really good stuff. It's the same quality as last time. It's really a top-grade treasure. No one can stop the tide of the technological storm. In the auction hall, the bidding was very intense. It could be said that the owners of the 18 invitations had brought along a large number of wall stones, all eyeing the technological treasure. This time they did not team up. No one would be a fool to help others and strengthen them. The bidding was unusually intense. As the host Qiao Qingshan also went all out. Looking at the rising price, he was grinning from ear to ear. Lin Fei really knows how to slack off, but I like this kind of slacking off. Qiao Qingshan had always wanted to improve Imperial College. Now he had finally done it. As long as the Revenge Chamber of Commerce existed, the Capital Institute would become a force that no one could ignore. At the same time, the Capital Institute would truly become a special existence. On the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei was not worried about today's auction. As long as people came, no one could resist the temptation of technological treasures. Qinlan. Lin Fei called out casually, but no one came. He smiled bitterly. I almost forgot that Qinlan has secretly returned to the Demon God Empire. Lin Fei wanted to earn some money from the Expeditionary Empire, but he also didn't want to let go of the Demon God Empire. As long as Qinlan conveyed his intentions, he believed that the cooperation would begin very soon. The battle between the Expeditionary Empire and the Demon God Empire was none of Lin Fei's business. Am I too bad? Lin Fei asked himself in his heart. He was no different from an arms dealer. Master, your enemies are getting stronger and stronger. You have to accumulate enough energy units. Otherwise, 2 or 3 quasi-great emperors would be too much for you to handle. You might even have to flee. The little demon reminded him. This was something that Lin Fei himself was well aware of. No matter what happens outside, I have to set my sights on the ancient wasteland world if I want to obtain more energy units. That's the place to truly increase my confidence. Outside, no matter what happened, it wouldn't be good. Most of the resources here came from the ancient wasteland world. For example, a tribe that was supported could produce hundreds of thousands of stones. What would the scale of 10 or 20 be like? And this was just a small mine. A mine that produced a few million stones was not unheard of in the ancient wasteland world. The auction and the sale of technological treasures were very popular that day. No matter who it was, everyone who came to the Revenge Chamber of Commerce was well behaved. When they left, they were all extremely excited. That night, Qiao Qingshan held a celebration party. Lin Fei attended once again. Today's auction and turnover were very high, especially technological treasures. With and without comparison, the outcome was completely different. The cultivators who had liked the treasures of Tianji Hall immediately gave up on the treasures of Tianji Hall and turned to the Avenger Chamber of Commerce. Cheap. Useful. That was their experience. They might not use the treasures of Tianji Hall in their lifetime, but the treasures of the Avenger Chamber of Commerce were completely within their acceptable range. They were cost-effective. If they didn't use them, what else could they use? Those who bought the treasures realized that as long as they continued to earn wall stones, they could obtain large amounts of technological treasures and even exchange them for energy cards. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the Demon God Empire. That would be their battlefield. The ancient wasteland world was too dangerous, and they did not have the means to go there. They might as well set their sights on the Demon God Empire, which would save them a lot of time and energy. Everyone knew that the Empire would soon set its sights on the Demon God Empire and eventually defeat it, leaving the Star Sector with only one expeditionary empire left. Shaolin, I really didn't expect that the stingy big families would not hesitate to call out such a high price for these technological treasures. It's really crazy. In the courtyard of Qiao Qingshan's residence, he said excitedly. It had been a long time since Qiao Qingshan had seen such a grand scene. The future of the Avenger Chamber of Commerce was a Jingguang Avenue. For the Capital Institute, it could also continue to stand at the peak through this. Sorry to trouble you today, Principal Qiao. Without you, who knows what kind of mess would have happened? Lin Fei said with a smile. Qiao Qingshan was very pleased to hear that. This kid really knew how to talk. These are the proceeds from today's auction. Lin Fei did not care about the auction. He only provided the necessary items, leaving Qiao Qingshan in charge. He scanned the items with the system. They were all there. He did not believe that Qiao Qingshan would be greedy, because it would be meaningless. Lin Fei put away the items. Principal Qiao, these are according to what I said before. Please take a look. And this is a personal gift from me, Principal Qiao. I hope our cooperation will continue. In the following days, the Avenger Chamber of Commerce maintained a high revenue and completely stabilized. Lin Fei did some calculations. Based on the current situation, in less than a month, everyone would be captivated by the technological treasures and become the most loyal users. Tianji Hall's influence outside would also disappear completely. Chapter 26:18. The Demon God Empire. As the archenemy of the Expedition Empire recently, the Demon God Empire had finally regained some of its morale. The establishment of the Avengers in the Capital College and the opening of a second branch was a huge blow to the Demon God Empire. For a long time, The Demon God Empire had never had an obvious advantage in attacking the Expeditionary Empire. Instead, they had been suppressed by the other side. When they had finally gained a certain advantage with the resources brought back by the first prince, they had tried to push forward, but the Expeditionary Empire had dealt them a heavy blow. This made the higher-ups of the Demon God Empire feel uneasy. They were in big trouble. Anyone who used a technological treasure would uncontrollably fall in love with it. A technological treasure could turn you into a powerhouse. Even if you were a loser, you could still be tyrannical. It was no longer a dream for a high-level expert to be killed by a low-level expert. Killing an enemy of a higher level? All you needed was a technological treasure. The entire Demon God Empire was grateful to the Avengers. They had given the Empire hope and the weak hope to become strong. But now they were at a loss. Was the Demon God Empire going to collapse? Why would the Avengers set up a branch in the Capital College? Wouldn't they be helping the Expedition Empire to destroy the Demon God Empire? The higher-ups of the Empire held several meetings. In the end, no matter how they discussed, they couldn't solve this problem. The Expedition Empire only needed to obtain a large number of technological treasures from the Avengers. It wouldn't take long for them to crush the Empire. No one knew what the Avengers were thinking. They had to be on guard. Who knew if there were any deals in private? We have to prepare for a rainy day, lest we get killed by surprise. One of the higher-ups said, causing the others to roll their eyes. Was there a need to remind them? Everyone knew it. If they didn't want to be defeated by the Expedition Empire, they had to be prepared. I think we should cooperate with Tianji Hall. They will definitely raise the price. Another higher-up said, it's not like we can't survive without the Avengers. As long as we pay the price, we can get whatever we want. The higher-up said confidently, the world was so big. There wasn't just one company that could do deals. They were about to be slapped in the face. Haha. You are talking about easy. Do you think that the things in Tianji Hall can be compared to the things in the Avengers? It's just a pile of junk. Even if our Demon God Empire is rich, we won't be able to withstand it. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. The higher-ups present had long since abandoned the treasures of Tianji Hall and used the items of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. The items of Tianji Hall were too lousy, and they did not want to use them even if they were given them. In addition, the items in Tianji Hall were famous for being expensive. If Tianji Hall had been willing to take the path of being cheap back then, they wouldn't have had to deal with the Avengers. They could have just stepped aside and wouldn't have lost their market share. Moreover, even if we cooperate with Tianji Hall with their production capabilities, will they be able to keep up with our demand? Look at the Avengers. They have the manufacturing methods in their hands. At the very least, they can produce in batches. How can Tianji Hall compare to the Avengers? They can produce in a year, but Tianji Hall needs 5 to 6 years, or even longer. The higher-ups of the Demon God's Empire all lowered their heads. The situation seemed to be very bad. The first prince, the enemy of blood, presided over the meeting. He was very disappointed with the performance of the higher-ups. They had a lot to do with the empire's decline year by year. Since the last time he brought back the resources, the first prince's position had become even more secure. His brothers and sisters could no longer shake him. Since you can't think of anything, I'll say a few words. The enemy of blood said in a deep voice, based on the current situation, we can only contact the Avengers. I believe there might be some misunderstanding. On the other hand, we can purchase the items of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce at a high price and quickly build up our strength. Apart from that, the Demon God's Empire must invest more troops in the ancient wasteland world to obtain the Black Crystal cards. Since the Black Crystal cards became popular, everyone had fallen in love with them. With enough Black Crystal cards, any technological treasure in one's hands would become a divine weapon that no one could block. The enemy of blood was right. No one could find a reason to refute him. Technological treasures were useful, but they consumed too much energy. Your Highness, you can leave the technological treasures to me. While everyone was silent, Qinlan pushed open the door of the meeting room in a black palace gown, exuding a powerful aura. Leave it to you? Qinlan said to the enemy of blood the moment she entered. She did not care about the gazes of the demon gods. Qinlan, what's going on between you and the Avengers Chamber of Commerce? Why don't you give us an explanation for such a huge matter? Some demon gods were making things difficult for her. Qianlan had advanced triumphantly from a candidate saintess to the top 3. She also began to have supporters behind her. This also made some of the upper echelons of the empire unhappy. She was growing too fast. With her relationship with the Avengers, she had defeated many opponents along the way. If nothing went wrong, the position of saintess would definitely belong to Qianlan in the future. This was equivalent to affecting the interests of many people. Now that Qianlan had barged in, it was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to make things difficult for her. Qianlan, how dare you? This is a meeting of the upper echelons of the empire. Who gave you the permission to barge in? An experienced upper echelon shouted. I don't care if you are doing this for the empire. You are now just a saintess candidate. You have no right to participate in the upper echelons meeting. If we don't deal with you today, others will follow suit and disregard the dignity of the empire. Men, take Qianlan away. The guards rushed in and prepared to take her away. Stand down. The enemy of blood who had been silent all this while shouted. Only then did the upper echelons of the empire react. They did not seem to notice the change in the crown prince's expression. After all, he was the beneficiary of the Avengers' Chamber of Commerce. Qianlan, do you know your mistake? The enemy of blood didn't side with Qianlan. Even if you are a saintess candidate and ranked highly, you should know the consequences of barging into the upper echelons meeting without giving a reason that everyone can believe. Even I can't speak up for you. With such words, the upper echelons were too embarrassed to say anything. Qianlan still had a faint smile on her face. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the empire, it seemed to be a kind of mockery. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Qianlan first expressed her gratitude. As a member of the empire, I naturally have to contribute to the empire. This saintess barged into the upper echelons meeting to tell Your Highness and everyone a piece of news. However, this news can only be told to Your Highness alone. The upper echelons of the empire's expression turned even uglier. Chapter 26:19. In the past, Qianlan wouldn't have had the courage to say something like this. However, after getting closer to Lin Fei, Qianlan knew that she had to make use of this opportunity. She was well aware that many people in the upper echelons of the empire didn't like her. This time, Qianlan wanted to completely suppress them and take the position of the true holy maiden in one go. The saintess had a high status in the demon god empire. She could participate in the meetings of the upper echelons and had the right to speak. However, the saintess candidate was far from being able to talk to the upper echelons. No. Some of the upper echelons were displeased. They were the upper echelons after all. Why couldn't they know? Why can Her Highness know but we can't? Qianlan, what are you up to? Are you working with the humans? Accusations were thrown at Qianlan. Enemy blood frowned. What is Qianlan trying to do? Is she trying to provoke the upper echelons of the empire? Doesn't she know that the influence of the upper echelons is too great for her? The upper echelons of the empire still had a great influence. Even enemy blood had to give them a hand to maintain a balance. As for controlling them completely, it would take time. Saintess Qianlan, this doesn't seem right. Enemy blood couldn't think of any good news that Qianlan could tell him. The Avengers' Chamber of Commerce had already been established in the Capital Institute, and no one could change it. Who knew what the Avengers would do next? Enemy blood didn't expect Qianlan to tell him the inside story. He knew that Qianlan hadn't made much progress in the Institute. Even if she knew about Lin Fei, it wouldn't be of any help. What was more frightening was that Lin Fei's strength had been revealed as a pseudo-great emperor. This was shocking news to some people. Qianlan couldn't even get close to Lin Fei. Even if he wasn't a pseudo-great emperor, he would at least have a powerful technological treasure on him that could explode with the strength of a pseudo-great emperor. Enemy blood was also suspicious of Qianlan's actions. This matter concerns the future of our empire. The upper echelons present should all know how serious this matter is. This holy maiden is worried that there are too many eyes here. If word of this spreads, it will be detrimental to the empire. But His Highness is different. Only when His Highness knows and has made a decision will this holy maiden dare to say it. Qianlan, are you saying that we will leak the news? Damn it, you're doubting us. Your Highness, I think we should capture Qianlan and interrogate her properly. I suspect that Qianlan has already been bribed by the Expeditionary Empire. If he wasn't bribed, why would he say such a thing? We're all doing this for the good of the Empire, yet he actually suspects us. This is too much. The upper echelons of the Empire were all reputable people. Now that Qianlan said this, it was clear that she was suspecting them. They immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts. No one had ever dared to say such things to them. Although Qianlan, the Saintess-in-Waiting, had brought many benefits to the Empire, she was too bold to question them in public. Although she didn't say it out loud, her meaning was clear. If one still couldn't tell, one would be the dumbest person in the world. They wanted to punish Qianlan. She was just a Saintess-in-Waiting. If they wanted to suppress her, they could do it with just a word. In any case, the Demon God Empire was so big that there were countless people who wanted to be Saintess-in-Waiting. Getting rid of an influential Saintess-in-Waiting would save them a lot of effort. Qianlan wasn't moved. She smiled at Enemy Blood. Your Highness, do you really not want to know? Who are you? Are you worried that this holy maiden will do something to you? She was trying to provoke him with this sentence. Your Highness, if you miss today, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Your Highness knows very well what kind of person this holy maiden is. Anyway, it's just a few words. It doesn't matter whether you listen or not. Qianlan still had a confident look on her face. Enemy Blood knew Qianlan well. She wasn't an arrogant person. From a mediocre Saintess-in-Waiting, she had gained support step by step. Now she was in the limelight. As the first prince, he knew this better than anyone else. Could it be that Qianlan really got some secret information? Enemy Blood had to consider another matter. Would she still have to listen or not? What if Qianlan wasn't just playing to the gallery? She really missed something. Enemy Blood's pupils constricted as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Saintess Qianlan, according to what you said, I have no choice but to listen? Enemy Blood looked at Qianlan with interest. Your Highness, you can understand it that way. If your Highness doesn't want to listen, there's nothing I can do. But I have a clear conscience. Qianlan said with a faint smile. Enemy Blood was really impressed by Qianlan's courage. He wondered who gave her such courage to say such words on such an occasion. If I don't listen to what you said, I'll be a person who can't tell right from wrong. I'll fulfill your wish. Enemy Blood stood up and walked towards the screen. Qianlan smiled. This method might not work on other princes, but it would definitely work on the crown prince. She would never be wrong about this. Some of the dynasty's upper echelons frowned, but they couldn't stop the crown prince. Recently, the crown prince's influence had been increasing day by day. They couldn't stop him in public. They had decided that if Qianlan couldn't come up with a good explanation, she would be stripped of her Saintess candidate title. Those upper echelons who had a good impression of Qianlan were confused. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to offend all the other upper echelons? Behind the screen, Enemy Blood set up a soundproof array. Saintess Qianlan, you can tell me now. But you have to know that if your secret is not enough to move me, the higher-ups outside will not give me any face. They will definitely charge you with a serious crime. Blood Enemy said. Qianlan said with a smile. Your Highness, you can rest assured. Since I'm here, I'll definitely give you and everyone an explanation that will satisfy you. As for whether or not I'll tell them, that's another matter. But before that, I have a request that I hope your Highness will agree to. Enemy Blood's interest was piqued. Tell me about it. If your Highness thinks that this secret is worth it, this Saintess hopes to take the position of Saintess for real, instead of being a substitute. Qianlan's words were shocking. Enemy Blood was shocked. He looked at Qianlan with a strange look. Your request is really big. The position of Saintess is not something that I can decide. This woman is so ambitious. Enemy Blood couldn't help but feel surprised. Chapter 26:20. Your Highness, you can decide as long as you hear the news. Qianlan smiled. The Enemy of Blood didn't want to ask any further. He would rather listen to Qianlan's opinion. Go ahead, I'm listening. Qianlan said with a smile. Your Highness, you must be worried about the Avengers Chamber of Commerce moving into Imperial College. You're afraid that the disparity in strength will be too great, which will affect the future of the Empire. I can tell your highness that what you're worried about will not happen, because I've already received authorization from the Avengers. From now on, the Demon God's Empire will secretly cooperate with the Avengers and provide corresponding technological treasures. I wonder if your highness will like this news? The enemy of blood was indeed shocked. This was definitely a piece of shocking news. Cooperation? The Avengers will cooperate with the Demon God Empire? The enemy of blood couldn't be sure. If it was true, the Empire would have nothing to worry about. Your Highness, do you think I'll lie to you? Qinlan smiled. This news is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can show you something else. This time Qinlan came prepared. He took out a jade talisman and handed it to the enemy of blood. This is the message from Lin Fei, the person in charge of the Avengers. Lin Fei. The enemy of blood's eyes flickered. Could it be that Qinlan and Lin Fei are getting closer? Everyone knew who Lin Fei was. He was the newcomer king of Imperial College. Now he was the person in charge of the Avengers. He was even a quasi-emperor. It was hard not to take him seriously. As a neighbor, the Demon God Empire naturally knew who he was. He was listed as someone not to be messed with. Xuerendi activated the jade talisman and shot out an illusory figure. Lin Fei's figure walked out of it. Brother Blood, I hope you don't mind my sudden visit. Lin Fei's voice was very clear. This is a meeting tool that allows us to travel across distances. You don't have to worry about information leaking. The secret between us will not be known by a third person. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Fei, the temporary person in charge of the Avengers. The enemy of blood was a bit surprised, but he recovered quickly. So it's Brother Lin. I've long heard of Brother Lin's name. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to meet you. Who would have thought that we would meet under such circumstances? Blood enemy sighed. Who would have thought that such a young man would possess unfathomable strength? He was even the person in charge of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. If not for the fact that he was the first prince of the Empire, who knew how different his status would be? I've heard of the first prince's name as well. He's the future overlord of the Demon God Empire. The rumors are true. The two of them were separated by a distance, but they did not give up. They appreciated each other. You want to cooperate with us? Blood enemy suppressed his annoyance and took the initiative to sniff. That's right. As a businessman, profit is the most important thing. We are not interested in anything else. Your Demon God Empire is a good partner. I can make the decision to provide you with all kinds of technological treasures. The price can even be 10% or 20% lower than outside. We can even specialize in the production of technological treasures. Lin Fei said seriously. Enemy of blood did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Brother Lin, is your Avengers trying to start a war between our two empires? Enemy of blood enemy stared at Lin Fei. You should know that if this news spreads to the Expedition Empire, I'm afraid your business will be greatly affected. Aren't you worried? Lin Fei smiled. Worried? That's something only the weak would think about. Our Avengers only wants to do business. Unless your Demon God Empire is willing to be wiped out by the Expedition Empire in a few decades, perhaps it won't take that long. I believe Brother Blood knows what's more important. Threat? Lin Fei was not afraid. This time Lin Fei had the Demon God Empire's lifeline in his hands. Unless they were willing to become slaves of a subjugated empire. Enemy of blood enemy was indeed trying to provoke Lin Fei. He did not expect the latter to not care at all. This made his move useless. Just as he said, he did not want to see the Expedition Empire grow stronger. With the advantage of technological treasures, the Expedition Empire would only grow stronger. Resources could bridge the gap between them. It was impossible not to be anxious. Brother Lin, it was just a joke. Don't mind it. Enemy of blood enemy smiled. We're all willing to cooperate with the Avengers. Seeing that his threat had failed, enemy of blood enemy immediately changed his words. Qinlan, who was beside him, also smiled. The Empire's move was completely useless in front of Lin Fei. Sometimes she was shocked. What was Lin Fei's position in the Avengers? Wasn't his authority a little too great? We also like to cooperate with smart people. Lin Fei smiled. Before we cooperate, There is one thing that I want to make clear to you. Regarding the cooperation, I don't want any information to be leaked from the upper echelons. As for the technological treasures, we will rearrange them for you. Even if people suspect us, they won't suspect the Avengers. I believe this doesn't matter. Enemy of blood enemy secretly cursed Lin Fei for being shameless. On one hand, he was cooperating with the Expedition Empire. On the other hand, he was cooperating with the Demon God Empire. How shameless. Enemy of blood enemy would not dare to say such words even if he was beaten to death. No problem. We won't care about it. Enemy of blood said that it was not a problem. It would be great if the price could be lowered a little. Also, you have to know that from now on, the cooperation between you and the Avengers will be handled by Qin Lan. If you have any ideas or requests, you can tell Qin Lan. She will pass it on to us. Lin Fei said again. That's right. Enemy of blood enemy guessed something. Brother Lin, you can rest assured. There won't be any problems with the cooperation. Enemy of blood enemy guaranteed. Later, I will propose Saintess Qin Lan to be in charge of our cooperation. I like what you said. I hope that our cooperation can continue. Enemy of blood enemy and Lin Fei chatted for a while longer. Then, the jade talisman broke and the screen disappeared. That's it. Enemy of blood enemy felt like he was dreaming. This was too fast. The problem concerning the fate of the Empire was solved so easily. The Empire only needed to collect the black crystal cards. It was too smooth. Your Highness, what do you think of this news? Qin Lan smiled. Enemy of blood enemy looked at Qin Lan with a complicated look. Saintess Qin Lan, you have made great contributions to the Empire. I will propose you to be the new Saintess of the Demon God Empire. At this moment, enemy of blood enemy knew what he had to do. From today onward, Qin Lan would be a part of the upper echelons of the Empire. She even had the support of a quasi-emperor Lin Fei. P.S. Recommend a book to a friend. The strongest game system. Accidentally obtain the game system. Log in every day, collect the gift packs and be a man. Experience elixirs, godly weapons, martial arts, godly beasts, VIP and mysterious prizes. Heaven rewards the diligent. Continue to log in and receive the grand prize. What? You are a genius? Chapter 26-21. The upper echelons of the Empire were all waiting for the result. When Her Highness comes out, I want to see how Qin Lan is going to explain herself. Of course, Qin Lan has been promoted too quickly. She doesn't know her place anymore. When Her Highness comes out, if she doesn't have an explanation, just take her away and let others know the consequences of offending the upper echelons. Those upper echelons who were unhappy with Qin Lan were all preparing to make trouble. Given the current situation of the Empire, it wasn't something that Qin Lan alone could turn around. As for those upper echelons who supported or admired Qin Lan, they began to worry. I really don't know what Qin Lan is trying to do. She's destroying her own future. After exchanging glances, several upper echelons shook their heads. They were not optimistic about Qin Lan's actions. So far, there weren't many upper echelons who supported Qin Lan. Naturally, they couldn't go against the majority of the upper echelons. All of them kept their mouths shut to avoid getting into trouble. He's out. When enemy Bloody Man came out, the eyes of the upper echelons lit up. At this moment, enemy Bloody Man came out with a gloomy face. He seemed to be in a bad mood. To the upper echelons, this was good news. Qin Lan must have angered Her Highness. Qin Lan, you have nothing to say now, right? Your Highness, I suggest taking Qin Lan down and charging her with the crime of disrupting the conference. The upper echelons began to make trouble. This time I'll teach you a lesson, you little b*tc. Enemy Bloody Man's gaze was calm. He glanced at them and slammed his palm on the conference table. Shut up, all of you. The upper echelons were stunned. What was going on? Weren't you in a bad mood? We're standing up for you. The upper echelons couldn't understand. Qin Lan smiled. She was gorgeous. What right do you have to charge Holy Maiden Qin Lan? Just because she barged in and interrupted the conference? Enemy Bloody Man's gaze turned sharp. Is it you? Or is it you? Enemy Bloody Man looked at them one by one. The upper echelons looked at each other. What was going on with Her Highness? Why did she protect Qin Lan? Did something happen? Your Highness, we're doing this for your own good. A senior upper echelon said calmly. Enemy bloody man liked these upper echelons who were putting on airs. They weren't very capable, but they were good at infighting. If it weren't for the senior, he would have kicked them out long ago. Alright. Bloodman enemy sneered. I really want to know what's so good about you. When the Empire was in danger, did you come up with any solutions? None at all. You only know this and that. At the critical moment you can't come up with any solutions. What's the use of you? The enemy of Bloody Man did not give them any face at all. As long as the Empire cooperated with the Avengers, there would be an endless supply of technological treasures. The strength of the Empire would also increase. At that time, it would not be impossible for the Empire to defeat the Expeditionary Empire. As long as this cooperation existed, the enemy of Bloodman would have the confidence to fight against the higher-ups. By then even his father would be on his side. Hearing enemy Shue's words, the faces of the higher-ups darkened. They had never been scolded by someone before. If it was the great emperor they wouldn't say anything. However, His Highness's words were like a slap to their faces. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Your Highness, how can you say that we are not worried about the Imperium? The Imperium is our root. We all want to share the burden of the Imperium. Could it be that we are inferior to a Saintess candidate? Your Highness, we want an explanation. The higher-ups were furious. The eldest prince, the enemy of Bloodman, was not a great emperor expert yet. He did not even have the ability to control the Imperium. Naturally, they had nothing to fear. The enemy of Bloodman was very disappointed. These were the higher-ups of the Imperium. They only knew how to fight for power. The future of the Imperium was worrying. Explanation? You don't need to know. The enemy of Bloodman shouted. The information provided by Saintess Qinlan will become the absolute secret of the Imperium. At that time even my father would agree to it. The enemy of Bloodman's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone here, if you are not convinced, you can go and seek an explanation from His Majesty. The higher-ups were dumbfounded. They were not qualified to know. What was this? We are the higher-ups of the Imperium. What is the meaning of bringing up the great emperor now? Your Highness, this is not right. The previous higher-up shook his head. As the higher-ups, we are qualified to know everything. We don't want Your Highness to be deceived. These words seemed to be directed at the enemy of Bloodman, but in fact it was directed at Qinlan. We want to know the information. Your Highness, you have no right to hide the information. What the higher-ups were best at was causing trouble. A single piece of information could change the attitude of the Imperium. None of them dared to let their guard down. If Qinlan's method was targeted at them, it would be bad. No one wanted their benefits to be affected. The enemy of Bloodman really admired these stubborn higher-ups. This information was too important. Once it was spread, it would no longer be the Imperium's secret weapon. Who knew if any of the higher-ups here had colluded with outsiders? This was something they had to guard against. Who wants to cause trouble? At this moment, above the conference room, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The aura he emitted was as sharp as a blade, causing everyone to feel pain. No one would have thought that someone would appear at this moment. Father! The enemy of Bloodman was the first to react. The higher-ups looked up and their expressions changed. Why did this person appear? The reason why they could put on airs in the conference room was because of their seniority. Suppressing the enemy of Bloodman wasn't a big deal. Now that the great emperor was here, they couldn't do as they pleased anymore. Qinlan lowered her head, enduring the pressure that was as sharp as a knife. The first prince has informed His Majesty without anyone noticing. The higher-ups here are going to be embarrassed. The black-robed man in the sky had a cold gaze. Under his gaze, the higher-ups began to tremble. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. We were just joking. One of the higher-ups braced himself and said, Yes, we were just joking. How would we dare to go against His Highness? Before the great emperor, they had no right to be arrogant. Oh, so you were just joking. How old are you? Why are you still joking? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? The higher-ups didn't dare to raise their heads. His Majesty's temperament was one of decisiveness in killing. It was all forged through killing. The The words of the enemy of blood man are my words. Ask whatever you want. The black-robed man said calmly. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. The higher-ups wanted to cry. Ask? Who would dare to ask? Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do so. The enemy of blood man secretly felt lucky. He had previously sent a message to his father's clone to hold the fort. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Father, they didn't know about the situation. Ignorance is not a crime. The enemy of blood man spoke up for them. Father, please don't blame them. How kind of you. The black-robed man said. Hurry up and thank the enemy of blood man for pleading for you. Otherwise, I will send you to the battlefield for this matter. Qin Lan, you've done well. The black-robed man's gaze paused on Qin Lan for a moment. The Empire needs talents like you. From today onward, you will be the new saintess of the Empire. I hope that you will consider the Empire more. Qin Lan thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. She became the saintess? The higher-ups were collectively dumbfounded. What kind of news was that? It could allow Qin Lan to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Chapter 26-22. Changes quickly took place within the Demon God Empire. The saintess candidate Qin Lan had finally taken the position. Furthermore, she had received the approval of the upper echelons. When the saintess candidate heard the news, they knew that the situation was hopeless. Qin Lan officially became the new saintess. For a time it became a hot topic in the Demon God Empire. No one knew how Qin Lan had been able to take the position so easily. The elders of the upper echelons did not mention it, which confused many people. After the first prince, the enemy of the blood man, obtained permission, he mobilized the strongest demon warriors of the empire and formed a secret new army, which was under the control of the enemy of the blood man. Half a month after Qin Lan took the position, the first collaboration was completed. The Demon God Empire obtained a batch of technological treasures. Their appearance was different from the technological treasures of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce, but their power was not reduced. Qin Lan's position as the saintess was truly unshakable. Ancient wasteland world, Lianyun continent. Demonic poison tribe. In an ordinary-looking building, Lin Fei was leisurely enjoying the service of maidservants. These 2 maidservants were given to him by Qin Lan, and their bodies were filled with the aura of a foreign tribe. After becoming the saintess, Qin Lan held great power. She joined forces with the first prince and the blood man to fight against the internal forces of the empire. Afraid that she would not be by Lin Fei's side, she specially sent maidservants to serve him. Lin Fei did not refuse. Moreover, the 2 maidservants were from the fox tribe of the demon race. With their furry tails, they were rather sensual. That night, Lin Fei slept with the maidservants. It was indeed a wonderful feeling, but compared to the wild Qin Lan, it was still lacking. Master, the territory of our demonic poison tribe has already expanded to the limit. If we continue, we will touch the interests of the large tribes. Even the alliance of the tribes will take action. This was already the 2nd month since Lin Fei had arrived in Lianyun continent. Ever since the auction was held perfectly, Lin Fei had handed everything over to the puppets. Coupled with the little fiend's control, he had shifted his attention to Lianyun continent. This was the place with the most abundant source of energy cards. Lin Fei didn't really care about the harvest outside. The Hu Devilman stood nervously in front of Lin Fei. Ever since he had a new master, his power and status had been rising. In a short period of time, the demonic poison tribe had grown from a small, unranked tribe to a medium-sized tribe. They controlled a large area, and their entire person had become incomparably glorious. Every time he was in front of Lin Fei, the Hu demons didn't dare to show any emotions. Then we'll consolidate our territory. Lin Fei frowned. Then we'll contact those small tribes in private. Provide them with technological treasures, and I want them to expand their territory. Tell them that I only want energy cards to trade. After sending the Hu demons away, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lianyun continent is different from South Cloud continent. In South Cloud continent, the Avengers Chamber of Commerce has roped in all the forces. If outsiders want to do something to the Chamber of Commerce, they have to deal with those major forces first. However, in Lianyun continent, human forces, allied forces and even the 8 ancient families are all involved. Lin Fei studied for several days. It wasn't easy to plunder resources in Lianyun continent. Even the human forces couldn't take another step forward after such a long time, and could only maintain their current division. Do we really have to wait? Lin Fei disliked this process. If it took too long, who could guarantee that nothing would happen? Young master, are you not feeling well? The maid beside him asked in a soft voice. Her voice was so soft that it could seep into his bones. Who said that young master is not feeling well? Young master is just thinking about how to deal with you tonight. Lin Fei hugged the maid. The progress in Lianyun continent was too slow. It was completely beyond Lin Fei's imagination. All the resources in Lianyun continent were controlled by people. Lin Fei secretly controlled the demonic poison tribe, but it didn't expand much. Instead, the pressure from within the allied forces made him very unhappy. The demonic poison tribe had risen too quickly. Coupled with the technological treasures that they revealed, many tribes had the idea of annexing them, and even proposed to incorporate them. They wanted to become their subsidiary forces. Lin Fei could only let the Hu demons talk to them. He didn't want to offend them for the time being, unless he revealed his full strength. But if he did that, the entire allied forces would attack the demonic poison tribe. Those who didn't understand the allied forces would never know how terrifying they were. Up until now, this allied forces controlled the huge tribal forces in the ancient wasteland world. Even the human experts had to stand aside. Internally, there were many factions that suppressed each other. It was extremely cruel. The demonic poison tribe that Lin Fei had supported occupied a piece of territory. In the end, he had no choice but to let the Hu demons join a force and give them a large sum of money. This saved him from trouble. But this also gave the demonic poison tribe a label. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Ancient wasteland world, Black Order continent. This place was filled with black. The ground was black. The plants that grew here were also black. Those who had just arrived would think that they had come to the wrong place. How could there be such a place in the ancient wasteland world? The black oppressive aura made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Their first thought was to leave this oppressive place. Black Order continent was the name of this region. Its size far surpassed the other continents, such as the South Cloud continent and the Lianyun continent. But the only difference was that the Black Order continent was a place in the entire ancient wasteland world that external forces could not enter. This was the territory of the ancient desolate beasts. In the Black Order continent, there were powerful ancient desolate beasts. No one knew how many ancient desolate beasts there were. So far, everyone only knew that there was a divine diamond ape in the Black Order continent. It was an ancient desolate beast with a long lifespan and terrifying battle power. Opponents of the same level could not even withstand a single blow from it. The Black Order continent had always been the place that the human experts feared the most. Back then, the human experts had joined forces and tried to kill the divine diamond ape. In the end, they did not expect the other party's strength to be so tyrannical that it crushed them on the spot. Instead, it killed most of them and only a few returned alive. From then on, no one dared to spy on the Black Order continent. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The Black Order continent was shrouded in darkness. One could not even see their own fingers. Black Order continent. A figure quietly landed on a big tree. His deep eyes were filled with a rare solemnity. Are you sure it's in the Black Order continent and not somewhere else? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, a few figures quietly appeared. There was not even a ripple in the space. It's in the Black Order continent. You can rest assured. That thing is not deep in the Black Order continent, but at the border between the Black Order continent and another continent. The Divine Diamond Ape definitely does not know that we are here. I heard that old thing is in seclusion. Chapter 26-23. At the border between the Black Order continent and the Black Water continent. Without warning, several powerful auras were emitted. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent were alarmed. Thick divine senses swept over. Some ancient beasts even broke through the air, because they had smelled the aura of humans. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent did not like the aura of humans. Whenever one appeared, they would take the initiative to kill it. After a while, it became a small hobby of theirs. You dare to join hands with outsiders. At the border. A black figure was surrounded by lightning, shattering the void and forming a black hole. His lightning body cannot be maintained in perfect condition. Everyone attacked together, destroy him, and divide his empire. Several people besieged him, unleashing a series of terrifying attacks that set off a series of terrifying energy fluctuations. That ball of lightning flickered, and everywhere it passed, a charred smell filled the air. Far away in the Lianyun continent, Lin Fei was also startled. Such a strong energy wave. Could it be that the allied tribes and the humans are fighting again? Lin Fei did not go out to check. Ever since he had placed his focus on the Lianyun continent, Lin Fei had spent more time there. Regrettably, after 3 years, the situation in the Lianyun continent had not changed much. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the overall strength of the Lianyun continent had increased by a lot. There were constant small-scale battles. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. After 3 years of losing money, the tribes had finally become ambitious. This would affect the future of the Lianyun continent. The battle that had erupted outside, Lin Fei first suspected it to be a small-scale battle. He was not interested in going out to check. Based on the speed of the energy wave, it was definitely not in the Lianyun continent, but in the Blackwater continent. Lin Fei did not have the time to go there. The next day early morning. I did not expect him to be so determined. He knows that it is a dead end, but he still knows to charge in. If he was at his peak, he might have a chance to survive. Now that he is heavily injured, he will definitely die in the depths of the Black Order continent. On a mountain peak, a few people looked at the darkness deep in thought. I believe that the ancient beasts of the Black Order continent will be very interested. After all, that is a great emperor. That's right, those ancient beasts won't let a great emperor come out alive. We can also start the next step, which is to divide up the empire he built. However, in order to prevent him from playing any tricks, we must keep an eye on the Black Order continent and ensure that that person does not have the chance to come out. The few of them nodded and disappeared into the void. A few days later, shocking news came from the Black Order continent. Have you heard? The ancient beast experts of the Black Order continent are trying to capture a mysterious human expert. This seems to be real. Which expert of the human race has the guts to enter the Black Order continent? Isn't that just looking for trouble? That human expert must have met with misfortune. The Black Order continent is famous for being the graveyard of human experts. Who knows how many human experts have died there? That's terrible. The news quickly spread across the nearby continents, causing an uproar. It had been many years since anyone had dared to barge into the Black Order continent. Lin Fei also heard about it. The demonic poison tribe was considered a medium-sized tribe, and its intelligence network was very complete. Lin Fei also quickly learned of this matter. Could it be that a human expert fought with an expert from the tribal alliance last night? But this human expert is really bold. Of all places, he actually dared to barge into the Black Order continent. He must be tired of living. Lin Fei was very clear about the Black Order continent, so he paid close attention to it. According to the little fiend, the Black Order continent was the nest of the ancient beasts. There were hundreds of millions of dire beasts living here, so it became everyone's nightmare. The tribal alliance was powerful enough, but they still did not dare to behave atrociously in the Black Order continent. There was an old monster here who could cover the sky with one hand. Anyone who provoked him would pay a heavy price. Lin Fei did not think that the mysterious person could survive. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent loved to chase and kill human experts, especially those who barged into their territory. It was a very interesting game. It had been a long time since an expert had barged into the Black Order continent. When this human expert barged in, he was quickly targeted by the ancient beast experts. From time to time news would spread. Today, one of the ancient beasts was killed by a human cultivator. Some ancient beast injured the human expert, but also left many wounds. As the news spread out one after another, everyone was shocked. That human was truly an expert. To think that he could even kill an ancient beast. Compared to the outside world, the number of ancient beast experts in the Black Order continent was not small. In the beginning, there were only a few ancient beast experts. After the human expert killed the ancient beast, some other powerful ancient beasts also moved out and joined in the encirclement. The group grew larger and larger. 12 ancient beast experts discovered the other party's tracks. They engaged in a fierce battle. The human expert killed one of the ancient beast experts, but his arm was chopped off by the other party. He broke out of the encirclement. The human expert was seriously injured, and another ancient beast expert was killed. The human expert was forced into the depths of the Black Order continent. The news came one after another, shocking and surprising. It was only when one of the 10 great ancient beast experts of the Black Order continent made a move and forced the other party into a desperate situation in the Black Order continent that the matter truly ended. This mysterious expert of the human race was also remembered by the people. When the news spread in the void outside the Black Order continent, several black-robed men appeared. They had received the news through their own means. I didn't expect his lightning body to be so powerful. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still able to kill so many ancient beast experts and force the ancient devil poison of the 10 great ancient beasts to make a move. He asked for it. He dared to reject our family. This is his fate. We can go now. Once one entered that place, they could forget about coming out. Furthermore, they were poisoned by the ancient devil poison. In another place, the atmosphere in the glorious palace was extremely oppressive. Sounds of shattering could be heard continuously. A young man wearing a magic crown was standing in front of a pile of broken things. Fan Qingyan, you've gone too far. How dare you interfere with my destruction army? This person was Fan Qinglong. For the past 3 years, Fan Qinglong had not had a good time. After the Avengers Chamber of Commerce established a branch in the Capital Institute, Fan Qingyuan had also benefited. The new army in his hands was equipped with new technological weapons, and they had made great contributions in the battles against the demon god's empire. On the other hand, Fan Qinglong's battle strength was poor, forming a huge contrast. Fan Qinglong's influence in the army was weakening day by day. Many people were swayed and took the initiative to side with the first prince. This time, the first prince had extended his hand into the destruction army. This was equivalent to shaking Fan Qinglong's foundation. This time Fan Qinglong was really angry. He could not suppress his anger even after breaking many of his treasures. Fifth Prince, how have you been? What has made you so angry? In the palace, the space fluctuated, and a person appeared in a flash with a faint smile. How dare you come? Chapter 26-24. In 3 years, Fan Qinglong could not wait any longer. He thought that he had been tricked. His elder brother's influence was growing day by day, and he was completely above him. If he had an advantage 3 years ago, then all of that advantage was gone now. It was very normal for Fan Qinglong to hate the person who came. Fifth Prince, I'm here to congratulate you. Congratulate? Fan Qinglong sneered. If you don't give me a satisfactory reason today, I can guarantee that you won't be able to take half a step out of here today. Fan Qinglong was in despair. As long as that person existed, all of his thoughts would only exist in his dreams. Your Highness, your greatest worry has been resolved. That person will not return. Your Highness, you can prepare to take action. I will also be by your side to help you get rid of those who oppose you. The person said with a smile. Fan Qinglong's body trembled. Really? You can arrange for the investigation of the recent major events in the ancient wasteland world. That was really done by us. Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed. 10 days later. The expedition to the Empire, the palace. What are you doing? Quick, stop them. They are rebelling. At noon on this day, at the entrance of the palace, they encountered the fifth prince's destruction army. Without a word, they attacked ferociously. Instantly, there were countless casualties, and the entrance of the palace was occupied. Fan Qinglong led his men and killed their way in. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Fear, panic, and all sorts of other emotions could be seen on everyone's faces. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. The fifth prince had actually led his troops in, and it was the elite destruction army at that. Elder brother, you seem to be in a good mood today. Are you thinking about how to reduce my authority? Fan Qinglong led his men to the entrance of the palace and saw his elder brother, Fan Qingyuan, who had also led his men out. Fan Qinglong, do you know what you are doing? Fan Qingyuan was furious. Even the stupidest person would know what had happened. His fifth brother had really led his troops in. Over the past 3 years, Fan Qingyuan had never forgotten to guard against his fifth brother. As the new army under his command won every battle and gained support from the military, he gradually stopped paying attention to his fifth brother. Fan Qinglong smiled proudly and said, "Big brother, are you an idiot? I've brought troops here to suppress you, traitor, and restore peace to the empire. Don't think that no one knows what you've done, but I know it clearly." Fan Qinglong naturally had to find an excuse to kill his way in openly. "You're slandering us." Fan Qingyuan was infuriated. "Now get them to put down their weapons and surrender. This emperor can deal with them leniently." Ha 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 ha. Fan Qingyuan didn't care at all. "Big brother, just accept your fate. The entire palace is surrounded by the array. None of your people can enter. Today you won't be able to escape. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." In order to prevent any unforeseen events, Fan Qinglong took the lead and brandished his saber. Fan Qingyuan's heart sank. Something happened to father. Over here, Azure Dragon led troops to attack the palace. This must have something to do with Azure Dragon. How could he do this? Before he could think further, Fan Qinglong slashed his saber. The guards beside him went forward to block it, but they were easily split into two. "Big brother, you're going to lose today." Fan Qinglong attacked fiercely and continuously attacked his heart. For a moment, he suppressed his big brother and even left several wounds on his body. "Aren't you afraid that father will blame you? Don't forget that father's independent clone is still guarding here." Fan Qingyuan retreated step by step. "The royal family's elders will also not acknowledge you." Fan Qinglong said sinisterly, "This emperor will kill whoever doesn't acknowledge me. I'll kill them until they do. Anyway, this emperor doesn't like them, so it's better to kill them all. Big brother, what do you think of this suggestion?" "You're crazy. They're all your uncles and elders. Whoever dares to block this emperor's path deserves to die." Fan Qinglong's aura continued to rise. He abandoned his saber and changed it into a fist, punching through the air. "Big brother, you too." The palace was isolated by an array formation, so no one knew that there was an internal conflict. "Your Highness, leave quickly. There's too many of them. We can't hold them off anymore." The guards around Fan Qingyuan were killed one by one. The crazed Fan Qinglong became more and more ferocious. He kept suppressing Fan Qingyuan and constantly left wounds on his body. The situation was not looking good. "Fan Qinglong, how dare you usurp the throne?" With a loud shout, the royal family's elders finally appeared. With such a huge commotion, they rushed over immediately and saw Fan Qinglong besieging Fan Qingyuan. Fan Qingyuan was delighted. With the royal family's elders here, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything. Fan Qinglong was waiting for this moment. He opened his sleeves and a white light burst out. "Big brother, you can go down now." The white light instantly enveloped Fan Qingyuan. With a moment of carelessness, Fan Qingyuan quickly took out a treasure to protect himself. Under the white light, everything slowed down. He saw Fan Qinglong's fist land on his chest, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Then, his entire body sank into endless darkness. The first prince, Fan Qingyuan, was dead. "Ha ha ha, big brother, you're finally dead." Fan Qinglong slashed with his palm, and a huge head fell on his hand. Fan Qingyuan still looked like he died with a grievance. "You definitely didn't expect that the treasure just now was someone else's treasure. It was used to deal with you. Without you, no one can stop me from ascending to that position." This scene happened too quickly. Before the royal family's elders could react, the first prince was killed, and his head fell on the other party's hand. "Fifth prince, how dare you kill me?" A royal family elder shot out Tu Jingguang across the air toward Fan Qinglong. "It's your turn now." Fan Qinglong was not afraid at all, and said to the void, "A bunch of stubborn old fools. I'll take care of them. I promise I won't let your highness down." An old man appeared in front of Fan Qinglong, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the Tu Jingguang flying. "How dare you attack his majesty? You must die." Swoosh! A terrifying aura pressed down on them. The old man stretched out his hand and pointed. The royal family elder's forehead was instantly pierced by the other party. He didn't even have time to block it, and he fell from the sky, dying with a grievance. This is a quasi-great emperor expert. Some of the royal family elders were shocked. Everyone present was a ninth job transition professional. Apart from quasi-great emperors, not many people could easily break through their defenses and kill them. Everyone, hurry up and join forces to kill this person. Although the royal family's elders were a bunch of stubborn old fools, they valued orthodoxy very much, and they retaliated at the first instance. The old man's actions were faster than theirs. Chapter 26-25. The group of royal elders had suffered heavy losses. The old man's strength was too tyrannical. He had crushed them with absolute strength, and in just a few moments 7 or 8 elders had been killed. Well done. Fan Qinglong laughed maniacally. This is what happens when you don't support me. Fifth prince, don't kill anymore. We support you to become the crown prince. Stop fighting. The old man posed a great threat to them. 7 or 8 elders had been killed by him. They had organized a few counterattacks, but to no avail. They immediately realized that they couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, it would be futile to continue. It was better to shake hands and make peace. The old man stopped and locked his aura on them. As long as they made any movements, he would be able to kill them immediately without letting them leave. Fan Qinglong shook his head. No. Crown Prince, what are you talking about? I want to become the new great emperor. No one can sit on that position except me. The group of royal elders had only thought that the fifth prince wanted to become the crown prince and had launched a mutiny. They had never imagined that he was aiming for that position. They completely looked down on the crown prince. If it were any other time, they would definitely have reprimanded him. This was simply too reckless. Right, let me tell you something. Something happened to my father. Fan Qinglong said. The empire can't be without a ruler. I will become the great emperor. Something happened? The expressions of the remaining royal elders changed drastically. No one knew better than them the importance of a great emperor. Without a great emperor, the empire would immediately become a fat piece of meat that any force would want to take a bite out of. Fifth prince, how can we believe your words? Your Majesty is a great emperor. Who can harm your Majesty? We absolutely won't believe it. Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed coldly. He gave the old man a look and made up his mind. Then you can sacrifice yourselves to fulfill this emperor's wish. The old man took out a treasure that looked like a black gourd and instantly activated it. A suction force enveloped them, and no matter how they struggled, it was useless. One by one they were sucked into the black gourd. Your Majesty, their foundations are not bad. As long as you refine them, your Majesty can absorb their strength and instantly become a great emperor. No one will be able to kill your Majesty, the old man said to Fan Qinglong. Good. Fan Qinglong knew that his strength was a shortcoming. If he had the strength of a pseudo-great emperor, and he could control it, he would have the confidence to speak. I'll have to trouble you next. Serving your Majesty is what I should do. Fan Qinglong strode into the great hall of the empire and sat on the seat that did not belong to him. Ha, from today onwards, this emperor shall be the emperor. The entire empire shall be under my control. Not the slightest news of the changes in the palace leaked out. The next day, Fan Qinglong summoned the patriarchs of the imperial capital in the name of Big Brother, saying that he had something important to discuss. Over the past 3 years, the first prince had done everything personally, gaining the acknowledgement of the major powers in the capital. As such, he did not have any doubts about the summons and happily went over. They regretted it the moment they left. The first prince did not appear. The one who came was the fifth prince, and then a head was displayed. Without the fifth prince saying anything, the clan heads immediately realized that there was a change in the palace. The first prince, whom they had high hopes for, had been killed. Following that, many doubts arose. Right now they had to deal with this. Among the major powers that Fan Qinglong had invited, a few of them had opposed him back then. You guys didn't expect this, right? The expressions of the few clan heads changed drastically. Before they could do anything, the elites lying in ambush in the surroundings launched a fierce attack on them, killing them on the spot. They did not even have time to grunt. As for the remaining ones, they tactfully chose to submit. At this point, Fan Qinglong had successfully taken control of the imperial capital. The originally peaceful imperial capital suddenly had a major event. After everyone heard about it, they felt that it was unbelievable. It turned out that a few major powers in the imperial capital had ambushed the first prince in the great hall of the palace, causing him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. The empire had quickly dispatched troops to suppress the few major powers in the imperial capital. Undoubtedly, many people could not digest this news. These major powers were all famous. However, under such circumstances, they had been suppressed by the other party, and their entire clan had been slaughtered. Everyone who saw this was shocked. This had happened too quickly. All the major and minor powers were shocked. This was something that was completely impossible. Those major powers were all on the first prince's side. Why would they attack the first prince? After the incident with the first prince, the entire imperial capital was placed under martial law. The formation in the palace was also activated. Everything seemed to prove that the first prince had been attacked. After the martial law was placed, a series of searches began. Within a few days, many of the major powers in the imperial capital had suffered. They were all taken away by the expeditionary guards, and the entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. At the same time, the first prince sent a message to the leaders of the various regions, ordering them to immediately head to the imperial capital. He said that he had something to announce on behalf of his father. When the news fell into the hands of the leaders of the various regions, all of them had strange expressions. Things had happened too quickly. The leaders of the various regions were suspicious and did not want to be involved. Under the orders of the emperor, they had no choice but to head to the imperial capital. In fact, they all wanted to know if the emperor had made up his mind. The leaders of the various regions suspected that the assassination had been carried out by the fifth prince. In their eyes, the fifth prince was the most ambitious and had a considerable status in the army. With the first prince being assassinated, the fifth prince was definitely the biggest suspect. To those who supported the fifth prince, this was not good news. It was no wonder. In the past 3 years, the first prince had been suppressing the fifth prince. With his advantage gone, it was inevitable that he would not be able to control himself and do something that no one wanted to see. They complained about the fifth prince's foolishness as they headed to the imperial capital, prepared to be scolded. After all, they were close to the fifth prince. They were still worried about this trip to the imperial capital, afraid that His Majesty would blame them. They had no choice but to go. All of them were in a mess. Emperor Peak. Fanluoyu also received the news. News from the palace. Is this father's order? In the past 3 years, Fanluoyu had treated Emperor Peak as her home and rarely returned to the palace. She had been worried about the Xiao clan. Luckily, the Xiao clan seemed to have given up in the past 3 years and did not appear again. This made Fanluoyu feel at ease. Was Big Brother really sent by Fifth Brother to assassinate him? News from the palace. It was intermittent. Fanluoyu was not too sure about the specific situation, but something had happened. I'll go. Fanluoyu did not suspect anything and agreed to return to the palace. Chapter 26-26. The Imperial Capital. This ancient place. With the arrival of the domain masters, all kinds of gossip quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. The biggest news was that the fifth prince was the main culprit, setting up a trap to assassinate the first prince. His Majesty was furious and wanted to punish the fifth prince, so he informed the domain masters to come. This news was spread with eyes and noses, and it was the most recognized news. This was because after the first prince was assassinated, the fifth prince disappeared. According to the news from the servants in the fifth prince's residence, he was taken away by the expedition guards. In the entire empire, only the expedition guards had the right to take away the fifth prince. This matter was really done by the fifth prince. After so many days, the fifth prince had not shown his face at all. Combined with the previous events, it was hard not to believe it. On this day, important figures gathered in the palace. The domain masters and the clan leaders of the imperial capital were almost all in the palace. Everyone was exchanging information in private. They wanted to know exactly what had happened and why it was like this. The ninth princess is here. Fanluoyu's arrival attracted many gazes. The secret of the royal family was not a big secret in the eyes of the domain masters. Everyone naturally knew about the incident with the Xiao family 3 years ago. The domain masters came to greet her. How is eldest brother? Fan Luoyu asked her other brothers and sisters, but they shook their heads, indicating that they did not know anything. Father summoned everyone. Did something big really happen? Fan Luoyu did not have a good impression of her fifth brother, nor did she have a good impression of her eldest brother. However, Fan Luoyu had basically handled all the transactions in the past 3 years, so their relationship had improved a lot. Looks like we'll find out later. His Majesty is here. The imperial palace quietened down. The majesty of the emperor made everyone afraid to speak, as it was very disrespectful. But when the person came in, everyone was dumbfounded. How can it be him? The fifth prince? What's going on? Seeing the fifth prince Fan Qinglong, who was surrounded by people, everyone doubted their eyes. Wasn't it the first prince and his majesty? How could it be the fifth prince? Everyone's expression changed. The situation was completely different. Something big was going to happen. Everyone, are you very surprised? Fan Qinglong smiled at everyone. He saw the shock, surprise, and other emotions. Fifth prince. One of the region lords had just spoken when a strand of fierce light assaulted him. Call me His Majesty. I don't mind killing you next time. The old man beside Fan Qinglong made his move. Pseudo-Great Emperor Expert. As soon as the old man made his move, the others immediately realized how powerful he was and were secretly shocked. These region lords really didn't have the habit of calling him Your Majesty. They were all hegemons of their own territories, so why would they care about a little prince? On the other hand, a few of the region masters had smiles on their faces. From today onwards, this emperor shall be the sole ruler of the empire. If there are any of you who are dissatisfied, you can speak up now. Fan Qinglong swept his gaze over the 30 or so domain lords. Among these region masters, Fan Qinglong wanted to rope in a group and suppress a group. Now it was time to see who dared to stick their necks out. Fifth Prince, it's not impossible for you to become the great emperor, but you have to give us a convincing reason. Also, we want to see the great emperor. The Tianyan region ruler was the first to step forward. The Tianyan region lord had always been loyal to His Majesty. No matter who the future emperor was, the Tianyan region lord had to listen to the great emperor's words before he would agree. For the time being, he wouldn't believe the fifth prince's words. A cold light flashed in Fan Qinglong's eyes. Tianyan region lord. Father has already gone into seclusion. Now everything outside is up to me. Are you dissatisfied with my words? Wow! In the void around Fan Qinglong, more than 10 black shadows flew out. Once these black shadows appeared, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. In an instant they entered Fan Qinglong's body. Immediately the aura on his body rose steadily. 8th job transition. 9th job transition. Pseudo-Great Emperor realm. Fan Qinglong instantly obtained the combat power of a pseudo-Great Emperor. He moved through the air and came in front of the Tianyan region lord. He formed a seal with both hands and blasted it at the Tianyan region lord. As a veteran expert, the Tianyan region lord wasn't far from becoming a pseudo-Great Emperor. He was fearless and met the attack with a punch. Fifth Prince, I don't believe your words. Unless the Great Emperor acknowledges it, no one will acknowledge your identity. The Tianyan region lord realized that his punch had missed. Once the seal came into contact with it, it disappeared. Fan Qinglong appeared above the Tianyan region lord and slammed his palm down. The Tianyan region lord hurriedly received it. There was a loud rumble, and he was slammed into the ground. This is what happens to those who disobey me. Fan Qinglong stood with his hands behind his back. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. The region lords were shocked. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The fifth prince had used a secret technique to advance to the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. He had defeated a veteran expert like the Tianyan region lord with one palm. How could they not be shocked? There were secret techniques that could instantly increase one's combat power. However, not many people could do it as easily as the fifth prince. Although the difference between the pseudo-Great Emperor realm and the 9th job transition realm wasn't great, this gap was a line that couldn't be crossed in a short time. The Tianyan region lord was strong, but he still couldn't defeat the fifth prince, who had advanced to the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. The Tianyan region lord wasn't killed, but he was severely injured. Immediately, Someone came forward and used a special tool to detain the Tianyin region lord. Everyone present obviously knew that the first prince was in trouble. Something must have happened to him. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! After a while someone shouted. The fifth prince had displayed the pseudo-great emperor realm. In addition, there was a pseudo-great emperor expert beside him. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The other region lords were not convinced, but they knew to lower their heads. The Tianyin region lord was the best proof. This time the empire was really going to change. His Majesty! The crowd said. Ha 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 ha. Fan Qinglong laughed. The Tianyin region lord colluded with outsiders and plotted to kill the first prince. The evidence is conclusive. He shall be executed. The expeditionary guard shall head to the Tianyin region immediately and take control of the Tianyin region. Anyone who disobeys shall be killed without mercy. With this short sentence, everyone knew that the Tianyin region lord was finished. Fan Luoyu looked at everything quietly. Fan Qinglong, if this is what you call a good thing, I won't keep you company. Fan Luoyu turned and prepared to leave. The change had come too suddenly. The news from the outside world was all fake. If she didn't leave now, Fan Luoyu was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance to leave. Ninth sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It wasn't easy for you to come back. Stay in the palace for a while longer. Fan Qinglong said kindly. Immediately someone came forward. Princess, don't make things difficult for us. Fan Luoyu frowned slightly. Fifth brother, aren't you afraid that father will be angry? Chapter 26-27. The world had changed. Just as everyone was waiting for the emperor to make a move, a shocking piece of news spread. The fifth prince had taken the throne. Not the first prince, not anyone else, but the fifth prince had taken the throne. All the region masters agreed with the emperor's decision and supported the fifth prince as the new emperor. It could be said that everyone's eyes were blinded. Apart from that, there was another piece of news about the fifth prince. The fifth prince had ascended to the quasi-emperor level. Regardless of whether everyone had digested this news, after the fifth prince took the throne, a large-scale suppression began. The reign of terror lasted for a whole month. In this month, many forces were suppressed. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong used his absolute power to cruelly settle the forces that did not recognize his position. Blood flowed like a river everywhere and everyone gasped. In a short month, the fifth prince used cruel suppression to solve the internal problems. The forces and people who were not convinced were all cleared. Young Master Xiao, I think you will like this gift. In the palace, Fan Qinglong met a distinguished guest that he had not seen in a long time. Yes, it was a distinguished guest. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran came again. The last time he came was 3 years ago. When he came again, the empire had changed greatly, and Fan Qinglong had become the new emperor, controlling everything in the empire. Thank you, Your Majesty. I believe our relationship will be even closer. This gift was Fan Luoyu. That day, Fan Qinglong arranged for people to put the ninth princess under house arrest, contacted the Xiao clan, and restarted the previous marriage. Fan Qinglong still had to curry favor with the 8 great ancient clans. Fan Qinglong was waiting for Xiao Ran to say this. Although he did not know why the Xiao clan valued the ninth sister, it had nothing to do with him. As long as she was sent, the Xiao clan would have to owe him a favor. Young Master Xiao, the ninth sister is in the side palace. You haven't seen her for some time, so I won't disturb your reunion. Fan Qinglong said a few words and swaggered away. Xiao Ran squinted. The fifth prince is much more troublesome than the first prince. In the side palace, Fan Luoyu was sullen. I wonder when Lin Fei will come. If she had known that she would be placed under house arrest, Fan Luoyu would definitely not have returned. She would never have thought that her fifth brother would launch a coup and kill her eldest brother to take the throne. His strength had skyrocketed in a single bound, and he had ascended to the great emperor realm. Even the Tianyin region lord had been defeated. Ninth princess, long time no see. Just as Fan Luoyu was letting her imagination run wild, someone had appeared at the door. Why are you here? Fan Luoyu saw the person she least wanted to see, Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled complacently. Why can't I be here? You should know that I came here for you. Fan Luoyu was not stupid. She immediately guessed that it was Fan Qinglong who had contacted the Xiao family, wanting to curry favor with the Xiao family and secure his current position. I am Lin Fei's man, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Xiao Ran's eyes were ferocious. No wonder you're the 9th princess. You're so good at scaring people. If you were Lin Fei's woman, you wouldn't be a virgin now. Young master, I can see that. Fan Luoyu's expression was a little unnatural. This was perhaps the most helpless thing for Fan Luoyu in the past 3 years. That bastard had been playing the game of disappearing. This made Fan Luoyu love and hate him at the same time. Could it be that she was really incomparable to Qinlan? I am also a princess, all right? Xiao Ran had been observing Fan Luoyu. From the moment he entered, he was relieved. Fan Luoyu was actually still a virgin. He could not believe that this was true. No one knew better than him the difference between a virgin and an unvirgin. Although he did not know why Lin Fei did not take away Fan Luoyu's virginity, Xiao Ran was not interested in finding out. All that was left now was to bring Fan Luoyu back to the Xiao family. I don't know what you're talking about. Fan Luoyu became determined. If you want to touch me, you better be prepared to be killed by Big Brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei's name was the last thing Xiao Ran wanted to hear. I never thought that a princess like you would fall in love with someone with an unknown background. Xiao Ran shook his head and snorted. Don't even think about using Lin Fei to threaten me. Last time I was careless. Based on what you said, I have decided to give the 9th princess a generous gift. For example, killing Lin Fei on the spot. You dare. Fan Luoyu's face was frosty. 9th princess, just you wait. Xiao Ran turned to leave. Fan Luoyu chased after him but was blocked by the gate's formation. No, I have to inform Big Brother Lin Fei. Xiao Ran must have brought people here to set up an ambush. Fan Luoyu's mood quickly sank. There was a formation set up here and it was a super strong one. Fan Luoyu was unable to send the message for a while. Xiao Ran left the side hall. He immediately contacted Fan Qinglong. No one wanted to deal with Lin Fei more than him. He had never forgotten what he had said back then. As such, he had never dared to enter the imperial capital of the expeditionary empire, afraid that the lad would kill him without hesitation. Xiao Ran had been waiting for 3 years. He had originally thought of Fan Luoyu as the second batch of reserves. Unexpectedly, God had given him a big surprise. Fan Luoyu was still a virgin. Deal with Lin Fei? Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed. Actually, he had wanted to deal with Lin Fei, the enemy who had always made him suffer. Now that young Master Xiao had mentioned it, it was perfect. Young Master Xiao, Lin Fei has a strong background. He has been hiding in the Capital Institute. There are great emperors there. Even I can't deal with him. Fan Qinglong said helplessly. The Capital Institute had always been on the fringes of the royal family. Fan Qinglong had been eyeing it for a long time. Xiao Ran's eyes shifted. That's easy. As long as your majesty gives the order, someone will be willing to deal with the Capital Institute. The empire is in your majesty's hands, let alone a Capital Institute. The Xiao family is willing to help. The existence of the Capital Institute made Fan Qinglong very uncomfortable. If there was a chance to deal with them now, it would be great. Thank you for your support, young Master Xiao. Fan Qinglong smiled. Then let's discuss how to take down this Capital Institute and capture Lin Fei. After all, he is our common enemy. Perhaps we can get some important secrets. Xiao Ran didn't mind providing some help. A few days later, the newly appointed emperor Fan Qinglong went to the Capital Institute for an inspection. This time Fan Qinglong didn't go alone but with troops. At the same time, a piece of news spread. Chapter 26-28. The Capital Institute. When Qiao Qingshan heard that the new emperor was coming for an inspection, he cursed loudly. Who does he think he is? He's just interested in the Capital Institute. Sitting in the position of headmaster, Qiao Qingshan could see more clearly than anyone else that there was definitely something fishy about the 5th prince's ascension. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the emperor's absence to act recklessly. Once the emperor returned, he could guarantee that the 5th prince would not have a good ending. Fan Luoyu is in the hands of the 5th prince and wants to marry into the Xiao family. I have to talk to Lin Fei about this. In the past 3 years, Qiao Qingshan had received many benefits from Lin Fei. Others might not know about the relationship between the ninth princess and Lin Fei, but he was very clear about it. Qiao Qingshan admired Lin Fei. The ninth princess of the empire had fallen in love with him and conquered the saintess of the demon god empire, Qin Lan. What a beauty! After hearing the news, he immediately realized that something had happened to the ninth princess. Luckily, I left a communication tool behind. Otherwise, something would have happened. Ancient wilderness world, Lianyun continent. Lin Fei had not been to Emperor Peak for a long time. Things here had become the focus, and Lin Fei had no choice but to oversee things personally. Luckily, everything was going according to plan. Many tribes had developed ambitions, and once they were ambitious, there was no way it would not be chaotic. Something has happened to Fan Luoyu. Lin Fei saw the message from Qiao Qingshan and was slightly stunned. How could something have happened to Fan Luoyu in the empire? This is strange. Even though he did not pay much attention to the empire's actions, Lin Fei knew that the eldest prince was in control of the overall situation and had suppressed the fifth prince. In the future, he could still be a stable lord. Little devil, give me the latest news about the empire expedition. Lin Fei had not paid attention to the news from the empire for some time. After the system extracted, a large piece of information popped up. It was very detailed and anyone who saw it would be speechless. It was even more detailed than the news from the major forces. The fifth prince has actually launched a rebellion in the palace. He's really bold. Isn't he afraid that the great emperor will kill him? When he saw the latest news, Lin Fei really doubted his eyes. The first prince is too useless. He was actually killed by Fan Qinglong. What a scam. He caused Fan Luoyu to be placed under house arrest in the imperial palace. And Xiao Ran, who would have thought that he would dare to come again after we let him go last time. He even wants a marriage alliance. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. In the past 3 years, Lin Fei hadn't made any moves, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. The marriage in half a month. Isn't it because you want to get out because of me? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He could see the problem with a single glance. It would be strange if they were not targeting him, regardless of whether it was Fan Qinglong or Xiao Ran. They all wanted to kill him. Since you guys are together, let's have some fun. Fan Qinglong had arrived at Imperial College. It was a huge scene. Everyone knew that this new emperor had ulterior motives. The influence of the current Imperial College was no less than that of the empire. It was even vaguely becoming a place of its own, and the Imperial College was vaguely going to break away from it. When this new emperor arrived, Qiao Qingshan still came out to welcome him. After all, the emperor had established the Imperial College. No matter how many years had passed, they still had a connection. Qiao Qingshan didn't address the fifth prince as Your Majesty. Instead, he addressed him as Your Highness. Welcome, Your Highness, to the Imperial College for an inspection. Fan Qinglong didn't like this form of address. Stubborn old man. Fan Qinglong cursed in his heart, but he said, The Imperial College is getting better and better. You guys have brought great honor to the empire. Everyone knows about the Imperial College's prestige now. Many people have come because of its reputation. You've worked hard, Principal Qiao. Even though he wanted to swallow the entire Imperial College, Fan Qinglong held back. He wanted to take things one step at a time. Qiao Qingshan responded unhurriedly, neither servile nor overbearing. Even if the fifth prince became the emperor in his eyes, he was still the fifth prince. Principal Qiao, I heard that the Chamber of Commerce in the Imperial College is doing very well. I'd like to see it. Fan Qinglong already had a plan. If he wanted to start, he would start there. In the past 3 years, the Imperial College and the Avengers Chamber of Commerce had developed a close relationship. This was the only place where he could make a breakthrough. He would swallow the Imperial College bit by bit until he had complete control of it. Sure. Qiao Qingshan didn't refuse. He couldn't refuse. He was secretly on his guard. The Avengers Chamber of Commerce was now an independent existence in the Imperial College. It was always open to the public. Every day, warriors would come to the Chamber of Commerce to buy some popular technological treasures. There were also some who came to exchange for energy cards. Ever since the spread of energy cards, everyone had taken a liking to them. At the same time, it had gradually become a kind of currency and everyone loved it. By exchanging for energy cards, the Avengers Chamber of Commerce could obtain large amounts of energy units every day. Like a gold-swallowing beast, it made people jealous. Fan Qinglong once again came to the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. His emotions were very complicated, and his expression slowly darkened. This place will soon be mine. Fan Qinglong toured the Avengers Chamber of Commerce under Qiao Qingshan's guidance. The cheap technological treasures were very tempting. Fan Qinglong said very little on the way. Just as the tour was about to end, Fan Qinglong suddenly said, "I heard that Lin Fei is a genius of the Imperial College. Why not come out and meet him?" Hearing this, Qiao Qingshan knew that the fifth prince was about to make a move. He knew very well about the feud between the two. Even if 300 years passed, the fifth prince would still not forget, let alone 3 years. "Your Highness, Lin Fei has returned to headquarters. He hasn't been around recently." Qiao Qingshan deliberately mentioned the headquarters so that the fifth prince would back off. "You may be the emperor now, but you're still far from having the influence of a great emperor." These words were very tactful, but in Fan Qinglong's ears, they were exceptionally harsh. "What's wrong with me? Even you are speaking up for Lin Fei." Fan Qinglong frowned and said, "That's a pity. I wanted to meet Lin Fei to find out more about the situation." Qiao Qingshan knew that the fifth prince would not be so kind as to come and check on the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. "Your Highness, if there's something you want to find out from Lin Fei, you can tell me. Maybe I know." Qiao Qingshan said, "There's actually no need to inform Lin Fei about such a small matter." Chapter 26-29. Fan Qinglong was not surprised that Lin Fei was not there. That kid was quite cunning. It would be strange if he was there. That day, Fan Qinglong put a big hat on the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. This made Qiao Qingshan very angry, and he could not make Fan Qinglong change his mind. Therefore, the entire Avengers Chamber of Commerce was heavily guarded. It was the same for the venue outside. "He's just messing around, using this as a pretext to make a fuss." Qiao Qingshan cursed in his room. This time Fan Qinglong did not give them any face. He sealed the Chamber of Commerce on the spot and arranged for people to guard it. The people from the Chamber of Commerce did not stop him. This made Qiao Qingshan even more angry. "Lin Fei, that fool, what is he thinking? The items from that Chamber of Commerce are priceless. How many experts can they create? If Fan Qinglong gets his hands on it, it will be like adding wings to a tiger." Thinking of this, he was instantly furious. However, there was nothing he could do. The entire empire was on the fifth prince's side, and no one dared to oppose him. Right now, the entire empire was under bloody suppression. Everyone was smart. A few of the 30-odd area lords had already been dealt with. It was unknown how many people had been agitated. Now, all the major factions in the empire were on the fifth prince's side. If there was also the marriage in half a month, no one in the empire would be able to shake Fan Qinglong's position, unless the great emperor returned. Qiao Qingshan was also anxious. 2 days later, another piece of news came from the palace. The Avengers Chamber of Commerce was labeled as an illegal chamber of commerce, attempting to destroy the empire's peace, colluding with foreign races, and so on. From now on, the Avengers Chamber of Commerce was listed as an illegal organization in the empire. Anyone who provided the whereabouts of members of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce would be rewarded by the empire. Lin Fei was also listed as a wanted criminal. Reward. The entire empire was in an uproar. In the past 3 years, everyone had fallen in love with the items from the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. With these items, one could make up for their lack of talent with equipment. A future was no longer a dream. Now that the empire had sealed the Avengers Chamber of Commerce, many people were unhappy and protested. In the end, they were suppressed mercilessly by the royal family. Blood flowed like rivers and countless people died sullenly. All the protests died down at once. Only then did everyone notice that those major powers were silent. If they took the initiative to jump out, wouldn't that be equivalent to courting death? The Avengers Chamber of Commerce was gone, but another Chamber of Commerce soon appeared. Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall, which had previously been ostracized, finally made a comeback. According to the information released by the royal family and Tianji Hall would be working closely together to provide a large number of technological treasures for everyone to use. Once again, everyone understood that Tianji Hall had interfered with the empire's affairs. At the very least, they had contributed. Now it was finally time to share the fruits of their labor. No matter how uncomfortable they were in their hearts, they had no choice but to bear with it and buy them. This was especially true for power cards, which were considered consumables. They had no choice but to buy them. Tianji Hall became popular again. Young Master Xiao, this is a good move. You killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did you seal the Chamber of Commerce, but you also obtained the Chamber of Commerce's treasure. Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden. Fan Qinglong was drinking with 2 people. One of them was Xiao Ran, the young master of the Xiao family. He was beaming with success. The other was a middle-aged man from Tianji Hall. He was the person in charge selected by the higher-ups of Tianji Hall. His name was Bai Zhengfeng, and he was in charge of the Chamber of Commerce's expeditionary expedition to the Empire. Xiao Ran raised his glass. It's a pity that Lin Fei is not here. The people of the Chamber of Commerce are all well-behaved and do not resist. There's no good show to watch. I have to say that the Avengers Chamber of Commerce's products are really good. I really don't know what they produce. Every one of them is exactly the same. Bai Zhengfeng also raised his glass and sighed. Fan Qinglong used his elder brother's crime to forcefully push the blame onto the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. He directly took over the Chamber of Commerce and obtained a large number of treasures. He was in a good mood, although he still felt a little regretful. Cheers, everyone. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The 3 of them drained their glasses. This was a rare good thing for them. The treasures were divided among the 3 of them. Young Master Xiao, regarding the Emperor Peak, I'll have to trouble you. Fan Qinglong put down his glass. His eyes were filled with crazy greed. Looking. The harvest of a branch was enough to make them crazy. Fan Qinglong coveted the Monarch's peak, which had always been mysterious. He could not wait to occupy it. Unfortunately, the formations were too difficult to crack. My family is already on their way here. Among them is an array grandmaster. They can easily crack it. It's said that there is an ancient wind beast on the Emperor Peak. That's a good thing. Xiao Ran squinted. The ancient wind beast is known for its speed. As long as we set it up properly, it will be a piece of cake. Bai Zhengfeng laughed. The Capital Institute suddenly became quiet after the attack of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. He's here again? When he heard that Fan Qinglong was here again, Qiao Qingshan's face darkened. He's so bold. Even if a great emperor is here, he would not dare to be presumptuous. How dare he barge into the cultivation ground? Qiao Qingshan immediately ran out. Outside the Emperor Peak of the cultivation ground, Fan Qinglong arrived with his men. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? The Emperor Peak is a cultivation ground. You have no right to destroy it. Qiao Qingshan said impolitely. Fan Qinglong had been spying on the Emperor Peak for a long time. He believed that there were many secrets on it. Principal Qiao, Lin Fei is a fugitive of the Empire. I didn't know before, but now I know. I can't ignore it. Perhaps the Emperor Peak is one of their lair. Fan Qinglong didn't give any face. Principal Qiao, if you want to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. The 2 middle-aged men beside Fan Qinglong flashed with cold light. An overwhelming pressure crushed towards Qiao Qingshan. Qiao Qingshan was forced to take a few steps back by the powerful qi field. 2 pseudo-great emperor experts. Qiao Qingshan took a cold breath. No, these are Tianji Hall's top-notch puppet warriors. Bai Zhengfeng also came and laughed. Principal Qiao is knowledgeable. These are our Tianji Hall's top-notch puppet warriors. If you want to experience their power, it's not impossible. However, once they make a move, there must be blood. I don't think it's a good thing. Qiao Qingshan was furious. He looked at Fan Qinglong. Your Highness, this is the Capital Institute. Aren't you afraid of offending the old principal? Chapter 2630. That was a threat. Fan Qinglong was threatening Qiao Qingshan. If Qiao Qingshan knew what was good for him and stood still, he would be fine. If Qiao Qingshan tried to stop him, he would have to experience the power of Tianji Hall's top-notch puppets. As for the OL president, Fan Qinglong had come prepared this time. Fan Qinglong was rather displeased that the Capital Institute was in the hands of the OL president. How could an outsider manage an institute established by the royal family? No, that would never happen. Although he was here for the imperial peak, it was inevitable that he wanted to test the OL president. He didn't mind fighting if he wanted to. It would be best if the OL president chose to remain silent. Fan Qinglong was actually a little wary of the OL president. A few years ago, Fan Qinglong had heard about the OL president's thunderous attacks. He didn't want to fall out with him for the time being. Qiao Qingshan was helpless. His strength was limited. The two top-notch puppets of Tianji Hall weren't easy to deal with. Tianji Hall had invested a lot in this. Even 2 or 3 emperor-to-be experts wouldn't be able to defeat the puppets of Tianji Hall. OL president, they're testing you. Qiao Qingshan wasn't stupid. After thinking about it, he realized Fan Qinglong's motive. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The royal family had always been dissatisfied with the management of the Capital Institute under the OL president. It wasn't surprising that something like this happened. I'll have to trouble young Master Xiao with this array formation. Seeing that Qiao Qingshan wasn't saying anything, Fan Qinglong was relieved and said to Xiao Ran, who was beside him, "It's just a small matter. Don't mention it." Xiao Ran smiled and gestured to an old man beside him. "Lin Fu, I'll leave this array formation to you. Don't embarrass yourself." Lin Fu was a professional array formation grandmaster of the Xiao family. Very few outsiders knew his name. "It's just a mediocre array formation." Lin Fu was very proud. "I don't need any tricks to deal with this array formation. I just need to use my little treasure." He took out a black gourd and patted it lightly. With a swishing sound, a long black river appeared. "This looks like an array bug," Fan Qinglong exclaimed in shock. If not for the fact that he had seen it in a certain ancient book and had a deep impression of it, he would not have believed it to be true. Hasn't this thing been lost for a long time? How can it still exist? Bai Zhengfeng was also shocked. There were many good things in Tianji Hall, but he had never seen this kind of array bug before. It was rumored that this thing was the most terrifying. They wouldn't eat anything else, only things that contained the aura of an array formation. Even a top-grade array formation wouldn't be able to withstand their bite. Xiao Ran smiled proudly. "The 2 of you have good eyesight. These are indeed array bugs. We found them in an ancient tomb and were lucky enough to successfully cultivate them. No matter how powerful the formation on Emperor Peak is, it will be completely devoured by the array bugs." The black formation bug turned black and charged into the misty Monarch Peak. That terrifying formation that could easily stop a person was actually not affected by the large swarm of insects, allowing them to rush in. A moment later, cracking sounds could be heard. "The first formation has been destroyed." Lin Fu smiled. Sure enough, when everyone looked again, the scenery inside Emperor Peak was much clearer. This meant that the formation had been damaged and lost its effect. In a courtyard on Emperor Peak. "Lin, aren't you going to stop them?" There was more than 1 person in the courtyard but 2. One of them was Lin Fei. He was leisurely brewing tea, as if what was happening outside was of no importance. As for the other person, no one would have guessed it. It was the old president of the Capital Institute. He was calmly drinking tea, as if he didn't care about what was happening outside. Why was the old president here? That was simple. Lin Fei had found him in the depths of the void, a place that no one else could find. Lin Fei had easily entered the old president's secret cultivation ground. At that time, the old president had been so agitated that there was only one thought left in his mind. How did he find this place? What the hell? Why should I stop him? Lin Fei said with a smile, taking the initiative to pour another cup for the old dean. I really didn't expect that the Xiao clan would really invest so much to find this kind of array addictive bug. The world is really full of wonders. The old president nodded. The world is very big. And there are many things that you can't imagine. As one of the 8 great families, the Xiao family must have some good things on hand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any foundation. After hearing the news, Lin Fei had quietly come to the Capital Institute. He had also suppressed the matter with the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. I'll let you guys be happy for now. When the time comes, I'll make you cry. I quite like these little things. Lin Fei chuckled. The old president narrowed his eyes. There's a way. Don't be fooled by their inconspicuous appearance. When they gather together, they're ferocious. There's nothing that can trap them. Only the Xiao family has the foundation to use priceless materials to refine a gourd treasure that has its own space inside. Ordinary people really can't afford to use it. Heh, it's just a gourd. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't have anything on hand to store it, but he had the system. After Lin Fu took out the gourd, the system sped up to make it, and it would be ready soon. They still need to be lectured. Don't be fooled by Lin Fu's absence. Those bugs are his eyes and can see everything. The old president was quite interested. Lin Fei laughed. Then I'll show you. Don't be scared. The old president knew how powerful those bugs were. He had heard rumors when he was young that they could only be encountered by chance. With this thing, breaking the formation would only take a moment. Like now. Almost 2/3 of the Emperor Peak's formation was no longer functional after being destroyed by the insects. The old president was really interested to know how Lin Fei would deal with them. My treasure, go and take care of those bugs. Under the old president's gaze, Lin Fei took out a treasure. It also looked like a gourd, but it was black. Lin Fei's was white. With a command, the white gourd rushed into the formation with a swoosh. This treasure looks a little familiar. The old president muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He slapped his hand. No way, I've seen a living ghost. This wasn't the first time he said something about seeing a living ghost. You brat, don't tell me. Lin Fei smiled but didn't say anything. This made the old president really want to give him a beating. Was it so interesting to hide? Also, how many secrets did you hide? If he didn't say, the old president could only watch. The white gourd entered the formation and pounced towards those array bugs. It landed above them. One of the array bugs that was chewing on them raised its head, surprise and doubt flashing in its eyes. What's with this thing? Lin Fu's consciousness moved. Swoosh. Chapter 26:31. Pooh. 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 While everyone was waiting for the Xiao clan's formation grandmaster to show his might, Lin Fu opened his mouth as if he had seen something unbelievable. Then he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Goddamn thing. My array addictive bug. Lin Fu screamed and fell to the ground. His face was abnormally pale as if he was heavily injured. This scene happened too suddenly. Before anyone could react, something had happened to the Xiao clan's formation grandmaster. It seemed like his injuries were not light. Lin Fu, what are you doing? Xiao Ran was unhappy. I told you to come all the way here. You came all the way here not to put on a show. Everyone was watching whether or not the formation would be broken. Lin Fu said weakly and guiltily. Young Master Xiao, sorry to disappoint you. Those array addictive bugs have been subdued by someone, and the connection has been cut off. There should be an expert on Emperor Peak. Subdued by someone? Xiao Ran wanted to scold someone. That was the Xiao clan's treasure, and you actually lost it. How am I going to explain this when I return? How could it have been subdued? Didn't you use a secret technique to nurture it? Xiao Ran did not know how to tame beasts, but he had some understanding, especially the clan's array addictive bugs. They had always been nurtured using ancient techniques. Even if they fell into the hands of outsiders, they would not be able to control them. What was the current situation? Xiao Ran even understood that there was an expert on Emperor Peak. Could it be that Lin Fei is up to no good? Xiao Ran's killing intent surged. He had not even seen Lin Fei, and he had already lost a treasure. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng both saw the problem but did not take the initiative to ask. They pretended not to know, looking at their noses with sullen expressions. Not far away, Xiao Qingshan revealed a joyful expression. Good lad. I told you. You showed your might to the Xiao clan's young master the moment you arrived. Something must have happened to those array addictive bugs. The experienced Xiao Qingshan saw through the clues and was secretly happy. Lin Fei, you're really good. Xiao Ran asked around and confirmed that the array addictive bugs had been subdued and lost contact with them. He was furious. This was a huge loss. Young master, even though I've lost the array addict bug, And I've suffered a bit of backlash. It shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with the remaining formations. We can just use brute force. Lin Fu's hatred was not small, and he had wanted to show off. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a setback right from the start. Then let's break the formation with brute force. Xiao Ran could only take this step. Brother Bai, there's been an accident. Xiao Ran begged Bai Zhengfeng for help. I was hoping that Brother Bai could borrow the treasures in Tianji Hall. Young Master Xiao, feel free to use it. Bai Zhengfeng was very polite. Is there someone up there? Fan Qinglong asked casually. Xiao Ran's expression changed. My goodness, this is a good thing, but you took it just like that. That formation Great Grandmaster Xiao Ran must be so angry that he's bleeding. The old dean looked at the white gourd before him and could not help but exclaim. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Everyone gets a share, half each. Lin Fei didn't wait for the old dean to say anything. He let the system take half of it and gave the other half to the old dean along with the control technique. Lin Fu's control technique was weak in front of the little devil, and it was broken in 2 or 3 moves. You're not that kind. After accepting your gift, I'm afraid you'll have to put in some effort next. The old dean looked at Lin Fei with a faint smile. Lin Fei said honestly, the old dean is indeed the old dean. You have sharp eyes, nothing can be hidden from you. Those people will definitely come up later. I just want you to scare them. What about you? The old dean wasn't angry. If they want to play, I'll play with them. It'll be boring if they appear too early. Why don't we wipe them out in one go? That'll be exciting enough. Lin Fei said. The old dean didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your gift is really hard to accept, but who asked me to like this thing? With OL president taking the field, all of them will have to kneel. Lin Fei flattered him a little. Brat, you're really good at talking nonsense. The old dean scolded jokingly. Left 135 steps. Straight ahead, 217 steps. Lin Fu was injured by the backlash, but it didn't mean that he was powerless. Under the command of the array formation grandmaster, the array formations on the Emperor Peak were broken one after another. The array formations on the Emperor Peak are just so. Lin Fu's mood finally improved. Qiao Qingshan sneered. Humph, if Lin Fei activates the array formations, you'll be the first to be banished. Those guys in Tianji Hall are the best proof. To be honest, Qiao Qingshan was a little puzzled. Was there really no one on the Emperor Peak? What was going on just now? Xiao Ran had seen the array formations on the Emperor Peak before, so he was more cautious. As the array formations were broken one after another, he was extremely close to the Emperor Peak and he felt relieved. Did I guess wrong? Is there really no one on the Emperor Peak? Xiao Ran was puzzled. That's impossible. All the family treasures have been taken away, and we've lost contact. Lin Fei must be on the Emperor Peak. Fan Qinglong had complicated emotions. He had suffered a lot here, and a figure kept appearing in his mind. Lin Fei, let's see what you can do this time. Fan Qinglong thought to himself. Right, everyone be careful. I remember that there was a wind divine ancient beast in the array the last time we came. It might still be there. At the mention of the wind divine ancient beast, the 3 of them were envious. No matter who it was, they had a high status. It was impossible for them to have an ancient beast as their bodyguard. That was too extravagant. Only a few people in the entire ancient wasteland world were qualified. However, Lin Fei had the protection of an ancient beast, which made them unhappy. Why did he have it? It's even better that it's here. Bai Zhengfeng laughed. This time I brought a treasure that can restrain speed. Once the wind divine ancient beast appears, I guarantee that it won't be able to fly. Fan Qinglong said enviously. Your Tianji Hall has a strong foundation. You have all kinds of treasures. You're so lucky. A trace of pride flashed across Bai Zhengfeng's eyes. Of course. Who can compare to our Tianji Hall's treasures? They rely on our Tianji Hall. The Avengers are nothing. They're just lucky. Who knows if they've discovered a technological relic of a foreign race? Think. As if realizing that he had said something wrong, he immediately shut up. The wind divine ancient beast did not appear from the beginning to the end, which greatly agitated them. The last array break. Lin Fu shouted. With the help of the two Tianji Hall puppets, he successfully broke the last array and entered the Emperor Peak. Ha ha ha, that's great. We're finally here. Search the entire Emperor Peak. Kill anyone who resists. Chapter 2632. They were finally at the Emperor Peak. The three of them were very excited. Naturally, Fan Qinglong didn't need to be mentioned. He had come here time and time again, and each time he had suffered. The last time he had been exiled to an uninhabited star region. Bai Zhengfeng had never been to Monarch Peak before, but he had heard of Lin Fei, who had expelled the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Bai Zhengfeng even suspected that Lin Fei was responsible for the Heavenly Secret City being razed to the ground. Xiao Ran's explanation was simple. If not for Lin Fei's appearance, he wouldn't have come to the Empire several times. It was all Lin Fei's fault. Your Majesty, someone is drinking tea over there. Soon someone came to report. Ha ha ha, that person must be Lin Fei. He's really daring. He actually dares to sit and drink tea. Fan Qinglong laughed. He's about to die, but he still dares to play tricks. Xiao Ran wanted to see Lin Fei even more. Back then, he had been forced to leave the empire. After all, the deterrence of Lin Fei's words was still very strong. With the strength of a quasi-great emperor, in a situation where there were no helpers, whoever came would die. This wait went on for 3 years. Xiao Ran wanted Lin Fei to die in front of him more than anyone else. He won't be able to escape today. Xiao Ran sneered. Qiao Qingshan became worried at the back. What's that kid doing? Fan Qinglong, Xiao Ran, and Bai Zhengfeng from Tianji Hall. Even if he's a quasi-great emperor, he won't be able to handle them. Old Dean, you have to come out and help. To be honest, Qiao Qingshan didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei. Compared to any other sky prides, Qiao Qingshan preferred Lin Fei. He was an honest person who never went back on his words. He didn't put on airs or put on airs. This was rare among the sky prides. Lin Fei, you're about to die today. I don't know what else you have to say. Do you want me to say a few words for you? Fan Qinglong moved the fastest. Once he saw the figure, he began to mock him. Impudent. As soon as Fan Qinglong finished speaking, he was greeted with a cold snort. Everyone instantly felt as if they had fallen into a cold cellar, as if they had encountered a terrifying demon king. Go! Without another word, Bai Zhengfeng ordered the two quasi-emperor puppets to charge forward. Scram! There was still a faint voice coming from inside. A huge force struck, and the puppet warrior that could easily kill a 9th-stage professional expert was blasted away, smashing heavily into a mountain in the distance. Ah, my puppet warriors! Bai Zhengfeng was about to go crazy. Those were two pseudo-great emperor puppet warriors. How could they be sent flying? Lin Fei's strength was too terrifying. Brother Bai, let me help you. Xiao Ran did not fall behind. Although he was surprised that Lin Fei's aura had grown much stronger, he was still confident that he could deal with him. Suppress. This time, not only did Xiao Ran invite experts, but he also brought along treasures refined by the family's experts. A Monarch talisman filled with sacred aura appeared in Xiao Ran's hand. It was completely golden and radiated brilliance, as if a peerless expert had arrived. Xiao Ran activated this Monarch talisman according to the family's secret method. This was not a one-time use item. It could be used a total of 5 times. Every time it was used, its might would be weakened. It was still very ferocious when used to suppress and kill an opponent. It was also because Xiao Ran's matter was very important that the family had obtained this Monarch talisman as a treasure. If it was an ordinary person, Xiao Ran would definitely not be willing to take it out. However, under such circumstances, Lin Fei still dared to resist. In his arrogance, coupled with the hatred he had for Lin Fei, he directly took out the Monarch talisman and killed Lin Fei. This time Xiao Ran had put in a lot of effort. If he did not kill Lin Fei, he swore not to rest. The moment the Emperor talisman was activated, it shot out an intense golden light. An illusory figure could be vaguely seen within the golden light. It gently sent out a palm strike, and a strong gust of wind blew away the clouds, looking very horrifying. This was the real attack of a great emperor. Xiao Ran did not think that Lin Fei could survive. This time he could finally kill Lin Fei. From now on, that little bitch would forever belong to him. Ha ha. At this moment, Xiao Ran laughed heartily. No one could stop the killing move of the Monarch talisman. There was only one person at the scene who was surprisingly relaxed. That person was Qiao Qingshan. This is the voice of the old dean. Qiao Qingshan would never have thought that the person in the pavilion was not Lin Fei, but the old dean. At this moment he was relieved. You are out of luck. How dare you attack a great emperor expert? This was a kind of provocation to a great emperor expert. Haha, you even used the Monarch talisman. The Xiao clan is really capable. The voice came from the pavilion again. Everyone only felt their vision blur. A bright light exploded. They could vaguely see that person casually slashing out with his palm like a knife. These people were all lying on the ground. Xiao Ran, Fan Qinglong, and Bai Zhengfeng were all in the same state. It's impossible. Xiao Ran was the first to get up. He couldn't believe this result. After a light cough, he vomited blood. His face instantly turned pale. He didn't expect that he would be injured in the end. That was the Monarch talisman. A great emperor expert condensed a trace of will in it. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng were both seriously injured. They were shocked. Who hadn't heard of the Monarch talisman? It couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Was this a joke? Old Dean, you're here. Qiao Qingshan ran up like a wisp of smoke, his voice echoing in their ears. Old Dean? The three of them looked at each other and looked at the pavilion. But when they saw it, they almost vomited blood. That person wasn't Lin Fei, but the most mysterious old dean of the academy. He was drinking tea leisurely and looked calm. How could this be? Isn't Lin Fei here? Fan Qinglong wanted to kill the person who reported. Couldn't he tell such a big person apart? Needless to say, Bai Zhengfeng was so scared that he gasped. His expression changed drastically. An expedition to the empire. If there was someone who couldn't be offended, it would be the great emperor. Apart from that, there was also the mysterious old dean of the Capital Institute. Now I'm dead. Bai Zhengfeng's body trembled when he dared to attack a great emperor expert. The dignity of a great emperor expert couldn't be blasphemed. Xiao Ran was also dumbfounded. How could this be? Before he came, he was warned that it was okay for others to attack but not a great emperor expert. Fan Qinglong, you bastard. The consequences of offending a great emperor realm expert would be miserable. Old Dean, I'm sorry. Bai Zhengfeng was the first to react. He lowered his posture. I didn't know you were here. I apologize. I didn't dare to attack the old dean. Without saying a word, Bai Zhengfeng slapped himself in the face. What about you? The old dean didn't look up and said indifferently. Be it Xiao Ran or Fan Qinglong, both of them felt extremely bitter. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the Emperor's peak. Old Dean, we were wrong. I think this should be a misunderstanding. Fan Qinglong and Xiao Ran braced themselves. Chapter 2633. The Emperor Peak fell into complete silence again. As for those who followed them, they all ran away without the old dean doing anything. They ran away faster than rabbits. Old Dean, you really scared me to death. Qiao Qingshan didn't care about what would happen to them. He felt that he had vented his anger. That's what you get for being arrogant and willful. How dare you make a move on the old dean? The old dean smiled. It's just a small farce. There's nothing to be concerned about. Qiao Qingshan nodded repeatedly. What should we do next? The three of them are quite capable when they work together. I'm afraid that they'll... Don't worry. There's no need to be afraid. They won't dare to act recklessly. The old dean said calmly. Qiao Qingshan suppressed the doubts in his heart. That's right. With the old dean, a great emperor-level expert, holding down the fort, even if the three clans work together, so what? Qiao Qingshan was a little disappointed when he didn't see Lin Fei. What tricks did that guy use to get the old dean to help look after the emperor peak? He didn't stop him in the beginning, and he ran into a super hard iron plate. Come out. After Qiao Qingshan left, the old dean said to the void. Aren't I coming out now? Lin Fei came out with a smile and sat opposite the old dean. Old dean, you're still impressive. You took care of them in a few moves. If it were me, it wouldn't have been so easy. The old dean looked down at Lin Fei. You're full of evil tricks. The three of them really shouldn't have come to the Emperor Peak. They were sent away for no reason, and they were given a fright. Lin Fei chuckled and quickly poured a cup of tea for the old dean. Old dean, drink more. This is good stuff. The old dean quite liked the taste of the tea. There are still about 10 days before the wedding between the Xiao family's young master and the 9th princess begins. You must be thinking of ruining it. Old dean suddenly said. Lin Fei nodded. That's for sure. The 9th princess is my woman. Who does that Xiao Ran think he is? I can tell with one look that he's not a good person. That Fan Qinglong killed his brother to usurp the throne. If I don't show him some disgust that day, he will really think that he's so powerful. Regarding this, Lin Fei had nothing to hide. On that day, I still need old dean's help to hold the fort. With my small arms, I can't compete with those thighs. If Lin Fei didn't make use of such an important person, then he would be a fool. You're thinking quite well. Don't tell me you'll make the old man do it again. Old Amos had a look of disbelief on his face. You're very cunning. If I believe you, I'll be fooled. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Fei cried bitterly in his heart. I don't know which bastard is slandering me. OL President, you're the one who watched the empire's establishment. Did you watch Fan Qinglong turn the empire into a mess because of that? OL Amos was very calm. Continue. Lin Fei had this idea. Looking at OL Amos' indifferent look, it seemed that this was not a small problem. He couldn't persuade him at all. Old Dean, actually you just want to be a guest and meet an old friend. I'm willing to give a top-notch puppet to the academy. What do you think? When Bai Zhengfeng was sent out, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to let the little devil copy all the data of the top-notch puppet. If he wanted to produce it, it would only take a word. Compared to the top-notch puppet in Tianji Hall, the quality would be more perfect. Your Avengers Chamber of Commerce is really good. You guys even got the treasure of Tianji Hall out. OL Amos revealed a look of surprise. If they knew about it now, they would probably have the intention to kill. You guys are really amazing. The appearance of the top-notch puppet is equivalent to shaking their foundation. OL Amos was a clear person. He was very clear about the situation. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Avengers Chamber of Commerce had seized a large share of the market and forced Tianji Hall to give up their interests in the outside world. This did not cause them much harm. Their core was in the ancient wasteland world. The top-notch puppet was the treasure of Tianji Hall. Almost all the major forces in the ancient wasteland world had top-notch puppets. This high-end market had always been controlled by them. The top-notch puppet developed by the Avengers Chamber of Commerce would definitely be of high quality. Tianji Hall would definitely suffer another blow. Because of the appearance of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce, the prices of Tianji Hall's items in the ancient wasteland world were very low. They tried to reverse the situation, but the effect was very weak. In this world, there will always be a market for good things. Without comparison, there will be no harm. There is no high or low. If their things are not good, it can only be said that they are not good. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Old Dean, don't you think so? OL Amos had to admit that this was a good sentence. You really know how to talk. OL Amos suddenly said with a serious expression. Do you know what Tianji Hall will do once they know that you have developed top-notch puppets? They will still arrange for people to kill me. I already know this. Lin Fei could imagine the flustered and exasperated looks of those people. They would definitely come to kill him. OL Amos sneered. When the time comes, those who come to kill you will definitely be great emperors. Real great emperors with great emperor weapons. You won't be able to escape from them. This is the simplest. The Great Emperor Alliance will also force you to hand over the top-notch puppet manufacturing method. Unless the Avengers Chamber of Commerce can withstand the attack of a group of great emperors. Do you still think it doesn't matter now? OL Amos drank a cup of tea unhurriedly. Lin Fei had been relaxed a moment ago, but in the next moment, he could no longer remain calm. It can't be. The Great Emperor Alliance has them too? OL Amos said solemnly. Who said there aren't any? Don't be fooled by the fact that there aren't many great emperors. They are all cultivating in the ancient wasteland domain, trying to rush to a higher realm. Do you know why the ancient wasteland domain isn't in chaos? That's because the Great Emperor Alliance doesn't allow chaos. The Tribal Alliance is very powerful, but they still have to give up some territory. The human race has many experts, but they still don't dare to cross the boundary. That's because of the Great Emperor Alliance. Lin Fei could see the distribution of benefits in the ancient wasteland domain. He really didn't expect the Great Emperor Alliance to exist. It was completely unreliable. It seemed like Ol Amos was afraid of this Great Emperor Alliance. Luckily I had tea with Ol Amos. Otherwise I would really be in big trouble. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that there was such a hidden and terrifying existence, in a place that he couldn't see. Ol Amos, have you joined the Great Emperor Alliance? Lin Fei asked curiously. I've joined, Ol Amos said. The existence of the Great Emperor Alliance is to absorb all great emperors. Those who don't join and think they can do whatever they want. You know, the waters are so deep. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. He inhaled a breath of cold air. Chapter 26:34. How deep? The old dean's words made Lin Fei come to a sudden realization. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could imagine that if top-notch puppets were to be everywhere, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Great Emperor Alliance. This was related to a huge benefit. The appearance of the Avengers had affected many people's benefits, but it wasn't enough to attract the attention of the Great Emperor Alliance. The technological treasures had increased everyone's strength, and they were also the beneficiaries. Top-notch puppets were different. Once the battle prowess of a pseudo-great emperor was spread, those who weren't too far apart in strength would immediately be left in the dust. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. Lin Fei was very grateful for the dean's words. Otherwise, if he really encountered a great emperor expert, he would be severely injured and wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. The dean admired Lin Fei and didn't want him to be surrounded and killed by the Great Emperor Alliance. You weren't qualified to begin with, but you're qualified now that you're able to unleash the combat power of a great emperor. Even though you're still a little lacking. This world is huge, and those who stand out don't end up well. Just remember this. Ol Amos said earnestly. Lin Fei felt a sense of danger. A huge danger from the Great Emperor Alliance. If a great emperor expert came, it wouldn't be difficult to heavily injure the other party. This kind of opportunity could only be used once. As for a second time, it might not be as good. Is the Great Emperor Alliance really that powerful? Dean, can you reveal a little more information? I can pass it up and let them take it seriously so that they won't be caught off guard. Lin Fei asked. The dean hesitated for a moment. Dean, as a member of the academy, I've decided to give 3 top-notch puppets to the academy. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and said, This is also a small token of my appreciation. Lin Fei, you're a good kid. 3 top-notch puppets. Lin Fei really didn't think much of it and still acted like he was in pain. If he didn't understand the Great Emperor Alliance, Lin Fei wouldn't feel comfortable. Preparing for a rainy day was the right thing to do. He believed that the dean definitely knew more inside information. 3 top-notch puppets with the combat strength of a quasi-great emperor should be enough. Ol Amos sighed softly. He was shocked by Lin Fei's generosity and was also amazed by his position in the Avengers. Since you are so honest, this old man will also nag with you. The old dean said in a deep voice and casually set up a soundproof barrier. The Great Monarchs Alliance has a total of 68 great monarchs. 68 great emperors. This number exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. He was quite strong. Lin Fei was still frowning slightly. The Great Emperor Alliance is divided into the Upper Alliance and the Lower Alliance. The Lower Alliance has a total of 48 people, while the Upper Alliance has 20 people. This old man is a member of the Lower Alliance. The Lower Alliance has no right to speak, while the Upper Alliance has the right to speak, the old dean said faintly. Lin Fei continued to listen. There are 20 people in the alliance. Each of them has the strength of a late-stage emperor. One of them can fight 7 to 8 emperor experts. Among them, there are a total of 3 in the Great Perfection realm. They control this world, and among the 3, there is an ancient desolate beast. Ancient desolate beast? Lin Fei took a cold breath. The old dean was not surprised. When I first joined the Great Emperor Alliance, I was the same as you. Later on, I realized that the tribal alliance is very strong, and there are many ancient beasts in the ancient desolate domain. If there is no expert overseeing it, do you think that ancient beast can sit still? It is because they have an ancestor overseeing it. Rumor has it that ancient desolate beasts are very strong, and their bodies are almost invincible. Doesn't that mean that as long as the ancient desolate beast exists, no one can go against those ancient beasts? Isn't that extremely powerful? Lin Fei said. That is inevitable. The Black Order continent is their lair, and there are many experts there. Human experts will definitely die if they go there. The old dean sighed. In the Great Emperor Alliance, that ancient desolate beast has a great influence. The other two do not dare to fall out with him. Lin Fei could tell what was going on. Kid, you better tell your alliance leader that if possible, try not to provoke the Great Emperor Alliance. Unless your alliance leader can fight against the three peak existences, it is better to be low-key. The old dean suddenly thought of something. Oh right, the Great Emperor Alliance seems to suspect that your Avengers have obtained the alternate dimensions technology. You have to be careful. Lin Fei's heart thumped. It can't be, don't tell me they have their eyes on the technology? The old dean shook his head. They also have some of the technology, but they are worried that the alliance leader of your Avengers is an expert from the alternate dimension and wants to plunder the resources of this country. Lin Fei was confused. How did this have anything to do with the alternate dimension? I really don't know about this. Lin Fei really wanted to say that he was not an expert from the alternate dimension and did not have the mood to plunder. It was normal for him to get some resources. It's best not to, the old dean said. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Even this old man will not be able to speak up for you when the time comes. Experts from the alternate dimension love to plunder other worlds. Lin Fei gradually understood and asked tentatively, Old Dean, could it be that our world is very close to the alternate dimension? They can come here smoothly? Can you tell me about the experts from the alternate dimension? After paying the price of 3 peak puppets, Lin Fei really did not expect to hear these secrets. Yes, it was definitely a real secret. Lin Fei still wanted to upgrade the system, and he had only obtained one fragment of the alternate dimension. If he knew the way, wouldn't he let the system evolve? You don't know? That shouldn't be the case, the old dean said doubtfully. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This I really don't know. I have heard some rumors about the alternate dimension, but they are all intermittent. For example, the expedition to the Empire seemed to have obtained many things from the alternate dimension. As for the rest, I really don't know. This Lin Fei was honest. After all, there were no rumors about the alternate dimension. Now that he thought about it, it might have been suppressed by the Great Emperor Alliance. Actually, the alternate dimension is not far from us. The old dean's words gave Lin Fei a fright. No way. Chapter 2635. In the end, Lin Fei didn't manage to enter. The old dean patted his stomach, saying that he was done with his tea and quickly left. He didn't forget to remind Lin Fei to send the 3 top-notch puppets over. This made Lin Fei speechless. You're the old dean, do you really care about the 3 top-notch puppets? Under the pavilion a breeze blew past. There was a pot of tea in front of Lin Fei. There was still half a cup of tea left. He had a pensive look on his face. Great Emperor Alliance, alternate dimension, ancient desolate beast. These were the secrets of the day. At least for now, Lin Fei hadn't heard any specific information. The 3 top-notch puppets weren't spent in vain. Lin Fei felt a trace of pressure. From the old dean's words, Lin Fei could tell that the so-called Great Emperor Alliance hated the experts of the alternate dimension. Once they confirmed it, they would definitely strike like a thunderbolt. Lin Fei had created a big scene for the Avengers, but only he knew that from the beginning, he was the one who raised the banner. It might look good on the surface, but there wasn't much inside. If the Great Emperor Alliance really wanted to make a move, they would definitely look for him. After all, he was the one with the most people present. It would be strange if they didn't look for him. Little devil, if I really meet a Great Emperor expert, how long can I last? The Great Emperor Alliance didn't have many people, only 68. If they wanted to, it wouldn't be as simple as sending 1 or 2 Great Emperor experts. According to Master's current accumulated energy, you can at most use 5 moves against an early-stage Great Emperor expert. After 5 moves, Master will lose the ability to resist. If you give the opponent a fatal blow, you can use 1 move. If the opponent doesn't die, they will be heavily injured. Little Devil replied. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It's still a little lacking. Against a true Great Emperor expert, he could use 5 moves, but it was unknown whether the outcome would be decided. If he used all his strength and caught the opponent off guard, there was a chance of success. However, such an opportunity could only be used once. In the future, the opponent would be on their guard. Right? Can I produce a large number of top-notch puppets in a short period of time? Lin Fei didn't think that he couldn't deal with a great emperor expert. The first thing that came to his mind was the top-notch puppet manufacturing method that he had just obtained from Tianji Hall. This was good stuff, and he had to thank Tianji Hall for taking the initiative to deliver it to him. Master, top-notch puppets require time to make. We can only make 3 puppets every month. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Doesn't that mean there's no chance this month? When Lin Fei had promised 3 top-notch puppets, he had felt that it was too little. Now he was rejoicing. If 10 puppets had been offered, then it would have been almost half a year before he had a chance. Is there any other way? Lin Fei felt that it was better to prepare for a rainy day, lest he fell into their hands. Analyzing. This was what he had been waiting for. Master, I got it. I just don't know if Master dares to take the risk. After a while, the little devil said, Adventure. As soon as Lin Fei heard this, he knew that the little devil must have come up with a rotten idea. Should he take the risk? Tell me about it first. Lin Fei felt that it was a rotten idea, but after listening to it, he immediately widened his eyes. He was really frightened. Will this work or not? Lin Fei was still a little hesitant. Definitely, it depends on whether Master has the guts or not. Once you succeed, then you will have a certain degree of ability to protect yourself. The little devil continued to tempt him. Anyway, that place is not some dragon's pool or tiger's den. With me here, won't it still be broken? Seems to make a little bit of sense. Oh, at the same time on the other side, Fan Qinglong and the other 2 returned to the palace with incomparable depression. As soon as the old dean made a move, he directly sent them to the sky above the imperial capital. Damn it, that old thing was actually there, causing us to work for nothing. Fan Qinglong cursed, regardless of whether anyone was there or not. Don't mention it, the 2 top-notch puppets I brought are also injured. It's a big loss. Bai Zhengfeng's heart ached. If it was other things it would be fine, but if the top-notch puppets had problems it would be no small matter. Xiao Ran was also very helpless. Yours is fine, it will be fine after some repairs. Our Fan clan's treasure is gone just like that. Falling into the hands of that old thing, we don't know when he will be able to take it out. Ordinary things are fine, but this thing... He didn't know how to explain this matter when he returned. You want to ask a heavenly emperor expert for it? What a joke. Whether or not the other party would see you is another matter. All this is because of that kid, Lin Fei. That kid must have given that old thing some benefits. The 3 of them hated Lin Fei again. If it wasn't for him, today's matter definitely wouldn't have happened. What should we do next? Fan Qinglong was hit in the head, and his expression turned ugly. Not only did he fail to establish his dominance, but he was also chased out. The next matter could be put aside, unless he could deal with that old thing. In a few days, let's give Lin Fei a big gift. Xiao Ran said sinisterly. He will definitely come. Bai Zhengfeng nodded. That's right, as long as Lin Fei comes we will take him down. All the losses must be dug out from his mouth. Alright, let's do that. In order to prevent that old thing from coming out, we need to find some assistance. We'll have to trouble the 2 of you with this matter. Fan Qinglong begged the 2 beside him. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng didn't refuse. Dealing with Lin Fei was no longer an ordinary matter, but a big matter. In order to prevent accidents from happening that day, the 2 of them agreed without hesitation. If they didn't deal with Lin Fei, they would feel uneasy in their hearts. It was like a thorn, making them feel very uncomfortable. The wedding date was getting closer and closer. There was no news about Lin Fei at all. This made the 3 very helpless. If Lin Fei didn't appear for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Fan Qinglong was worried that Lin Fei would play tricks, so he heavily guarded the palace where the 9th princess was under house arrest, fearing that Lin Fei would come to snatch her away. The imperial palace also became heavily guarded. All that was left was to wait for the day of the marriage. Fan Qinglong was also relieved. The experts of the Xiao family had come, a total of 3 quasi-great emperor experts, 2 from Tianji Hall, and 2 top-notch puppets. A total of 7 quasi-great emperor experts. Including Fan Qinglong, there were exactly 8 quasi-great emperor experts. Even if the old dean made a move, he would have to consider the consequences of offending 2 major forces. This was not the end. It was said that a great emperor expert had contacted the old dean, but no one knew what they said. At least the old dean wouldn't come to make trouble. Help Lin Fei? That was even more impossible. Unbeknownst to them at this time, Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He quietly sneaked into the imperial palace. There is a quasi-great emperor in charge? Chapter 2636. 8 quasi-great emperor experts at the very least. Lin Fei browsed through the information. Fan Qinglong is really generous. He really put in a lot of effort just to deal with me. 8 quasi-great emperor experts. Even if Lin Fei encountered them, he would need 2 to 3 moves to suppress them or even kill them. Naturally, it would take a lot of energy. After hearing the news, Lin Fei knew that Fan Qinglong and Xiao Ran were up to no good. There would definitely be experts. 8 quasi-great emperor experts was more or less surprising. Luckily I'm here. After looting those things, I'll take care of all of you in one go. Although this trip was risky, the success rate was very high. In the entire capital, the strongest was just a quasi-great emperor expert. Lin Fei was very confident in himself. Should I go see Fan Luoyu? A thought flashed through Lin Fei's mind. If not for him, Fan Luoyu would not be under house arrest. Moreover, she is my woman. In a side hall, the outside was heavily guarded. Not even a mosquito could fly in. There was even a formation set up to monitor the situation at all times. This 9th princess can't be with anyone, but she just has to be with Lin Fei's fugitive. She didn't even think about the Xiao clan's identity. It's one of the 8 ancient clans. Who knows? Anyway, we just have to watch over her. Just don't let anything happen to her. I really don't know what charm Lin Fei has. The guards outside chatted with jealousy in their tones. In the palace, Fan Luoyu's expression was much worse than before. There was a resentful expression on her face. That B** starred. He doesn't even know to look for me. All he knows is to disappear. He must have gone to look for that demon woman. Fan Luoyu was instantly angered at the thought of Qin Lan. If not for Qin Lan's interference, she would have succeeded long ago. In the past 3 years, Fan Luoyu still knew some things. For example, Qin Lan had come to her above board without any hesitation. He had the attitude of a winner. Demon woman. Fan Luoyu gritted her teeth. Yo, my princess, what are you venting your anger for? Lin Fei's voice exploded in Fan Luoyu's ears, giving the 9th princess quite a scare. Then, a look of joy quickly appeared on her face. You're here. Fan Luoyu was so happy that she could not be bothered with anything else. She threw herself onto Lin Fei's body and let out sobbing sounds, her hands slapping him non-stop. You bastard! You only know how to go to the demoness place and never come to me. Boo! Fan Luoyu was crying her heart out. Lin Fei broke out in a sweat. Patting her shoulder lightly, he said, I know you feel wronged. Aren't I here to see you? Fan Luoyu suddenly quivered. Not good, you can't appear at this time. Leave quickly, 5th brother and the rest have found helpers, and they are all quasi-great emperor experts. Once they find out, you won't be able to leave. Xiao Ran had purposely revealed this news the last time he came. Lin Fei snorted lightly. Humph, it's just 8 quasi-great emperor experts. Just nice, I lack helpers by my side. I'll use them as my target. Fan Luoyu was completely infatuated with these words. Such domineering words. Facing 8 quasi-great emperor experts, you can still be so domineering. You are indeed the man I like. No one was as confident as Lin Fei. With 8 quasi-great emperor experts teaming up, unless it was a real great emperor expert, no one could do anything to them. Do you know the specific location of your royal treasury? Fan Luoyu revealed a hint of doubt and a thought flashed across her mind. You can't be thinking of going to the royal treasury. Lin Fei originally did not want to ask, but after some thought, if Fan Luoyu was willing to lead the way, it would be even easier. With the system, it would not be easy to barge through. That's right. Your royal treasury is going to benefit your 5th brother. You might as well let your man have it. Fan Luoyu blushed and did not have much of a reaction. How can you say that? Fifth brother Fan Qinglong's actions had completely upset her. If you don't want to bring me, then I'll go by myself. When I'm done, I'll come back to bring you over, Lin Fei said directly to Fan Luoyu. Fan Luoyu panicked when she heard this. You can't go like this. The royal treasury is the most important place of our royal treasury. Not only is there a great array, but there are also experts guarding it. Between helping and not helping, Fan Luoyu chose the former. Your royal family's treasury is very powerful. And your man isn't someone to be trifled with. Didn't you see that the people outside didn't even notice me coming in? It's not the same for the 8 pseudo-great emperor experts. Fan Luoyu then realized something. Her man was so powerful that he could sneak in without anyone noticing and avoid the heavy guards. I'll bring you there. At least it will save you a lot of trouble. Fan Luoyu was very determined. As for helping an outsider to enter the royal treasury, she did not care if she would lose any benefits. All right then. Close your eyes, I'll bring you out. Lin Fei hugged Fan Luoyu, shielded his aura and escaped. There was not even a ripple in the space, and they successfully arrived outside the side hall. All right, you can lead the way now. We really came out. Fan Luoyu felt like she was dreaming. They came out just like that. It was something that she did not even dare to think about. This method was too miraculous. But I'm not here, and those people will come in to check, Fan Luoyu said worriedly. Lin Fei smiled. This is not a problem. I've already left a substitute for you. As long as you don't speak, no one will be able to tell. They will only think that you are resting with your eyes closed or cultivating. The royal palace was huge. With Fan Luoyu leading the way, they soon arrived at the royal restricted area. The royal restricted area is just ahead. The royal treasury is inside. Fan Luoyu pointed to the front. Don't look, it's calm. There are arrays everywhere, and experts gather. It's not that easy to enter. Lin Fei used the system to scan it. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. There were experts everywhere, and there were even 5 pseudo-great emperor experts. This was completely out of Lin Fei's expectation. A royal clan's treasury with 5 pseudo-great emperor experts wasn't an ordinary level of danger. It could be considered as a dragon's pool and tiger's den. If it was during normal times, with 5 great emperor experts and the great emperor expert overseeing the place, no one could invade the royal treasury. The 5 great emperor experts were enough to delay the enemy. It's really dangerous. Can your 5th brother go in now? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and asked casually. Fan Luoyu wasn't sure. It should be very difficult. If he wants to go in, he must have father's token. Anyone who disobeys will be killed, including the princes. 5th brother doesn't have the ability to go in. I once heard father say that the arrays outside the royal treasury have the effect of increasing one's strength. Even if there were 3 to 5 great emperor experts, they wouldn't be able to break in. Chapter 2637. This is really a big dragon's pool and tiger's den. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Little devil, block everything and find a way in. Searching. Lin Fei was going to the royal treasury for this trip to the palace. Whether or not he could improve his strength rapidly would affect his safety in the future. Especially with the Great Emperor Alliance above him, it was hard for Lin Fei not to take it seriously. The old dean's words were very trustworthy. Lin Fei had no choice but to choose. It was not impossible for him to take a risk. Search successful. The following is the way in. A way in quickly appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and the flaws of the huge array were all revealed. Let's go in. Lin Fei brought Fan Luoyu and sneaked in. Fan Luoyu's heart was in her throat. This was the royal treasury, and you're going in just like that? Although your array is very powerful, the array here. Just as the thought arose, Fan Luoyu found herself in. She was in the array. Don't make a sound, follow me, don't make a mistake. Lin Fei had already asked Little Devil to block everything. It could be said that as long as they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would be able to tell that the two had entered the royal restricted area. Xiao Ran was in a good mood today. All the experts were here. Now Lin Fei was the only one left. They left the palace. Xiao Ran had wanted to go back to rest, but after some thought, he decided to visit Fan Luoyu and provoke her, so that she would completely give up on Lin Fei. How is the princess feeling today? Xiao Ran quickly came to the entrance of the side hall and asked the guard. Xiao Ran had arranged for his own people to keep a close eye on her. He did not want any accidents to happen. In the end, it would all be for nothing. Actually, Xiao Ran did not need to go through so much trouble. It would be fine to just take her away, and Fan Qinglong might not dare to say anything. Once he thought of Lin Fei, he was indignant. It was for this reason that he had a brainwave, and thought of a way to make Lin Fei suffer a crushing defeat no matter what. Young master, the princess mood today is similar to a few days ago. There's not much change. Our people just went in to check, and the princess seems to be cultivating. A guard leader said. Cultivate? Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed. Since when was she in such a good mood? Could it be that she wants to increase her strength before the battle? Xiao Ran shook his head and walked in. In the palace, Fan Luoyu sat with her legs crossed, looking very pure and holy. Ninth princess, you're quite free. You even know how to cultivate. Xiao Ran was slightly stunned when he saw Fan Luoyu sitting cross-legged. The situation didn't seem right. Xiao Ran remembered that Fan Luoyu had mocked and ridiculed him the past few times. Today was really strange. Cultivate? This was too abnormal. Xiao Ran was very smart. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, especially the ninth princess's reaction. She should be bearing a grudge against him. Due to this situation, Xiao Ran went forward and prepared to wake Fan Luoyu up. With a push of his hand, Fan Luoyu, who was sitting cross-legged, turned into a puff of green smoke without warning and disappeared. Not good, he disappeared. Xiao Ran's eyes emitted a cold light. Damn it, it must be Lin Fei who snuck in. That bastard. Other than Lin Fei, there was no one else who could sneak into the palace and take Fan Luoyu away. No one came in. There's no movement at all? Xiao Ran immediately found the leader and questioned him. He realized that there had been no movement throughout the day. He only said that the princess had entered to cultivate not long ago. Inform the fifth prince immediately. The entire palace is under martial law. Lin Fei and the others must still be in the palace. When the news reached the ears of Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng, both of them were stunned and exclaimed that it was impossible. Fan Qinglong knew very well how powerful the royal family's formation was. This time, in order to prevent Lin Fei from entering, he had specially asked the people in Tianji Hall to rearrange it. Other than a few limited areas, the rest was under his control. Could be said that, without Fan Qinglong's permission, no one could enter. This is impossible. Fan Qinglong immediately checked the formation to see if there were any breakthroughs. Bai Zhengfeng was shocked and also helped to check. He had arranged for people to set up the formation. He had even patted his chest and guaranteed that no one would be able to enter. There's no problem. It's fine here too. After the two checked it, they were completely dumbfounded. The entire formation was integrated without any damage. The people patrolling the palace did not find anything wrong. He must have sneaked in. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth. That kid is very strange. Don't forget, he has the Avengers behind him. Maybe he has some powerful treasures. Since Lin Fei came in, maybe he's still here. Fan Qinglong came to a realization. Search the entire palace immediately. Don't miss any place. Search. Fan Qinglong did not want to let Lin Fei go. I'll have to trouble a few powerhouses to monitor the entire palace. If there's any movement, you can directly take action. Lin Fei will definitely not be able to get out with one person. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng did not refuse. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? If they let Lin Fei leave today, where would they hide their faces? There was really no place to hide. Therefore, the people in the palace began to move and began to search. Above the palace, the divine senses of the quasi-great emperor powerhouses covered the palace. As long as there was any slight movement, they would immediately sense it. And at this time, Lin Fei sneaked into the formation that the royal family entered. They found out that you left. Lin Fei suddenly stopped. Then what should we do? Fan Luoyu understood what he meant. It's fine, it's just earlier than expected. Lin Fei smiled. Now that we're in the forbidden zone, they won't be able to come for a while. Even if they know, they won't dare to come in. The formations here are quite dangerous. There are all kinds of dangerous ancient formations, and there are even some double-linked ones. If we're not careful, we'll fall into their trap. Under the guidance of the little devil, Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu passed through the formations one after another. They were getting closer and closer to the royal treasury. When they walked out of the last ancient formation, a tall black door appeared in their vision. The most shocking thing was that on both sides of the door, there were a total of 5 stone platforms. Each stone platform was tall and completely black, shining with a black luster. Whoo! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 5 extremely terrifying divine senses turned into 5 ferocious beasts that swooped down. Fan Luoyu was the first to bear the brunt of it. With a cry, she vomited blood on the spot. Her face became abnormally pale and she swayed. It was obvious that she had suffered a huge impact. Lin Fei did not expect that there would be 5 quasi-great emperor powerhouses guarding the side. Invincible Defense. Chapter 2638. 5 quasi-great emperor experts. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered 5 quasi-great emperor experts. Their auras were very heavy, like mountains, and waves of heavy aura pressed down. They seemed to be the quintuplets of the royal family. Wasn't it rumored that they were dead? After Fan Luoyu recovered some of her vitality, her expression changed drastically as she looked at them. She could not believe it was true. Now that you mention it, they do look a little similar. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They did look similar. No wonder when they attacked, it felt like their divine senses were superimposed. They must have cultivated a terrifying joint attack technique that could even combine divine senses. Lin Fei finally understood why there were 5 quasi-great emperor experts here. Ordinary supreme martial artists would be helpless if they encountered them. You guys are really daring. This is the 9th princess. She wants to go in and take something and you guys dare to attack. What are your intentions? Lin Fei shouted. Boom boom boom. The mountain-like divine senses were shattered on the spot. It had to be said that the 5 of them were very strong. Lin Fei's shout consumed half of his strength. The strength of the divine senses was really not easy to deal with. This was with the help of the system which attacked from the weak point. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes helplessly. You'll just be wasting your time like this. Without His Majesty's token, you won't be able to do anything. Without His Majesty's token, they will not let you in. Fan Luoyu did not dare to look. Without His Majesty's token, no one can enter. Kill without mercy. An old man on the left, with white hair and a white beard, was furious. Considering that you have the royal bloodline, you can be spared. However, you do not have the royal bloodline. Kill without mercy. Swoosh. Their divine senses gushed out again and quickly fused together. On the spot, they became the divine senses of a great emperor expert. A long spear pierced through the air and went straight for the yellow dragon. This spear was very powerful. Damn, Fan Luoyu was right. In this formation, their joint attack technique is very powerful. They can even fuse their divine senses. No wonder they are so fearless. Lin Fei was not that easy to bully. Kill. If they wanted to kill Lin Fei, it would definitely be impossible. Lin Fei would not give them any chance. He would at least give them a show of strength. No matter what, he would not let them succeed. A resplendent saber light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he swung his saber across the sky, heavily striking the opponent's spear. Clang! After the sound of metal clashing, a terrifying wave of qi rolled out, crushing the surroundings. Big brother, that kid looks like an Emperor Realm expert. That's right, he actually blocked our joint attack. There has never been an expert who could easily block our attacks. The 5 people sitting cross-legged finally had a change in expression. Their joint divine sense attack, coupled with the effect of the formation, instantly had a power comparable to that of a great Emperor Realm expert. Even if there was a slight difference, it was not something that a quasi-great Emperor Realm expert could withstand. Again, Lin Fei's attack gained the upper hand, and he was relentless. How dare you be rude to Her Highness? Watch how I kill you. A true great Emperor Realm expert's saber slash, with the coordination of the system, directly struck their weakest point, an invisible connection point in the void. This slash was too fast. The front and back connected without any pause. Quick, stop him. The 5 quasi-great Emperor Realm experts formed seals with their hands, forming a huge barrier. A total of 5 barriers appeared, forming a huge barrier. It's too late. Swish. A loud sound rang out. This slash struck the place that they were most unwilling to see. Within the formation, a faint cracking sound could be heard. The bodies of the 5 quasi-great Emperor realm experts trembled slightly, revealing disbelief in their eyes. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Do you want me to give you another slash? I believe that you won't be able to block it. Great Emperor realm expert. A trace of panic flashed across the 5's faces. With that slash just now, Lin Fei had cut off their connection, and it would take a certain amount of time to recover. They didn't dare to recover, as they would definitely be in trouble if the opponent made another slash. Princess Highness, who is he? Big Brother's men frowned slightly. After so many years, he really didn't know that the Empire had another great Emperor realm expert. The domineering slash just now could only be unleashed by a great Emperor realm expert. The slash landed on the crucial point, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. That weak point was very well hidden, and most importantly, it was constantly moving. This was a little thought-provoking. How did the opponent see through it? Until now, no one had seen through it, except for His Majesty. The young man in front of them was really shocking and unexpected, and they didn't dare to act recklessly. I am Princess Highness, Master. Lin Fei gave Fan Luyu a look. You've got guts. Do you really think that a mere combination attack can suppress everything? In my eyes, you're too weak. To deal with you, I don't need much, just one slash for each of you. If you don't believe me, you can try. My slash never returns empty-handed. It always brings something. Fan Luyu naturally cooperated. 5 royal uncles, I'm here to retrieve something. What's the meaning of you blocking me? Fan Luyu's face was slightly cold, and she put on the airs of a princess. Do you believe that I'll report you for disrespect in front of my father? These 5 people were all from the royal family, and according to seniority, they could all be called royal uncles. Princess Highness, if you want to enter, you must have His Majesty's token. Otherwise, no one can enter. The leader of the royal uncles softened his tone. Facing a true great Emperor realm expert, and having their technique broken, they naturally had to lower their heads. Lin Fei snorted. Who said we don't have a token? You dare to question us? If we don't have a token, how did we get here? Big Brother, he seems to be right. Inside here there are formations everywhere. Without a token, no one can enter. Perhaps he really does have a token. The others started to stir. With the royal princess here, it seemed like she would definitely have a token. This was something that they could be very sure of. Then take it out for us to see. Fan Luyu rolled her eyes in her heart. That's what you get for acting. Now look at what token, you can't just conjure it out of thin air. Lin Fei snorted. Taking out a token is a small matter, but what if I take it out and you don't admit it? So, I want you to show us first, in case you go back on your word and refuse to admit it later. You're slandering us. Why would we go back on our word? You definitely don't have a token. These words made them uncomfortable. He actually dared to question them. Chapter 2639. Fan Qinglong and the others were completely anxious. Where did he go? After searching 3 times, Fan Qinglong still couldn't find him. The few quasi-emperors also didn't find anything amiss. It was like seeing a ghost, he was gone. Brother Fan, think carefully. Did you miss something? Xiao Ran asked. The palace's array is always open. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, it's not easy to bring someone out. He must be in the palace. The palace is so big. Is there any place he hasn't been to? Bai Zhengfeng asked. Apart from this explanation, there was really no other explanation. Why did he disappear? Although the imperial palace was big, it was impossible to not find a person in such a small place. The best explanation was that the person was still in the imperial palace, hiding in an unknown place. Fan Qinglong was indeed anxious. Catching Lin Fei now was better than catching him that day. The royal family wouldn't have a bad reputation just because someone came to cause trouble. That would doubt Fan Qinglong's ability to rule and shake the dignity that they had painstakingly built up. The place that I missed, where could it be? Fan Qinglong concentrated and pondered. Suddenly, a place flashed by and his expression changed slightly. There seems to be a place that we missed. Fan Qinglong quickly shook his head. It's impossible for Lin Fei to enter that place. There hasn't been any response from there. Where is it? The two were anxious. The royal family's treasury, Fan Qinglong said. Oh. Lin Fei's last words made the five nervous. They attacked the ninth princess indiscriminately. Although it was just a side effect, there was a great emperor next to them. They were innately weaker. The leader, Imperial Uncle, was silent for a moment before raising his head and said, I'll say this first. If you can't take out the token, we won't be polite. Even if you're a great emperor, if we go all out, you won't have a good ending. It's the same no matter who comes. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. I'm just thinking for everyone. Lin Fei said. Then you can make a copy. It's best if it's exactly the same, in case you say we're wrong. Humph. The leader of the group, the Imperial Uncle, stretched out his hand and a medallion appeared in the air. It was squarish and golden, and it looked very lifelike. In order to prevent Lin Fei from saying anything, he made it look exactly the same as the real thing. At least it had the ability to replicate. You really didn't lie to me. Lin Fei smiled. Your Highness, they want to see the token, please take it out. Inadvertently, Lin Fei gave Fan Luoyu a look. Fan Luoyu had known Lin Fei for 3 to 4 years. She could tell from the look in his eyes that he wanted to cooperate. Master, you seem to have made a mistake. The token doesn't seem to be with me. Fan Luoyu said seriously. When we came, wasn't it with you? Lin Fei really wanted to give Fan Luoyu a thumbs up. Great teamwork. Now Lin Fei needed to fight for time. That's not right. Your Royal Highness is the one holding the token. You said that this is a treasure of the royal family, and needs to be personally controlled by the royal family. Lin Fei frowned. Fan Luoyu put on an innocent look. That's not right. This consort had clearly given it to esteemed master just now. There's definitely no mistake. Esteemed master, look carefully. Is it really in my hands? Lin Fei was dubious. All right, I'll look for it. The 5 quasi-great emperor experts revealed strange expressions, but they didn't say anything. What's the big deal about delaying a little more? It's not a good thing to offend a great emperor. In their eyes, this great emperor expert must have been invited by His Majesty. It was definitely not a good idea to offend him rashly. Lin Fei looked left and right, and when they couldn't wait any longer, he finally said, So it really is with me. I misplaced it. Really? They were indeed suspicious. Deliberately mystifying. Lin Fei took out an item from his storage ring. It was shining with Jingguang. It was that token. It was exactly the same and its aura was the same. Your Royal Highness, this is for you. Lin Fei gave the token to Fan Luoyu. It really is. As soon as the token was taken out, they recognized it. It was exactly the same aura. Fan Luoyu was shocked. She couldn't believe it was true. There really was a token. However, she suppressed it very quickly. She absolutely believed that Lin Fei had done something to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to sneak in. Now we can finally enter. Fan Luoyu raised the golden token high. The 5 people's divine senses landed on the token. After a round of inspection, they felt that there was something wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. All right, we can go in. The 5 quasi-great emperors worked together, and several seals landed on the stone door, opening up a door. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he didn't kill them just now. If he had killed one of them, it would be really troublesome. Remember, don't be rash next time. I'm in a good mood today. Please forgive me if I don't drink. Lin Fei snorted coldly and strode in. Fan Luoyu hurried to catch up. She was still rather puzzled. Where did the token come from? Could it have been there before? With all sorts of doubts, the two entered the treasury. Big brother, something feels wrong. It's obviously real, but why does it feel so unfamiliar? It's really strange. The leader frowned and said, Forget it. Since the 9th princess is here, it must be real. Outsiders can't enter. And the 9th princess doesn't look like she's being controlled by an outsider. Why should we worry so much? Since the big brother had said so, the others couldn't say anything. It's inside. Outside the restricted area. Fan Qinglong frowned. Lin Fei probably doesn't have the ability to enter. Yes, he didn't have the ability. This was the most heavily guarded place in the entire royal family. Even Fan Qinglong himself didn't dare to barge in recklessly. That wouldn't end well. Even if he was killed, it would be a wasted death. Could it be wrong? Fan Qinglong said. Why don't you ask? Did anyone enter? Bai Zhengfeng said. The atmosphere in this place was oppressive. Bai Zhengfeng naturally didn't dare to say that he would go in and take a look for him. That would definitely be suicide. All right, I'll ask. Fan Qinglong didn't have a token in his hand. However, as the emperor of the empire, he still had something that could contact them. For the people inside, they only recognized the emperor's things and didn't care about anything else. Fan Qinglong just happened to have this thing. A round jade seal appeared in Fan Qinglong's hand. He pushed upwards, and the jade seal landed in the air above the restricted area. With a whoosh, it entered the formation. This was the emperor's proof of identity. Chapter 2640. This is the royal treasury. It was Fan Luoyu's first time here, and she was shocked by the scene in front of her. In such a huge space, all kinds of materials were piled up like a mountain, with seals on the outside and ripples on the surface. It was rather spectacular. Never been here before? Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The foundation of the expeditionary empire was not something ordinary people could imagine. These were not what Lin Fei cared about. His only goal now was to plunder energy cards, black crystal cards, a large number of energy wall stones, and even the treasures in the alternate dimension. Lin Fei had not forgotten about the evolution of the system. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. This is an important place for the royal family. Our princess has a high status, but she is not qualified to come here, even if she is a prince. All right. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. Start looking for useful things. Search and analyze. The Imperial Jade Seal entered the array. The terrifying array ignored the existence of the Imperial Jade Seal. With a swoosh, it entered the deepest part of the array, which was the entrance of the treasury. The 5 quasi-great emperor powerhouses opened their eyes. His Majesty's token. The 5 of them were shocked. It couldn't be, it was here so soon. They could not stay calm. They had stopped them purely out of duty, but they did not expect them to report it. I am the new emperor of the empire, Fan Qinglong. Once the Imperial Jade Seal appeared, a figure shot out. It was Fan Qinglong. I ask you, did anyone enter the treasury? Fan Qinglong did not dare to be too harsh with his words. The 5 quasi-great emperor powerhouses did not give face to anyone and had been guarding the treasury. The 5 of them saw the token and were stunned for a moment before returning to normal. To them, it did not matter who the emperor was. Your Majesty, are you asking about the 9th princess? Not long ago, the 9th princess and her master entered the treasury with the token you gave them. Token? Entered? Fan Qinglong was instantly confused. Who allowed you to let them in? Fan Qinglong roared. They are wanted criminals of the empire. I order you to bring them out immediately. Fan Qinglong really did not expect that Lin Fei would be so bold, actually daring to openly enter the treasury. Even we do not have the token, where did you get it from? The 5 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Wanted criminal? How could this be possible? After all, they had entry tokens. Your Majesty, the royal treasury is an important place of the royal family. Outsiders are forbidden from entering. Even we can only stand guard outside, unless you enter on your own. Only then did Fan Qinglong remember something. His complexion turned ugly. I don't care so much. I want you to go in and catch him now. What kind of token did Fan Qinglong get? Forget about entering the treasury. Your Majesty, forgive us for being powerless. Fan Qinglong roared again. The 5 quasi-great sovereign powerhouses didn't give him any face at all. They stuck to their duty and indicated that they would capture them the moment they came out. This is infuriating. Outside, Fan Qinglong opened his eyes. The jade seal flew back. He was flustered and exasperated. They are inside. Then let's go in and catch them now. That kid is quite courageous. Of all places, he chose to enter the treasury. We can capture him in one go. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng laughed. They weren't afraid of not being able to find them, they were afraid of not having them. Fan Qinglong smiled bitterly. The 2 of you don't know. The royal treasury is an important place of the royal family and the empire. There are experts guarding it. If we barge in, we won't be able to pass through the array formation. There are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky, and there are quasi-great sovereign powerhouses guarding it. If we go in now, we might not be able to come out. The two of them were dumbfounded. How could this happen? We are quasi-great sovereign powerhouses. Can't we? Xiaoran said. Fan Qinglong shook his head. We can't. How about this? Since they went in, they will definitely come out from the inside. We will gather experts and surround this place. At that time, Lin Fei naturally won't be able to escape. Good idea. Fan Qinglong's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. The interior of the royal treasury was an independent existence. If Lin Fei wanted to leave, he would have to come out from the inside. If they ambushed outside, no matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he would still fall into their hands. All right, let's do it. The three of them used their fastest speed to gather their strongest power. The 5 quasi-great emperors didn't look too good. Did we really fall for it? Big brother, should we make a move later? He is a great sovereign powerhouse. If we work together, we will be afraid. He is more powerful than us. He immediately saw through the connection between us and where the core is. Even if we work together, we might not have the upper hand. The 5 of them frowned. They didn't forget that person's power. He broke their secret technique in one blade. It was truly terrifying. They were all worried. Ha ha ha, your empire is truly wealthy. Lin Fei stood in front of the mountain-like energy wall stones, and his eyes were about to light up. Fan Luoyu didn't stop Lin Fei from taking the energy wall stones. In her opinion, if her man took it, there was no need to leave it for the 5th prince. Crack 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 crack. Lin Fei easily broke the seal and collected the energy wall stones. In fact, it was the system that collected them and instantly converted them into energy units. Collect again. The empire's foundation was rather terrifying. Lin Fei collected them without restraint. Lin Fei didn't care about those materials for now. He went straight to the mountain-like energy wall stones and collected them wantonly. The energy units in the system were rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Congratulations, Master. You are now able to execute 15 normal Great Sovereign rank attacks. I hope you will continue to work hard. The system suddenly sent a notification. 15 times? Not bad. Although it was 5 times more, to Lin Fei it was still an improvement. The royal clan's treasury was huge. The items piled up like mountains were something that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to obtain in their lifetime. Lin Fei's target this time was very clear, and it was the energy wall stones. He collected them one by one and looked at the constantly increasing energy units. That feeling was truly heaven-defying. Yes, it was heaven-defying. 15 times. 16 times. 17 times. 18 times. 19 times. Every time it increased, it was a quantitative increase in the energy unit. Lin Fei collected tirelessly. Fan Luoyu went from being surprised at the beginning to numbness. There was nothing more to say. No one had ever been able to collect so many energy wall stones in one go. Lin Fei had become a bottomless pit in her eyes. Only a bottomless pit could never contain the energy wall stones. In Lin Fei's eyes, there was only the energy wall stones that were constantly being collected. He was busy for 2 hours and he didn't stop at all. When the last one was collected, Lin Fei finally stopped. The first thing he did was open the system and check it out. Good fella. I can actually execute 38 Great Sovereign rank attacks. This number gave him a shock. The Empire's foundation was really something. Chapter 2641. Lin Fei didn't want to leave anything good for the 5th prince. The operation of the Empire required energy wall stones. If Lin Fei emptied all of them, there would definitely be a problem. As for what would happen, it wasn't his concern. Materials? Not for the time being. Master, there are still some good things in the deepest part of the treasury. The little devil's tone was somewhat urgent. Good things. If the little devil said it was good, it definitely wasn't something simple. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly and vaguely had an answer. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything that could be considered good. Others might be dazzled when they entered and didn't know what to choose. However, Lin Fei was different. In the entire treasury, there were only a few things that could catch his eye. Lin Fei led Fan Luoyu to the deepest part of the treasury. Compared to the shocking scene in front, the scene here was even more shocking. Could this be the thing left behind by the expert from the alternate dimension after he was defeated? Fan Luoyu stared at the huge wreckage in front of her and couldn't believe it. Expert from the alternate dimension. These few words were very important in the records of the royal family. This should be the wreckage left behind by the expert from the alternate dimension. Lin Fei was also shocked. In the deepest part of the treasury, there was actually a huge silver-white warship. It emitted a boundless domineering aura. However, this warship was now in tatters. The most obvious thing was that the center was split open by a blade. It was definitely the work of a great emperor. And these should be the armor from the alternate dimension. They indeed carry the power of technology. In addition to this huge warship, Lin Fei also discovered many other things which could be considered as an eye-opener. For example, the armor, the energy circulation, which had a strong defensive ability, and the damaged energy blade, which had extraordinary power, which was beyond the scope of ordinary weapons. Little devil, can you make these things? Although Lin Fei could use energy to defend himself, it was still lacking when compared to this kind of technological treasure. If he had these things, it would definitely increase his combat strength by a large margin. Yes, there are many materials on this warship that can be used to repair it. Lin Fei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the little devil's reply. Master, look around the innermost area. There are a few items with intelligence, but they are stuck in an endless loop and have become trash. Master, you can take them. Lin Fei knew that there was such a thing. I'll go collect it right away. Under the little demon's guidance, Lin Fei found 4 items with intelligence. The mission progress bar was originally January 30th, but now it was May 30th. He was one step closer to the system's evolution. If the Empire has such a thing, then so does the Demon God Empire. Should we make a trip to the Demon God Empire? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he could get a few more. Then, let's repair this armor first and return this energy blade. We'll take everything else as well. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the things left behind by the experts from the alternate dimensions. Ding! Repairing the silver light armor requires 24 hours. Ding! Repairing the silver moonblade requires 24 hours. Lin Fei didn't feel the pinch at all for consuming energy units. Now he could only wait. The warship couldn't be repaired, and it was a huge number. Outside the Imperial Treasury, Fan Qinglong and the other 2 called in experts to keep an eye on the Imperial Treasury's forbidden area. The quasi-emperors didn't dare to enter, as they could sense the dangerous aura in the forbidden area. They used their divine sense to cover the sky above the forbidden area. As long as someone came out, they wouldn't be able to escape their detection. We're not in a hurry. Fan Qinglong wasn't in a hurry. No matter what he took out from the treasury, in the end it's going to benefit me. Let's just treat him as a free porter. Fan Qinglong was very envious of the items in the treasury, but he couldn't enter without a pass. Now, with Lin Fei as a porter, it saved him a lot of trouble. A day passed in the blink of an eye. He still hadn't come out. From day to night. In the treasury, Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Ding! The silver light armor has been repaired successfully. It can display 80% of its defensive power. Ding! The silver moonblade has been repaired successfully. It can display 80% of its power. The system's voice sounded. The armor and blade should be a set. Lin Fei pondered and tested the power. Lin Fei didn't just repair 2 pieces of the silver light armor and silver moonblade. He had also prepared 2 pieces for Fan Luoyu, so that she could use them to increase her strength. When he was repairing them, Lin Fei noticed that there was a small indent on the silver light armor and silver moonblade. It was used to embed energy cards. As long as one had an energy card, they could be used without any restrictions. Lin Fei took out the silver light armor. When it was in his hand, it immediately released a warm silver light. It was very comfortable. Isn't this the broken armor from yesterday? You actually repaired it? Fan Luoyu looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. This is a treasure left behind by an expert from the alternate space. Your man is very powerful. Lin Fei took out the silver moonblade. This was also extraordinary. When it was taken out, it looked ordinary. When the energy was activated, One could immediately feel a trace of sharp aura. Let me wear the armor. You can try attacking me with all your strength. Lin Fei wanted to test it out. Alright. Fan Luoyu grabbed the silver moon blade. Without any moves, she immediately slashed. A ray of light burst out and landed on Lin Fei's silver light armor. Voila! The silver light armor was immediately activated. A holy shield appeared on his body, protecting him perfectly. Again, go all out. Lin Fei also asked the little demon to collect data. Fan Luoyu used the most basic of attacks to be unbridled. Streaks after streaks of light engulfed Lin Fei. Data collection complete. The silver light armor can withstand the attack of an Emperor Expert 10 times. It can withstand a Quasi-Emperor Expert 100 times. Lin Fei didn't expect the silver light armor to be so powerful. What about the silver moon blade? Lin Fei asked. As long as there is enough energy, it can cut open the body of a Quasi-Emperor Expert. The complete silver moon blade can unleash an Emperor-level attack. Quasi-Emperor Expert is not bad. The materials here were limited. 80% of the power was already not bad. The prerequisite was that there was enough energy to support it. Fan Luoyu was also shocked when she found out about the power of the silver light armor and silver moon blade. She pondered. No wonder the experts from the alternate dimensions are so fearsome. They don't need to raise their realm at all. They only need to pay attention to external forces, and they can build an army in an instant. With the silver light armor and silver moon blade, it will be easy for you to deal with Xiaoran and the others. Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 2642. The harvest in the royal treasury was too great. Lin Fei had always mastered the great emperor-level attacks. Previously, he could only use about 10 attacks. Now that he had swept through the royal treasury, he could use 38 attacks instead of 10. That was terrifying. Not only could Lin Fei exert the combat power of a great emperor level, but he could also increase his strength infinitely. 38 attacks could be converted into 2 attacks, which was terrifying. Concentration was the essence. Lin Fei wasn't too sure how powerful the fusion of 19 attacks would be. At the very least, he knew that it wouldn't be easy for anyone to block it. Ultimate move. A real ultimate move. The previous attacks were just appetizers. Outside the royal forbidden area, Fan Qinglong and the other two stood in the sky. They did not look anxious, but they were anxious. If Lin Fei were to leave quietly with the princess, it would really be a great loss of face. If they wanted to deal with Lin Fei again, it would be very difficult. There's movement. It seems like Lin Fei has come out of the treasury. Fan Qinglong could still sense Lin Fei's aura through the many formations. It was very piercing and eye-catching in the dark night. Great, he finally came out. We don't need to do anything. The great emperor-level experts inside will take them down. Whoosh! 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 The moment Lin Fei and the 9th princess appeared, the 5 great emperor-level experts who were sitting cross-legged made a move. The 5 figures overlapped, and in their field of vision, the 5 of them became one person with the aura of 5 people flowing around their bodies. You scoundrel, how dare you take the princess hostage? Today you will die here. After the 5 of them merged with the array, they instantly became a great emperor-level expert. Go straight to the root. After merging, the other party used a pitch-black spear. The spearhead flashed with cold light, and as the other party moved, it was like a huge dragon that pierced through the void and stabbed at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. After the 5 of them advanced, their strength had surpassed that of before. This spear had become exceptionally terrifying. The royal family is really amazing. The 5 brothers are telepathic and they even know this move. No wonder they never left the royal family's restricted area. Lin Fei could feel the terror of this spear. Before the spear even got close, its sharp aura was like a knife, leaving tiny wounds on Lin Fei's body. It's time to test out the power of the silver light armor. With a thought from Lin Fei, the silver light armor automatically appeared on his body. It was silvery white in color, protecting the important parts of his body. Clang! The other party's spear stabbed into Lin Fei's forehead, and a huge force surged out. This was the second killing move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tremendous force was like a stream of water, which was immediately neutralized by the silver light armor. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying defense of the silver light armor. This was only 80% of the armor's defensive capabilities. His opponent's attacks would find it hard to penetrate the armor. Again. He retracted his spear and thrust it forward once more. Spear sparks filled the sky, falling continuously, real and fake. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Lin Fei suffered over 100 attacks from his opponent. Each spear could easily kill a 9th transition professional expert. A great emperor is indeed a great emperor. Their strength is the same and there are no mistakes. Over 100 spear attacks covered the entire silver light armor. It's a pity that my silver light armor doesn't have any flaws. His efforts are destined to be in vain. Lin Fei was very assured about the silver light armor. Since all of you have attacked, I'm going to attack too. Take my attack first. Lin Fei drew his saber. With the silver moon saber in hand, he raised the saber and chopped. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the saber slashed out, a white glow exploded, looking very holy. The combined body royal family expert seemed to have relaxed, as though he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Suddenly a bright light flashed, and his spear trembled, protecting his body. Clang clang. The royal family expert kept retreating. The spear in front of him had many marks on it, all caused by the slashes. Alternate space weapon. The royal family expert held the spear and stood horizontally. The hand holding the spear was trembling slightly, almost causing him to let go of the weapon. Good eyesight. This is something from your royal family's treasury. Just now it was only the first slash and you almost couldn't take it. My second slash, you definitely won't be able to take it. Lin Fei held the silver moon saber in his hand. He had seen how powerful the silver moon saber was. Could actually distract people. It was indeed amazing. The strength of this saber was still very different from when it was used normally. In terms of energy output, there was a lot of saving. It had truly become perfect, and it was no longer used so crudely. That was a living waste. Lin Fei also felt a pang of heartache for the waste in the past. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Lin Fei liked the silver light armor and the silver moon saber more and more. How dare you? This is my man and you dare to attack. Fan Luoyu said coldly. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Man. The royal family expert who had fused together was shocked again. They had seen the power of the previous slash. If there was another slash, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it. They weren't real great emperor experts but had come up here through secret skills. The other party was a living great emperor expert. Actually, they didn't want to continue fighting. It was something that they had no confidence in. Princess, you entered the royal family's treasury without His Majesty's permission. Before he could finish, Fan Luoyu said angrily. Who said we didn't have permission? You've all seen the pass. You were the ones who let us in. Are you all blind? If you dare to make a move again, I will have him kill you all. The last few words were filled with cold murderous intent. Forget it, we won't interfere. The royal family expert split into 5 people again, and gave up on the idea of attacking. He turned back to the stage and sat down cross-legged, unmoving like a mountain. Even if they had the guts now, they wouldn't dare to attack. Brother Fei, how was my performance just now? Fan Luoyu winked at Lin Fei secretly. Amazing. Lin Fei naturally hoped that they wouldn't attack. Of the 38 attacks, only 37 were left. It wasn't easy to replenish one, so he had to use it sparingly. Traces of energy waves came from the royal family's restricted area. They've started fighting. Fan Qinglong didn't think that Lin Fei could withstand the combined attack of the 5 royal family experts. Unless he was a real great emperor expert. Was Lin Fei one? Definitely not. He just used treasures to get to the top, so there was nothing to be shocked about. That realm wasn't something that could be achieved through tricks. We just need to wait for the results now. Fan Qinglong looked at the royal family's restricted area with excitement, imagining the despair in Lin Fei's eyes when he was escorted out. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng trusted Fan Qinglong very much. It was easy to sense if there were any experts here. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Chapter 2643. They're out. Footsteps could be heard coming from the royal restricted area. That's right, it was the sound of footsteps, one step at a time in an orderly fashion. Fan Qinglong smiled. The people inside are done. Lin Fei and the ninth princess have been brought out. Fan Qinglong had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He wanted to see Lin Fei's hopeless and helpless look. Xiao Ran also revealed his murderous intent. If not for Lin Fei's interference, he would not have waited until now. Fortunately, everything could end now. Lin Fei had fallen into their hands and had no hope of survival. Would the Avengers come for revenge? Xiao Ran was not worried at all. Through their family's internal connections, they had learned of a secret. It was rumored that a mysterious person had expressed his dislike for the appearance of the Avengers, and vaguely had the intention of dealing with them. The Avengers would not be able to take care of themselves soon, so they would not be in the mood to avenge Lin Fei. Xiao Ran was also completely relieved. Now Lin Fei was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting for them to clean up. Lin Fei, you never thought that one day you would become a prisoner, right? With the appearance of Lin Fei and the ninth princess, Fan Qinglong could not wait to ridicule them. Princess, your fifth brother seems to be seeing things. We are both alive and well, how dare you say that we are prisoners? Lin Fei shook his head, looking amused. Fan Luoyu also nodded seriously. Yes, his eyes are indeed seeing things. How pitiful. Only then did Fan Qinglong notice that there were no experts following behind them. His expression changed. Didn't they capture them? As soon as this thought came to him, he felt terrible. You're lying. With your strength you won't be able to stop the five of them. Fan Qinglong suppressed his thoughts, not believing Lin Fei's words. You want to lie to us? Don't even think about it. Lin Fei could see that Fan Qinglong was a little exasperated, but he forced himself to hold it in. Xiao Ran, you've got guts. Do you still remember what I told you? Lin Fei's gaze turned to Xiao Ran, revealing a cold killing intent. Xiao Ran's hair stood on end from being stared at. He was shocked in his heart. How is this possible? How did his aura become stronger in 3 years? It makes me feel uncomfortable all over. 3 years ago, Xiao Ran did not feel such a strong pressure from Lin Fei. 3 years later, the feeling was completely different. Xiao Ran felt as if he had encountered a ferocious beast that wanted to devour him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This young master is a member of the Xiao family. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, he wouldn't dare to kill this young master, unless he wants to be pursued endlessly by the Xiao family. Xiao Ran was completely relieved. Moreover, this time in the sky above the imperial family's forbidden area, there were 8 pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts working together. How could they not be able to deal with Lin Fei? What a joke, unless he was a martial Emperor Realm expert. Lin Fei, you're still as arrogant as before. This young master really admires your courage. Xiao Ran revealed a resentful gaze. Although I don't know how you came out, you should first look around and then judge your situation. Is that so? Lin Fei did not need to look to know that he was locked by 7 auras. All of them were pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts. Just these pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts? Lin Fei smiled disdainfully. Lin Fei, you're about to die. Yet you still dare to be insolent. Bai Zhengfeng sneered. This place has been set up like an iron bucket. 7 pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts working together, do you think you can hide? Bai Zhengfeng's hatred for Lin Fei was not small. The glorious Tianji Hall was tormented by the Avengers, and its influence was greatly affected. When people mentioned treasures, the first thing that came to mind was the Avengers' Chamber of Commerce. This was such a sad thing. Many of Tianji Hall's experts died in the hands of the Avengers, which also made the higher-ups of Tianji Hall gnash their teeth. As the most exposed person, Lin Fei naturally became the main target of Tianji Hall's revenge. This time, Bai Zhengfeng would not let Lin Fei escape. Lin Fei, you're acting so fearless. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the old dean backing you? If you think that we won't dare to do anything to you, you're gravely mistaken. Xiao Ran wanted to destroy all of Lin Fei's fantasies. Your old dean can only watch from afar. Even if you give him 100 guts, he might not dare to make a move. Lin Fei did not think of counting on the old dean to make a move. It was not worth it. I can't make a move. Lin Fei quickly thought. The old dean is a great emperor expert, and he might even be in the middle stage. If he can't make a move, then someone must have made a move. Is it a great emperor expert? It should be, but it's definitely not an ordinary great emperor expert. Could it be someone from the Great Emperor Alliance? Lin Fei connected the cause and effect and immediately came up with an explanation. That was someone from the Great Emperor Alliance. They originally had ideas about the Avengers, and they must think that they were related to the alternate dimension. Stopping the old dean was understandable. Either the Xiao family invited a Great Emperor expert from the Great Emperor Alliance. No matter which explanation it was, Lin Fei was not very surprised. Seeing that Lin Fei did not speak for a long time, Xiao Ran was in a good mood. Are you in despair? I heard that you have a wind god ancient beast as a guardian. Today this young master also found an ancient beast, and wanted to ask your wind god ancient beast for advice. Anbar, you can come out now. Xiao Ran wanted Lin Fei to be in complete despair, not just despair. Walla walla. Space distorted. A huge black creature rushed in. Its huge wings spread open. An endless flame aura rolled over wave after wave. Xiao family kid, where's the wind god ancient beast you mentioned? Anbar looked around. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng's expressions changed slightly. What a good Xiao Ran to actually secretly set up a move and invited an ancient beast, and it's a mid-grade ancient beast, Raging Black Eagle. It's proficient in terrifying flame attacks, and its temperature is extremely high. It can easily burn a 9th transformation profession expert to death. Bai Zhengfeng was experienced and knowledgeable, and also secretly took a deep breath. As expected of a family with a deep foundation, they could even invite a mid-grade ancient beast. In order to successfully capture Lin Fei this time, Xiao Ran really spent a lot of money. Xiao Ran said respectfully, Lord Anbar, that wind god ancient beast is by that kid's side. As long as that kid is threatened, the wind god ancient beast will definitely appear. Anbar's sharp eyes shot over. Stinking brat, quickly call out your wind god ancient beast, lest I burn your soul to ashes with a mouthful of fire. As a mid-grade ancient beast, even the quasi-great emperor expert in the sky did not think much of it. Chapter 2644. Once the mid-tier ancient beast flaming black eagle Anbar appeared, its boundless hostility made the surrounding people suck in a cold breath. The hostility flowed around Anbar, formlessly forming a huge black vortex. Anyone who looked at it would feel like they were falling into endless darkness. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei, you were lucky last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. Without the Dean's help and the wind god ancient beast beside you, you are destined to become our prisoner. Xiao Ran was completely relieved. Under multiple layers of protection, Lin Fei did not have the ability to turn the situation around. Lin Fei, this time you really can't turn the situation around. Fan Qinglong laughed proudly. I heard that you can explode with the strength of a quasi-great emperor. Just nice, I can do it too. I wonder who is stronger between the two of us. Fan Qinglong retracted his aura and released it all, entering the quasi-great emperor realm. Today, I will let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me. With such a trump card, the three of them laughed. No matter who came, they would not be able to turn the situation around. Lin Fei would definitely fall into their hands. He was a treasure. Under strict interrogation, the rewards would be unimaginable. Lin Fei was very calm. Master, let me take that flaming black eagle. The little devil was also angry. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? After eating that guy, my body strength will increase by a lot, and I can even copy his ability. Lin Fei trusted Little Fiend very much. So what if it was a mid-tier ancient beast? Little Fiend would soon be Little Fiend's meal. Lin Fei had to thank Xiao Ran for giving him such a gift. After refining the ancient beast, Little Fiend's strength would not need to rely on the system. Even if a great emperor were to make a move, Little Fiend would not be able to capture Little Fiend in a short period of time. At this moment, Fan Luoyu's face was covered with frost, staring at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, I will definitely kill you today. Xiao Ran thought nothing of it. Fan Luoyu, you are destined to be my woman. You are dreaming if you think you can kill me with your abilities. Later, I will let you see how the man you admire will be like a dead dog, lying at my feet, struggling at death's door. You're courting death. Fan Luoyu's cultivation level was not low, but compared to Xiao Ran, she was lacking by quite a bit. But with the silver moon saber, it was completely different. Voila! A holy light appeared. Xiao Ran couldn't react in time. His mind was quickly attracted. and he was momentarily at a loss. Fan Luoyu was secretly delighted. She had not expected the power of the silver moon saber to be so powerful. With one slash on Xiao Ran's shoulder, a large piece of flesh fell off, waking Xiao Ran up from the pain. Young master. The expressions of the quasi-martial monarchs in the sky changed as well. They were injured right under their noses. How were they supposed to explain themselves? How dare you attack young master? Kill. A tall quasi-emperor expert lifted his hand and threw a punch over. It was ferocious like a torrent and sealed the surrounding void. In the eyes of people like Fan Luoyu, this punch was a sure kill punch. Silver light armor. Fan Luoyu was completely confident in the item that Lin Fei had given her. Once the silver light armor was on, it released a holy light that continuously weakened the opponent's attack. When it landed on her body, it lost its strength and was like an itch. What a magical item. It actually uses energy to block. It was also the first time that Fan Luoyu had seen such a magical item. That was an attack from a quasi-martial monarch, and she had actually blocked it. It was simply unbelievable. The treasure of an expert from an alternate dimension. The quasi-martial monarchs of the Shao clan recognized it at a glance, and their expressions changed. As experts of an ancient clan, it was not that they could not see all kinds of secrets. Among them, the secrets regarding the alternate dimension were almost top secret. If they were not in the quasi-martial monarch realm, they would not be qualified to check it out. The treasure of an expert from an alternate dimension. Rumor had it that back when the alternate dimension entered the plane, it was basically all standard equipment. It could instantly arm an army and sweep across the great world. Among them, there was a set of equipment that was more eye-catching. That was the silver light armor and the silver moon blade. According to the words of the expert from the alternate dimension, this set of equipment was called silver light grade equipment. Above it was Jingguang grade equipment. Below silver light grade equipment was bronze light grade equipment. Every set of equipment was ordered by color. Among them, the silver light grade equipment was the most eye-catching. How many great emperor experts had experienced the power of silver light grade equipment? The only thing that they did not expect was that in their lifetime, they would actually encounter such a treasure from an alternate dimension. Now that it had appeared, how could they not change their expressions? Lin Fei did not make a move, as he wanted Fan Luoyu to experience the magical aspects of this set of equipment. Until Fan Luoyu made a move again, charging towards Xiao Ran, he finally made a move. Little Devil go. Lin Fei released Little Devil. Pung. Ambar had been paying attention. The little demon appeared too quickly. It directly came out from below and hit Ambar's huge body with its head, sending him flying. His movements were fast, but Ambar was not easy to deal with. Blazing flames rose around him, and Little Devil was caught in the flames. Take down Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong gave the order. He could not help but be moved by the equipment on Fan Luoyu's body. 6 great emperor experts attacked Lin Fei's position at the first instance, no longer hiding their secret techniques. They wanted to injure the opponent first. Swoosh! The silver light armor landed on his body, and Lin Fei charged over. Pung pung pung. All kinds of attacks, all kinds of secret techniques were blocked. Kill! The silver moon blade brought along a pure white light, slashing across their bodies. The attacks of 2 martial emperors instantly turned into one saber strike with boundless might. When Lin Fei executed it, they were momentarily dazed. They were doomed to a tragedy. One by one, their heads flew and 7 bodies fell, including the top-notch puppet. This slash was too fast. Fan Qinglong's face was still filled with joy, but in the next second, he completely stiffened, and his body began to tremble. Impossible! 7 great emperor experts, how could he kill them with one blade? Fan Qinglong's pupils constricted, and he could not believe what had happened in front of him. 5th Prince, take my blade too. Swoosh! Light exploded and a blade attacked. Fan Qinglong clenched his teeth, and he could not care so much. A large area of black fog blocked in front of him, and it collapsed in front of the holy light. It slashed down from the sky, and Fan Qinglong's blade was split apart. The strength is too great. Lin Fei shook his head. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng saw the scene in front of them, and their scalp went numb. Their first reaction was, We've been tricked. Lin Fei is not a great emperor but a great emperor expert. What the hell? They really could not believe it was true. 7 great emperor experts were killed with one blade. Fan Qinglong was also killed with one blade. Run! Without any hesitation, Xiao Ran turned and ran. Xiao Ran, leave your pathetic life behind. Fan Luoyu caught up, and her blade slashed continuously. That great emperor expert had long lost his fighting spirit, and he turned and ran, not caring about protecting Xiao Ran. Just as he got up, a blade attacked, and he was separated from the top. Fan Luoyu, you can't kill me. Xiao Ran tried to resist, but he could not withstand the support. Fan Luoyu continued to close in, and her blade attacked randomly. Patriarch, save me. Chapter 2645. Xiao Ran's combat ability was very strong. Unfortunately, he encountered Fan Luoyu this time. Equipped with silver light grade equipment, her defense was unparalleled. Xiao Ran's advantage was lost first. The silver moon saber contained the assistance of holy light, and was affected again. Xiao Ran tried his best, but still could not block the continuous gleam of the saber. His mind was in a trance. You forced me to do this. Xiao Ran crushed a jade talisman, full of reluctance. That was a treasure. He did not expect his well-laid trap to be easily broken by his opponent. The moment the jade talisman was crushed, a formless and terrifying voice came. Who dares to kill my grandson? Xiao Ran was the grandson of an important person. The jade talisman was used to save his life. Ever since the last time, Xiao Ran had gone to the clan to beg for it, so that he would not be killed by Lin Fei. He did not expect to be forced to use it by Fan Luoyu. The voice came, but the person did not appear. Fan Luoyu's attack was dispelled. Her silver armor shone brightly, and she was sent flying. Silver light grade equipment left behind by a powerful fighter from an alternate dimension. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. Lin Fei moved over and caught Fan Luoyu. Are you all right? I'm fine. Fan Luoyu nodded. Luckily, I have the protection of the armor. You have to be careful. This should be the supreme power of a great emperor from the Xiao family. With silver light grade equipment, although Fan Luoyu was injured, it was not serious. Lin Fei, you forced me to use the jade talisman. This time you will definitely die. Xiao Ran was ferocious. And you little b****, I will torture you slowly until you die. Lin Fei could sense the supreme might of the emperor in that voice. It was quite terrifying. If it was the previous time, Lin Fei would have turned and left. Now he had the confidence. How dare you kill my grandson? Who gave you the guts? The voice came again. Then a shadow tore through the void, and descended in the sky above the royal forbidden zone without warning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It flowed like water. The void crumbled, leading in the direction of Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu. As this overwhelming aura descended, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in the depths of the void above the Capital Institute suddenly opened his eyes. This aura is so familiar, right? One of the 2 emperors of the Xiao clan, Xiao Tiannan. The old dean tore open the void and appeared in the sky above the imperial forbidden area. He saw the figure. It was the Xiao clan Xiao Tiannan, an early-stage emperor realm expert. Silver light grade equipment from an alternate dimension? This kid is really extravagant, to actually make 2 sets. With Ol Amos eyesight, he recognized it at a glance. We're in big trouble this time. Xiao Tiannan is famous for being narrow-minded. Right after he advanced to the Heavenly Emperor realm, he took revenge on a veteran 9th stage professional ranker. I heard that he dotes on Xiao Ran the most, and even refined a projection jade talisman. Ol Amos had thought that Lin Fei would take the 9th princess away on the day of the wedding, but he didn't expect it to be brought forward. From the looks of it, she seemed to have come out of the restricted area of the royal family. Doubts flashed through Amos' mind. Lin Fei pulled Fan Luoyu behind him. The opponent was very, very strong. Even if it was just a projection, its strength was very terrifying, reaching the peak of the 9th stage professional ranker. Open! Lin Fei concentrated and slashed at the water. It was a great emperor-level slash. The water was split by the slash. The power of this slash was not small. It guided the water's strength to split into 2 sides. The great array behind him suffered a calamity, collapsing continuously, a full 20% of it. You have some ability. Unfortunately, you are not a real great emperor and have not comprehended the emperor's will. You are just a brute with a bit more strength. The figure was very blurry high above. I'll let you see what a real great emperor's means is. The figure stretched out his hand and pointed. Lin Fei instantly felt his scalp go numb. Invisible attacks came from all directions, hitting the silver light armor on his body, and indirectly penetrated his flesh. It actually penetrated. Lin Fei was shocked. When that trace of power landed on his flesh, his body actually showed signs of collapsing. This was something that had never happened before. Ding! Detected the invasion of mysterious power. Eliminate. A rare notification came from the system. Eliminate. A jingguang flashed in his body, and the stubborn mysterious power was cleansed. His body also returned to normal in an instant. Ding! Collected mysterious power. Ding! Analyzing. Just a phantom was enough to put Lin Fei in a difficult position. He truly realized how terrifying a great emperor was, and he seemed to have comprehended a different kind of power. I'll deal with this phantom first. If it was the real body, Lin Fei might be afraid. No matter how strong a phantom was, it couldn't be stronger than his own suppression. Lin Fei was determined. I'll transfer 10 great emperor attacks into a single slash. Transfer successful. Lin Fei held the silver moon saber with both hands and entered the void. He then flashed and appeared again, closing in on his opponent. Slash. The power of a single slash that contained 10 great emperor attacks was unimaginable. A barrier appeared around the illusionary figure, blocking the 10 martial monarch's saber attacks. I've said it before. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you're strong. That's just the means of mortals. If you don't become an emperor, you'll always be immortal. The phantom was neither hurried nor slow. Your secret technique is not bad. It can actually condense 10 great emperor attacks, and it's even a surprise attack. Lin Fei, you fake great emperor. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Xiaoran laughed. Lin Fei could clearly sense that his opponent's barrier was emitting a unique force that was able to resist 10 attacks from a martial monarch realm expert. System scan for loopholes. Lin Fei didn't believe that a phantom could be so powerful. Scanning. The system was scanning. I must find the loopholes. Lin Fei felt that he had to have a good chat with the old dean after this matter. It seemed that his understanding of great emperors was wrong. Scanning completed. Loopholes found. Lin Fei accepted the system's result. This happened in an instant. So the loopholes are here. Fortunately, it's a phantom. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to break it. Lin Fei smiled. Again. Lin Fei condensed another saber. Without any hesitation, the saber landed on the weakest part of the shield. The tyrannical saber slashed on the phantom. The phantom indeed looked down on a mortal. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was just a little bigger than an ant. Not to mention injuring him. He couldn't even break the shield. He actually found out. The phantom was stunned for a moment. The entire phantom was shattered. That kid actually succeeded. The old dean couldn't believe it. That was the phantom of a great emperor. A peak 9th transformation professional that contained emperor's intent. Yet he was killed just like that. Chapter 2646. Old Ancestor. Xiaoran couldn't believe the scene in front of him. His old ancestor had been destroyed by Lin Fei. Run! Without another word, Xiaoran immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed out. He had no choice but to rush out. How can he be so strong? Xiaoran couldn't accept it. He was so close. Xiaoran, die. Fan Luoyu turned into a stream of light and chased after him. The silver light armor not only had defense but also increased speed. When she caught up, a gorgeous saber light shrouded over. There was no need for technique or ability. The saber light crushed. Xiaoran's speed wasn't as fast as Fan Luoyu. With the protection of the silver light armor, the silver moon saber was shrouded in holy light. How could Xiaoran block it? He died under Fan Luoyu's saber chaos. Don't kill me, The voice stopped. Fan Luoyu's thoughts instantly cleared up. Phew, he's finally dead. Fan Luoyu knew that she would get into trouble. But she still killed Xiaoran, a young master of an ancient clan. Good kill. Lin Fei laughed. Master Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng have escaped and left a spatial imprint. Should we chase after them and destroy them? Little Fiend reminded. Lin Fei squinted and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. They will be trouble if we keep them alive. Let's kill them first. Swoosh. Lin Fei tore open the void and chased after them. In the void, the old dean took a look, sighed, and left. It seems to be the aura of the Shao clan's great emperor. That Lin Fei is dead for sure. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng, who were running, finally revealed a hint of joy on their pale faces. That soaring aura was too conspicuous. Not good. Lin Fei is catching up. Bai Zhengfeng's joy didn't last long. Through the treasure, he sensed that someone was catching up at high speed. Quick, split up. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Without any hesitation, the two fled to the left and right, hoping that Lin Fei wouldn't catch up to them. Slash. Lin Fei caught up with him and sneered. The silver moon saber flew out and turned into a white stream of light. With a terrifying speed, it caught up with Bai Zhengfeng and pierced his heart. Bai Zhengfeng had no time to react. So fast, the white stream of light dove into the void and appeared once again, catching up to Fan Qinglong. The stream of light flashed, and Fan Qinglong's eyes widened. He truly died with a grievance. The silver moon saber returned to Lin Fei's hand. What a good item. Its speed is even faster than mine. Lin Fei also gave it a try. He didn't expect it to really work. Master, the speed of your silver moon saber reached 700,000 kilometers per second just now. But their flying speed is only 200,000 kilometers per second. This speed? What about me? Lin Fei asked in disbelief. Master's speed is slightly faster than them, but it can't reach 1,000,000 kilometers per second. If you go all out, you can reach 800,000 kilometers per second. Any faster, and Master's body won't be able to bear it. Lin Fei blinked. How can the silver moon saber be enough? This speed is comparable to a great emperor expert. There's no data for now. I need to collect data. This explanation. Lin Fei was convinced. After checking the silver moon saber, there was no problem. It was just that it consumed a lot of energy which made his heart ache. Back to the Imperial Palace. Fan Luoyu was wearing the silver light armor. She looked valiant and heroic, and had a unique flavor. I killed your fifth brother. You won't be angry, right? Lin Fei appeared beside Fan Luoyu. Fan Luoyu sighed and shook her head. I'm not angry. He asked for it. If he had been an emperor, this wouldn't have happened. It's good that you killed him, lest he bewitched the other region lords. By then the entire empire would be in chaos. Fan Luoyu was very clear about this point. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Now the emperor of your empire is dead. The great emperor is also dead. Your imperial father is also dead. I don't know where he is. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid there would be great chaos. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. That's all because of you. Lin Fei was sweating profusely, and a thought flashed through his mind. How about this? There's no one in control of the empire now, and it's not safe. I think you can temporarily control the empire to prevent any accidents. Ah! Fan Luoyu was shocked. Fan Luoyu agreed in the end. She couldn't bear for her father's empire to be in chaos. It would be a huge catastrophe and many people would die. Lin Fei had the emperor's token in Fan Qinglong's hands. Fan Luoyu was indeed a strong woman. She gathered Fan Qinglong's trusted subordinates, launched a sudden attack, and suppressed them. At the same time, she used the token to mobilize the experts of the expedition guards, and suppressed the forces in the imperial capital that had sided with the fifth prince. Overnight, the imperial capital changed drastically. All the star fields in the empire were shocked. Far away in the ancient wasteland world, in a black secret chamber, a cold and gloomy aura reverberated in the secret chamber. The elder in green, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly and beams of light pierced out. The void in front of him became riddled with holes, and it was a mess. Lil Ran has been killed. That bloodline had completely disappeared. You're not a great emperor expert, but you're so powerful. You even have silver light level equipment from an alternate dimension. No matter who you are, I'll kill you. While the empire was in shock, Lin Fei quietly arrived at the Capital Institute, entered the deep void of the institute, and found the old dean. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist coming. Isn't this an eye-opener? The old dean sat in a pavilion under a fake mountain, leisurely sipping tea, and looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei sat cross-legged. Old dean, you've really tricked me. I almost couldn't accompany you to drink tea and chat here anymore. The old dean smiled. But you're still sitting here. You've really hidden your strength well. Even I want to know who you are. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it gently. Can you tell me more about the great emperor? For example, last night's situation with the Shao clan's great emperor. The old dean smiled without saying anything. I'm willing to contribute another top-notch puppet. He was asking for benefits. Lin Fei said with a pained expression. He could only make 3 supreme-grade puppets a month. You're indeed a sensible child. I like people like you. The old dean said happily. He was just waiting for you to say that. What do you want to know? The old dean said readily. Just the basics of a great emperor. Lin Fei said. The old dean took a sip of tea. The great emperor level, as Xiao Tianan said last night, will forever be immortal if you're not a great emperor. This is the dividing line. What's the dividing line? The great emperor level experts are first and foremost in the nature of life. Don't think that our lifespans are very long, but compared to a great emperor level expert, it pales in comparison. A great emperor level expert can at least live for 5 to a billion years, and as their realm breaks through, they can live even longer. Mortals can only live for 100 million years at most, and the physical body of a great emperor realm expert isn't an ordinary physical body, it's a higher level of life form, it's truly indestructible. Chapter 2647. Well, Amos shook his head. No, the indestructible body you know of is only the most superficial kind, the most superficial kind. In front of a true powerhouse, it's useless. A great emperor powerhouse can crush your flesh and blood with a single palm strike. Even with your powerful life force, the rebirth of your flesh and blood, being indestructible and indestructible, is just a joke. Lin Fei's expression became much more solemn. Rebirth of flesh and blood. Indestructible and indestructible. Lin Fei knew that. But now it sounded like it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Well, Amos also seemed to see through Lin Fei's thoughts and said with a smile, if you don't become a great emperor, don't ever think of calling yourself indestructible and indestructible. That's just a joke. A great emperor powerhouse's flesh and blood involves a deeper level. Even if they're really smashed into pieces, they can still survive. They have a tyrannical and boundless life force, and even if they stand in front of you and let you attack them, you still won't be able to kill them. Lin Fei couldn't help but be dealt a blow. Originally, he thought that his strength was already very strong, and even if he encountered a great emperor powerhouse, he could at least put up a fight. At the very least, he would be heavily injured. Now it seemed like he was just a joke. If he really encountered a great emperor powerhouse, he could only run away. Ever since I got the system, everything has been smooth sailing, and I've become arrogant and prideful. Little did I know there's always someone better out there, and I almost fell for it. Lin Fei was inwardly glad that he had encountered a great emperor's projection in advance, and he knew how powerful a great emperor powerhouse was. It wasn't too late to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. A great emperor powerhouse's life form is the same, and it's very difficult for a great emperor powerhouse to kill a great emperor powerhouse in a fight. Unless there's a huge difference in strength, or if a great emperor powerhouse uses a divine weapon, it's impossible to kill a great emperor powerhouse. Apart from that, a great emperor powerhouse has many aspects that mortals can't compare to, such as speed. Ol Amos kept a top-grade puppet, and did not mind telling Lin Fei in detail about the great emperor. In the eyes of us great monarchs, those who haven't entered the great monarch realm are still mortals, just powerful mortals. For example, a person like you might be strong, but there's still a gap in speed. You can only move 500 to 600,000 li per second at best, while great monarchs, even if they don't specialize in speed, can still reach a shocking 1,200,000 li per second. They can kill you as soon as you make a move. This is an absolute advantage. As for those who specialize in speed, their speed per second is even more terrifying. For example, in the Great Monarch Alliance, there's a Great Monarch expert who can reach a shocking 2,700,000 li per second, surpassing everyone else in terms of speed and standing at the peak. Lin Fei was shocked. I thought my silver moon saber was fast, but it's still not at the level of a great emperor. The fastest it can reach is 2,700,000 kilometers per second. That's even more terrifying. You won't even be able to react to his speed. The old dean could see the change in Lin Fei's expression. This is all secondary. This is all secondary. The reason why a great emperor-level expert is strong is because they have comprehended the emperor intent. When you fought with the apparition earlier, the emperor intent that came from all directions was not very strong. According to the 9th grade emperor intent, Xiao Tiannan's emperor intent is a 3rd grade emperor intent called penetrating emperor intent. It's extremely terrifying. If you weren't wearing the silver light grade silver light armor, your flesh and blood wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fortunately, it was the apparition that attacked. If it was the real body, your silver light armor wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Lin Fei finally heard the information he wanted. Emperor intent. The Phantom's method of attacking me was an emperor intent attack? It's indeed a rather terrifying attack. It was able to penetrate my flesh even through the silver light armor. If it was the real body, Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining it. The strength of a great emperor expert is something you cannot imagine. Any great emperor expert does not comprehend a single type of emperor intent. The emperor intent can be increased, and with every increase in grade, its might will also increase. For example, Xiao Tiannan's penetrative emperor intent, and the next level is slicing, 3rd grade emperor intent. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. In the depths of the Academy's library, there are various secret manuals. Among them are explanations of emperor intent, as well as various branches. You can flip through them. It will be of great help to you. The old dean took out a token and threw it to Lin Fei. Also, you have to be careful of Xiao Tiannan. He holds grudges. The 9th princess killed his grandson. He will definitely come for revenge. Of course, it's impossible for a great emperor expert to deal with a junior like you. The Phantom doesn't count. The Great Emperor Alliance has a rule that great emperor experts are not allowed to act against mortals. However, Xiao Tiannan will find someone to do it. You better get the experts of your Avengers Alliance to come. It's best if it's a great emperor expert. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm the Avengers Alliance, a lone member. What great emperor expert? Who can I get help from? He'll find an assassin? The old dean nodded slightly. Something like that. Don't look down on assassins. There's an assassin organization in the ancient wasteland called the Umbral World. It's a powerful assassin organization. As long as you can pay the price, anyone will assassinate you. You're pretty strong, but once you meet them, you'll be in big trouble. They're all fake great emperors who have condensed a trace of emperor intent. They're stronger than pseudo-great emperors. It's impossible to guard against them. Umbral World. Lin Fei was shocked. He had heard of this organization before. They dare to kill great emperor experts? The dean snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? The Umbral Realm's influence is too great, and it's not just limited to us. Speaking of which, I'll let you in on a little. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. The Umbral Realm is just a branch of the ancient wasteland world. Its influence is so great that even the 3 strongest experts of the Great Emperor Alliance wouldn't dare to offend it. Hiss! Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 3 strongest experts of the Great Emperor Alliance didn't dare to attack the Umbral World. They even had to be polite to them. Could it be that there was an expert who surpassed the Great Emperor level behind them? Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. The old dean continued to divulge some secrets. They were all very detailed information about Great Emperor experts. Emperor intent. Lin Fei returned to the Emperor Peak. He immediately opened the system to check on the situation of the battle. The sky curtain appeared and began to replay. Xiao Tiannan's penetrating emperor intent became infinitely detailed. At the same time, he took out the silver light armor. The armor was covered with tiny holes that were like the eye of a needle. As expected. Fortunately, I have the silver light armor to reduce a portion of the power. Otherwise, I'd really become a hornet's nest and be deader than dead. Lin Fei took a deep breath. System, can you replicate this emperor intent? Lin Fei sought help. At the same time, in an independent space in the ancient wasteland world, the space was pitch black. In this pitch black space there was a brightly lit place. It was a majestic palace that was extremely eye-catching. Umbral Palace. Just like its name, it was filled with boundless darkness. Hua! A green-robed elder passed through the void and arrived in front of the palace. Chapter 2648. I want you to kill someone. The dark shadow palace was pitch black as well. The green-robed old man entered and said to the endless dark void. His name is Lin Fei. And he is one of the managers of the Avengers. Please wait a moment. A cold, emotionless voice came from within the palace. The cyan-clothed old man was precisely Xiao Tiannan. He did not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction as he patiently waited. Every time he came to the dark shadow palace, he would feel an enormous pressure. His life instinctively reminded him that this place was extremely dangerous. Character information has been confirmed. One of the most well-known members of the Avengers, suspected to possess some kind of technological artifact, able to fight against a martial monarch realm expert, once slaying 7 martial monarch realm experts with a single slash. Difficulty rating 5-star. Yellow-ranked assassins will be deployed. 10,000 monarch crystals. 10,000 heaven crystals. Xiao Tiannan's heart ached. Heaven crystals were not ordinary items. They contained a lot of energy and were even more valuable than energy wall stones. They were worth cities, and with such a price one could buy a large number of energy wall stones. No problem. Enduring the pain of paying 10,000 heaven crystals, Xiao Tiannan turned around and left. Lin Fei, you're dead meat. Even an early-stage Emperor Realm expert would be killed by the yellow-ranked assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace if they weren't careful, let alone a mere mortal like you. Imperial College Library. Lin Fei smoothly entered the lowest level. There were a large number of ancient books, many of which were ancient. Everywhere was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei stayed on this floor for half a month. He read countless books, not missing a single one. Everything that the old dean had said was recorded here in great detail. To Lin Fei, half a month's time was a great harvest. He had accumulated all sorts of knowledge. Those who have condensed the monarch intent are martial monarchs. Their battle prowess would be doubled, and their life form would undergo a transformation, allowing them to easily kill quasi-martial monarchs. The emperor's will is the emperor's heart, the great emperor's supreme. If the emperor's heart evolves once more, it will be able to cultivate a heavenly paradise and step into a higher level. Legend has it that the lifespan of a myth expert will reach 100 billion years. Lin Fei put down the book in his hand. In half a month, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding of the situation. If it wasn't for the large number of books, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that the Great Emperor Realm contained so much information. Exchanging a top-grade puppet for the right to read these ancient books is completely worth it. Apart from the information on the Great Emperor, there is also information on the 3 great mysterious forces of the world here. There were 3 mysterious forces in this world. He had thought that the Great Emperor Alliance was terrifying, but compared to these 3 factions they were far inferior. Any one of them could crush the Great Emperor Alliance. The Dark Shadow Palace was a powerful assassin organization. According to the rumors, the Dark Shadow Palace did not have a headquarters in this world, but a branch. They were hidden in the endless darkness. The Dark Shadow Palace could kill anyone. The fees were very expensive. In order to kill a powerful Great Emperor expert, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to take out what they wanted. That branch only accepted heaven crystals, which was something of a higher standard. The old dean said that the Great Emperor expert of the Xiao clan is narrow-minded. Although I didn't kill Xiao Ran, that person will definitely blame it on me. They won't send assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace, right? If they do, they will at least send yellow-grade assassins. Earth-grade assassins, which are 1 rank higher, probably won't be sent. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. I have to be careful. According to the rumors, the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace are very powerful and have grasped Emperor intent. If they have grasped Emperor intent related to Shadow, it will be even more difficult to guard against them. Lin Fei couldn't help but be worried. After flipping through countless books, the strength of a Great Emperor expert was magnified infinitely. Lin Fei had to be careful. The Dark Shadow Palace was an assassin organization. Corresponding to it was an intelligence organization called the Sky Palace. According to the records, the Sky Palace was also very powerful and had a branch here. The Sky Palace grasped all kinds of information in the world. As long as one paid the price, they could get the information. Apart from that, they would also monitor the 4 worlds, recruit all kinds of geniuses, and send them to different worlds to be nurtured. They were very powerful. Even the Dark Shadow Palace didn't dare to be too presumptuous. The 2 forces were evenly matched. The last force was called the Fire Luo Palace. This force was much more low-key than the other 2. Its influence in this area was very weak, and it almost never showed itself. No one dared to underestimate the power of the Fire Luo Palace. Each of these 3 mysterious forces was extremely powerful. According to the records, each of these forces actually had a legend expert, who was a supreme existence that had opened up a grotto heaven world. I have to guard against the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei frowned. He didn't believe that old thing Xiao Tiannan would let him go. If the assassins came, he would be the first one they would deal with. Little devil, is there any way to quickly grasp Emperor intent? Not cultivating Emperor intent was always a shortcoming. Any great Emperor expert was abnormally powerful. Last time, the Phantom already made him uncomfortable. If he met the real body that day, he really wouldn't be able to fight back. The records also revealed that once one reached the Great Emperor realm, one could cultivate a doppelganger. This doppelganger wasn't an ordinary doppelganger, but a doppelganger created from the soul. Its battle strength was exactly the same as the real body. Even if the doppelganger died, it wouldn't affect the real body, unless the opponent was too strong, and had a powerful secret technique to kill the opponent's doppelganger through the connection of the doppelganger. Such a secret technique was very rare. Almost no one in the world could learn it, and it was also a priceless treasure. This time, the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace would definitely send a doppelganger to kill him. The real body wouldn't appear. Even if it was a doppelganger, it still cultivated Emperor intent. It wouldn't make a difference if the real body wasn't there. Master wants to grasp Emperor intent, but it's still difficult at the moment. Little Devil's reply made Lin Fei very sad. Can't? What the hell? Can't I replicate it? The system doesn't have this ability yet. However, if Master allows the system to evolve, then it should be possible. Little Devil said. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Seems like there's only one way. He had to be on guard against the attack of a yellow rank assassin. Lin Fei started thinking. Let's go to the Demon God Empire. Determination flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. He couldn't wait for the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace to arrive. He had to go to the Demon God Empire as soon as possible. They should have collected a lot of intelligent equipment from the alternate dimension. After leaving the academy, Lin Fei first went to the dean to ask him to protect Fan Luyu. Fortunately, he got a satisfactory answer. The dean had watched Fan Luyu grow up, so he naturally wouldn't let anything happen to her. He even mentioned that the Dark Shadow Palace wouldn't kill people indiscriminately, so he didn't have to worry. You have a way to avoid the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace? The dean was quite curious. We'll just have to take it one step at a time, Lin Fei said half-truthfully. After leaving OL Amos, Lin Fei entered the palace and saw Fan Luyu. In half a month's time, she had already grasped the power of the empire. She had given each and every one of the domain lords a warning, roped in a bunch of them, and quickly pacified the turmoil in the empire. Lin Fei briefly explained the situation. The 3 mysterious forces didn't mention anything, only saying that they were going out and would be back in a few days, so Fan Luyu didn't have to worry. Fan Luyu was also a smart person. She just looked at Lin Fei lovingly. Chapter 2649. In the void that led to the Empire expedition, a black stream of light traveled at high speed, covering a large distance in a few breaths. Lin Fei from the Avengers, a pseudo-emperor expert who knows the secret technique of combining powers. He's a threat to a certain extent. The black stream of light recalled the information about Lin Fei, a pseudo-emperor who has yet to cultivate emperor intent. I didn't expect to have to deal with him. This task is easy. According to the information, he should be in the Capital Institute's Emperor Peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black stream of light soon arrived above the Capital Institute. Swoosh! The black stream of light entered the void and blended into the darkness. Without revealing any aura, It walked in the darkness and quietly entered the Emperor Peak. There are quite a lot of formations, but it's a pity that I can walk in the darkness. Even formations are useless. Ba Jun's Emperor intent was darkness retrograde. It was a third-grade Emperor intent, but it was not complete. He could walk in the darkness. There was a dark side to the void. Unless one was very powerful, it was impossible to enter the dark world. Ba Jun was not a great Emperor expert. He had comprehended a part of it, so he could walk in the dark world. They were two different worlds, so he was not affected. After reaching the Emperor Peak, Ba Jun could not help but admire Lin Fei for being able to set up so many formations on the Emperor Peak, one after another. Ba Jun began to search. As the Capital Institute had the old dean, he did not dare to search recklessly. He could only search for Lin Fei's whereabouts in the dark world. Nothing. Nothing here either. Where is he? Initially, Ba Jun had thought that Lin Fei was hiding in some kind of array formation, or a secret chamber with an array formation set up outside. However, after searching for a while, he was unable to find Lin Fei. Ba Jun searched again in disbelief. He searched 5 or 6 times. There's Lin Fei's aura here. In a secret chamber in the depths of the Emperor Peak, Ba Jun smelled Lin Fei's aura. He left. No, this aura disappeared into thin air. But there's no aura left in the surrounding void. Ba Jun walked out of the dark world and carefully examined it. I can only use this treasure. The Ba Commandery was not willing to use his treasures for such an insignificant fellow. A golden scroll was taken out and activated by Ba Jun. The golden scroll automatically unfurled and began to burn. Within the flames, the scene of Lin Fei leaving the secret room appeared. Long-distance teleportation array. Ba Jun was about to curse. This bastard actually has a long-distance teleportation array. Although this thing didn't seem like much in Ba County, it was still a popular item. He was loved by many. He must have run somewhere else. He had used a long-distance teleportation formation to leave. No wonder he had only left his aura at the scene. Ba Jun gritted his teeth and took out a black bead. He grabbed at it with his hand, and a phantom image condensed in the air. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be surprised. This shadow was none other than himself. Capture. The phantom image was injected into the black bead, and a halo of light spread out. Whoosh! The black bead flew through the air. Ba Jun dived into the dark world and chased after him. In order to find you, you forced me to use the person-seeking pearl. You can be proud of yourself. Demon God Empire. It was located in a vast mountain range. Compared to the Expeditionary Empire, it was obviously two extremes. The Demon God Empire had always stood strong, and it had a lot to do with this mountain range. This mountain range was called the 100,000 Mountains, and it was vast and boundless. At the same time, in the Demon God Empire's imperial capital, there was a towering tree called the 100,000 Demon Tree. It had a powerful defensive ability, and it was no less than a top-notch heavy array. The human race had besieged it several times, but they couldn't break in. The 10 Directions Demon Tree had contributed a lot to this. Imperial capital, Saintis residence. Every Saintis had the right to open a residence in the imperial capital. Saintis Qinlan was undoubtedly the most outstanding one of this generation. In 3 years, Saintis Qinlan's influence had expanded to the entire imperial capital, and she had won over many forces in the empire. With their support, she could already compete with the princes of the empire. In a secret chamber, a long-distance teleportation array flashed, and Lin Fei appeared. Keep! Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the long-distance teleportation array, so as not to leave any traces. He believed that the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace would come to him soon. That little setup was nothing. Where's Qinlan? There were puppets left behind in the secret chamber. The Saintis is cultivating. Lin Fei swaggered out of the secret chamber and arrived at another secret chamber in the blink of an eye. The guards outside did not stop Lin Fei, and he easily pushed the door open. Why are you here? Qinlan opened her eyes. She was very surprised. When there was nothing going on, Lin Fei rarely came. There's a problem. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I'm not here to seek refuge. I won't stay for too long, and it'll be disadvantageous to you. How is that possible? Qianlan was in disbelief. In her eyes, Lin Fei's strength had always been unfathomable. I'm afraid of being hunted down by the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace. Dark Shadow Palace. Qianlan gasped. She had heard of the Dark Shadow Palace by accident. Even the Great Emperor Alliance did not dare to offend the experts in the Dark Shadow Palace. How did you offend them? What should we do? The Dark Shadow Palace had a great reputation, but among the upper echelons, they were a fearsome existence. There were rumors that anyone who was targeted by the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace would definitely die. Now you understand why I'm here. Lin Fei was not worried about what Qianlan would do. I want to enter the treasury of the Demon God Empire. Do you have a way? Just a moment ago, the little devil had discovered several connections. Ever since he had refined a few intelligent treasures from alternate dimensions, the system had gained a certain sensing ability. The connection just now was from those few intelligent treasures. Are you crazy? You actually want to enter the Empire's treasury? Qianlan was shocked. I'm not crazy. It's just that there's something I want in your treasury. A mere Empire's treasury is nothing to me. Even if it's an expedition to the Empire's treasury, I've already been there once. Lin Fei said disapprovingly. If you don't have any connections, then I'll barge in myself. Right now, every minute was of the essence. Lin Fei did not know when that person would catch up, so he had to make the best use of his time. There's a way to enter the treasury. Qianlan clenched her teeth. I have the authority to enter the treasury, but I'll have to trouble you. He actually came to the Demon God Empire. Within the 100,000 mountains, Ba County was advancing rapidly in the dark world. The black beat kept flying forward. Chapter 2650. Demon God Empire, Imperial Capital. Demonic cultivators roamed the place, and demonic aura permeated the air. Powerful demonic cultivators that were rarely seen were everywhere in the imperial capital. In a one-on-one battle, the strength of demonic cultivators was completely above that of humans. Your Highness! At the entrance of the Demon Palace. Qianlan appeared at the entrance of the palace in a black dress. The guard immediately greeted her respectfully. In just 3 years, Qianlan had become the most legendary person in the Demon God Empire. The saintesses were also convinced of their defeat. Qianlan nodded slightly and entered the Demon Palace. Do you see that towering tree? Qianlan seemed to have entered alone, but that was not the case. There was another person hidden. It was Lin Fei, who had used up a large amount of energy to conceal his aura and hide in the void. Because Qianlan's methods were all useless, Lin Fei had no choice but to rely on the system. In the end, he walked in the void, but he had to pay a huge price and expended a large amount of energy at every moment. According to the little fiend, this method involved a powerful emperor intent, which was something that the system could barely execute. Is that the 10-direction demon tree? In the center of the Demon Palace, there was a huge black tree that towered into the sky. It was like a colossal monster that had taken root in the Demon Palace. Huge black vines that were like tentacles hung down, enveloping the entire Demon Palace. Yes, the sacred existence of the Demon God Empire is usually asleep, and has the ability to attack automatically. Do you see the top of the 10-direction demon tree? That black palace emitting demonic aura is the Demon God Palace of the Demon God Empire. His Majesty lives in there. Lin Fei looked over. The black demonic aura permeated the air, and he could vaguely see a corner of the roof. The 10-direction demon tree is impressive. Even though he had not fought it before, Lin Fei could clearly feel the terrifying and dangerous aura coming from it. The aura was thick like a giant's. The treasury of the Demon God Empire is under the control of the 10-direction demon tree. Qianlan transmitted her voice. I can only bring you in, but I can't guarantee success. It's fine. Lin Fei was still confident. Master, there is a strong murderous intent coming for you. It should be an assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace. The little fiend suddenly sent a bad news. So fast. It was obvious that the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace were here. Only they had the ability to catch up to him in a short period of time. Unknowingly, an aura locked onto him. There's no need to run, Lin Fei. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die in front of the Ba County of the Dark Shadow Palace. The voice was transmitted directly into Lin Fei's mind. Wow. So this is the power of a yellow-rank assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei was moved. Qin Lan, bring me in quickly. The assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace are here. Oh right, you have to stay calm. If anything happens, just pretend that you don't know me. Lin Fei immediately transmitted his voice to Qin Lan. Although Qin Lan knew how powerful the Dark Shadow Palace was, she had never seen the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace in action. She replied, "There won't be any problems on my side. No matter how strong the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace are, they wouldn't dare to be impudent here. Lord Holy Tree will be able to kill them easily." Hua! Billions of miles away. Ba Jun locked onto Lin Fei's figure in the void. Kill! As soon as the word kill was uttered, a clone appeared in the void on the other side. It was the clone of Ba Jun. The black dagger flashed coldly and pierced towards the center of Lin Fei's brows. Too fast. A sharp pain came from the center of Lin Fei's brows. The silver light armor appeared and blocked a wave of attacks, but it also gave Lin Fei quite a fright. An attack from billions of miles away is really terrifying. I have to enter the treasury immediately. Just one assassination had consumed 1/10 of Lin Fei's energy. Silver light armor, you have some skills. I wonder how many times you can block. The clone of Ba Jun pounced over with a sinister expression. Streams of black light attacked. Bang! 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 Every stream of light landed on the silver light armor, and the energy was being consumed rapidly. Go! Lin Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. The opponent was too strong. He came out of the void and entered the demon palace. Qin Lan was also shocked by the sudden scene. The attacks were frightening and inexplicably terrifying. Is this the strength of the Dark Shadow Palace's assassins? You think you can run? The clone of Ba Jun entered the dark world and caught up with Lin Fei again. The cold dagger flashed. Fortunately, Lin Fei was monitoring everything. He dodged left and right, barely avoiding the assassins that came out of the dark world. Each time it was a close call. It was a shocking scene. This kid isn't even a great emperor expert, but he has such strong senses. He can avoid my assassination time and time again. He really has some skills. The clone of Ba Jun kept trying to assassinate the opponent. Logically speaking, an assassin like him should be able to catch the opponent with the strength of a mortal. However, in a short period of time he had missed more than 30 times. Each time he failed. This made the clone of Ba Jun uncomfortable. He didn't dare to stay too long in the demon palace of the demon god empire. If he provoked the demon god great emperor, he would definitely die. Therefore, he sent the clone to assassinate Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Palace's yellow-class assassins are too strong. Even if I have the system's reminder, every time I can avoid danger, it still consumes a huge amount of energy. Lin Fei kept dodging and emitted a thick demonic aura. Human experts are here to kill the experts of the demon god empire. Once the demonic aura was released, it was extremely pure. His appearance also began to change. After a few moments, he turned into a brawny man with a single horn on his head. Not good. Lin Fei's aura changed. Demonic aura covered his body and he turned into another person. He rushed into the group of demon god guards that came out of the front. Damned human, how dare you come to the demon palace? The guard wasn't weak. He took out a black token on the spot and controlled the hanging vines. One of the black vines pierced through the void and killed its way into the dark world. Clang clang clang. The clone of Ba Jun kept blocking. The dagger that could cut through iron like mud only left white marks on the black vines. On the other hand, the clone was in a bad situation. The attacks of the vines were very domineering. When they swung, the void shattered. What a cunning guy. He even knows this move. Ba Jun was angry at Lin Fei's shamelessness. With this move, he could simulate the perfect demonic aura and deceive everyone. I have to leave immediately. The 100,000 tree demon is an expert that is infinitely close to the myth realm. Although it can't use its full strength, it will be very difficult to deal with this vine. One is enough. If there are dozens of them, I will definitely die. The clone of Ba Jun shook off the black vines and turned into a stream of light. Chapter 2651. From the moment the Ba County clone attacked to the moment he left, only a dozen breaths had passed. A dozen breaths of time was a huge blow to Lin Fei. He had almost been killed by the opponent. "Where's the horned brawny man just now?" The leading guard turned around and was dumbfounded. The brawny man had disappeared. He was about to ask him why he had broken into the palace. "Search. We might not be able to find him." The guard's expression was terrible. Someone had disappeared right under his nose. As everyone was paying attention to the vine's attack, Lin Fei quietly left. At the same time, he transformed into a Yao clan guard. His aura was exactly the same as the vine's. Fortunately, the 10 Directions demon tree is strong. Lin Fei had not expected that the powerful Ba County clone would be forced to leave by a vine. It was truly terrifying. He took the opportunity to quickly change his identity. This was the second method Lin Fei had prepared. Inside the palace, there was the protection of the demon race's sacred tree. If outsiders entered, they would be attacked. There must be demonic aura at all times to distinguish between outsiders and avoid being attacked. After Lin Fei was forced to come out, he immediately transformed into another person, completely concealing his human aura. The Ba County clone was not so lucky. Before they could react, Lin Fei once again transformed into a guard and quickly ran to the royal treasury. Lin Fei's identity was also constantly changing. His movements were so fast that everyone was dumbfounded. After changing his identity more than 10 times, Lin Fei arrived at the depths of the demon palace. There were more patrolling guards here, and their sharp eyes stared at everyone. "We're almost there. The last area is the treasury of the royal family," Lin Fei thought as he walked. "Block everything around me." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei suddenly walked with a majestic gait. His entire being was filled with boundless killing intent. Fortunately, the first prince Xuerandi has been out recently. Otherwise, it would be difficult. Lin Fei wore a blood-red battle robe, displaying the majesty of an emperor. This was Lin Fei's final move, to impersonate the first prince and enter the treasury. With Qin Lan's help, Bloody Enemy's position as the first prince became even more stable. It was only a matter of time before he reached the final step. 2 more guards appeared behind Lin Fei. They gave off a dangerous aura as they strode into the final region. Lin Fei had collected the personal information of the first prince of the Bloody Enemy. He had not expected that he would one day use this identity to enter the treasury of the Demon God Empire. "Don't let me down." Lin Fei was expressionless. As he got closer and closer to the royal treasury, Lin Fei could feel the urgency of the system. It was a desire to devour. Compared to the last time, the desire to devour was more urgent than ever. Lin Fei impersonated the enemy of Bloodman and unleashed the aura of an emperor to get closer and closer to the treasury. Fortunately, the Fiend Palace did not lay down any formations. With the holy tree around, no matter how many came, they would all be sent to their deaths. The formations saved Lin Fei a lot of trouble. This is the final step. As he got closer and closer, streams of divine senses swept over. However, Lin Fei remained calm. Not far away, a door appeared. The most shocking thing was that the door wasn't somewhere else, but on the trunk of the tree that no one could imagine. That demon god emperor is truly impressive. He knows how to open up an internal treasury on the trunk of the holy tree. If anyone wants to enter, they will probably have to face the demon race's holy tree head-on. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless at this final step. "Little devil, don't trick me. There's only one chance." Lin Fei was most worried about the holy tree. If he was discovered by the holy tree, he would be in big trouble. The yellow-class assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace were so powerful, but even a vine of the holy tree would not be able to withstand it, let alone him. "Who am I? I'm a system elf. I guarantee that there will be no problem," Little Devil said in disdain. "Your Highness, please wait a moment." Just as he was about to arrive, a tiger-headed man appeared from the side. His eyes were as sharp as knives. When they met, it was as though one had fallen into an endless sea of blades. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei heard Qin Lan's reminder and knew that this tiger-headed man was an expert guarding this place. He had a powerful body and could fight against Emperor experts. Lin Fei snorted. No matter who wanted to enter, they had to go through the final stage. This stage was the responsibility of the holy tree. No one could sneak in under the nose of the holy tree. This was also the reason why the Demon God Empire did not set up a formation, and only arranged for some experts to guard this place. Swish, swish, swish. It's here. The hanging vines of the holy tree suddenly moved. Instantly, Lin Fei felt an unparalleled will gushing into his mind. At this moment it was as though everything about him was seen through by the other party. Powerlessness. The true feeling of powerlessness. Little devil, you have to give it your all. Lin Fei finally understood that this final stage was not easy to pass. Many human experts would be exposed. With the existence of this holy tree, it was no less than a superformation. This will came and disappeared quickly. It happened in the blink of an eye. Your Highness, please enter. Just as Lin Fei was about to lose his composure, the tiger-headed man's voice could be heard. It turned out that he could enter now. In. Lin Fei snorted again and stepped into the door. I'm finally in. Compared to the other treasure vaults, the Demon God Empire's treasure vault was completely different. It was filled with abundant vitality, warm and comfortable. Lin Fei went straight to the depths of the treasure vault, where the artificial intelligence remains were placed. Compared to the Empire's treasure vault, there were no giant warships in the alternate dimension. It's just ahead. The little devil sent a reminder. Not long after, under the layers of seals, Lin Fei saw the broken pieces of equipment in the alternate dimension. They were almost piled up like a mountain, which was very different from the Demon God Empire's treasure vault. Good heavens, so many! This number was a little beyond Lin Fei's imagination. This shouldn't be. Lin Fei suppressed his thoughts and began to let the little devil analyze and break the formation. Every minute was very precious. If the first prince came back, it would be troublesome. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn. With the help of the little devil, Lin Fei entered. Retrieve. The artificial intelligence remains were activated. Only the little devil had this ability. One by one, the artificial intelligence remains flew over. There were a total of 13 pieces, completely beyond his imagination. Including the previous ones, there were only 7 or 8 pieces away from the mission. An invisible whirlpool appeared and swallowed the artificial intelligence remains. Let me see what else is there. Master, you can go to the innermost part. There's something there that will help you. The little devil suddenly said. All the good things have been taken. What else can there be? I just discovered it. Following the hint, Lin Fei discovered something incredible in the pile of items that looked like a warehouse. Chapter 2652. Corpse. Lin Fei had never thought of it. It didn't make sense at all. Why would the corpse be here? And in the demon clan's treasury? Master guessed correctly. The one in the repair cabin is an expert from a different dimension. Little Fiend's voice rang out. Repair cabin. Lin Fei came to a realization. No wonder it looked familiar. There was such a thing in a different dimension. There's even such a thing? The repair cabin is nothing much. The quality of the repair cabin you saw was only average. It was destroyed in the battle and this person died inside. Lin Fei observed carefully. The expert from a different dimension in the repair cabin was no different from a human. It was just that its body was silvery white, which looked strange. There was a huge wound on the chest of the corpse. It was caused by a punch. Even after a long time, he could still feel the remnant of a powerful emperor intent in the wound. It was constantly trying to destroy the flesh, but the flesh was very strong. There was no sign of life. It was still resisting, which was incredible. The emperor intent left on the wound can prevent the wound from healing. It has destructive power and leans towards the dark side. I don't know which great emperor expert did it. The body of this expert from a different dimension is very strong. It's not inferior to a rank 10 body, and its heart was shattered by a great emperor expert's punch. A rank 10 body in silver light armor had top-notch defense, but its heart was still shattered by a punch. Even in the repair cabin it couldn't be healed. Lin Fei checked the surroundings. There was nothing else. What's the use of an expert from a different dimension? Lin Fei was puzzled. Isn't it just a corpse? I can't possibly use it for transformation. Lin Fei really didn't care about this thing. The little devil sneered. Master, you're wrong. The corpse of this alien space powerhouse isn't an ordinary corpse. Just this body alone has reached a terrifying level 10. coupled with the silver light armor. It's a true perfect level 10 body. Do you think it's ordinary? Rank 10 body? Lin Fei couldn't imagine it. A perfect rank 10 body was almost the body of an ancient desolate beast. Don't tell me that the expert in this alternate dimension has a great background, and that the person who attacked him was even a supreme expert who had condensed an emperor's heart? A level 10 physical body had always been a legendary existence. It wasn't easy to break through his physical defense and kill him in a single strike. Not even a martial emperor realm expert could do it. Lin Fei was indeed shocked. Do you think he'd be able to return to the repair pod if he didn't have a 10th stage physique? With a 10th order physique, even if his heart was shattered, he would still possess a powerful vitality that would allow him to persevere and return to the repair cabin. The little devil said, "Master, you're in luck. How could the experts of the demon tribe know that this is a repair cabin? I'm afraid only a few people in the entire demon god empire know about it." Lin Fei's heartbeat quickened. I can still make use of it? Lin Fei hadn't forgotten about the assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace. Although the assassin was forced to leave, he definitely wouldn't leave. He would definitely be waiting for Lin Fei to take a bite out of him. Although this expert from the alternate dimension didn't comprehend Emperor intent, and is purely a technological attack, it has a 10th order physique, and will be the strongest fighter by Master's side. Even if the assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace comes again, you can use this body to attack him. Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. I'll leave it to you then. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away the entire repair cabin, leaving no trace behind. Lin Fei was surprised to find a well-preserved corpse left behind by an expert from the alternate dimension in the treasure vault of the Demon Palace. Little devil, now that you've devoured the intelligent remains, can you sense the other intelligent remains? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. There were still a few missing pieces. Lin Fei couldn't help but be concerned. Master, you'll need to wait for another 3 days. By then, I'll be able to sense everything and confirm the approximate location. 3 days. Not bad. Lin Fei was well aware of the current situation. The earlier the system evolved, the higher his strength would be. By then, even if the assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace came again, there would be nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing was in his hands. In addition, there was a corpse. The rewards were beyond imagination. Everything is ready. Let's sweep the energy wall stones in the Demon Palace. It would be a waste if I didn't. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the other things, but the energy wall stones were different. The energy walls and stone mountains were easily taken away by Lin Fei. Compared to the Expeditionary Empire, the Demon Palace's treasury was clearly much worse. However, it was better than nothing, and mosquito meat was still meat. After sweeping everything, Lin Fei took out the long-distance teleportation array. Good thing I brought this with me. The assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace is probably going to be dumbfounded. This was another move that Lin Fei had prepared. He couldn't stay in the starfield outside. So far, he could only go to one place, the ancient wasteland world. That place was much bigger than this. As long as he hid well, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to avoid the other party. Whoosh whoosh. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei activated the long-distance teleportation array and went straight to a secret place in the ancient wasteland world. He's gone? In the outer mountains of the Demon God Empire. Deep underground, Bajun opened his eyes. The black bead in front of him was spinning, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Good fellow, you have quite a few trump cards. After borrowing the blade of the demon race, you're starting to play disappearing again. It's a pity that no matter how you run, you can't escape from my palm. It's just a waste of time. Bajun got up and entered the dark world. Your Majesty, that person pretended to be the crown prince of the demon race. Why didn't you let me keep that brat? In the Demon Palace treasure vault. At the moment when the long-distance teleportation array collapsed, a phantom appeared and slowly materialized. It exuded a superior aura, especially its eyes, which were as vast and boundless as a planet. If Qinlan was here, she would definitely be shocked. This person was the Demon God Emperor of the Demon God Empire. After the phantom appeared, an ancient voice echoed in the treasure vault. It was the voice of the 10-directional demon tree. The Avengers have a mysterious background. Lin Fei is only a member of the Avengers. It's meaningless to keep him. The energy wall boulder is nothing. It's not like it's a Monarch crystal. As for the repair chamber, they might not be able to break it, but they have a way. They must have obtained something from the other dimension. And the body, it's useless to keep it. The demon god emperor was unable to hear the conversation between the two. The demon god emperor was not too concerned about the body of an expert from the other dimension. The body was still left behind by the demon god emperor's will. It was extremely difficult to erase it. The 10 Directions demonic tree didn't say anything else. Chapter 2653. Ancient Desolation World, Lianyun Continent. In a gloomy swamp, an aura of coldness and deathly stillness permeated the air. With a flash of light, Lin Fei's figure quietly appeared above the swamp. Dense heaven and earth spiritual energy surged into his body. Conceal all your aura. Although he did not know what method the experts from Dark Shadow Palace had used, Lin Fei still had to be careful. He did not intend to return to the demonic poison tribe, in case he was wiped out. After removing all traces, Lin Fei began to conceal himself. The assassin from Dark Shadow Palace must have used a special emperor will to find me. He really comes and goes without a trace. To avoid him, I have to change my method. I have to go to a more dangerous place in the ancient desolation world. As Lin Fei moved stealthily, he let the little demon monitor the situation within 100 million miles. After the previous danger, Lin Fei had to be on high alert. The opponent's attacks were indeed overbearing and impossible to defend against. Moreover, the Lianyun continent in the ancient wasteland world was one of the more chaotic places in the ancient wasteland world. Especially after Lin Fei learned of many secrets, Lianyun continent had become a terrifying place. He dared not be careless. In the ancient wasteland world, there are 3 most dangerous places. Others might feel the danger if I sneak into one of them, but to me, with the help of the system, it might not be dangerous. At least my chances of survival are higher. No, I have to wait. It would be best if I could wait until this expert from the alternate dimension has completed his transformation. A 10th realm physical body will be a great support for me. Very quickly, Lin Fei rejected his own thoughts. According to the records in the academy, the 3 most dangerous places were notorious. Even great emperors could die in them, not to mention others. Although the system was powerful, it was ultimately a support. Lianyun continent. In the depths of a dark pool, black mist floated in the air. The assassin from Dark Shadow Palace should not have found me yet. Deep in the pool, Lin Fei shielded himself from the black mist and heaved a sigh of relief. This was a rather dangerous place. The black mist could corrode one's body and was extremely domineering. Relying on the system's isolation, Lin Fei was in the depths of the pool as if he didn't exist. Ever since he arrived at the ancient wasteland world, Lin Fei had never turned off his aura shield. He was afraid that the slightest bit of his aura would be found by the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace. Little devil, are there any remnants of intelligence in the Lianyun continent? So far I've found quite a few. I don't recommend Master to look for them. Those places are all very dangerous. I can sense a dangerous aura nearby. With Master's current situation, it's not suitable. The little devil's answer was no different from pouring a bucket of cold water on him. Lin Fei suffered a big blow. By the way, how is the transformation of the expert from the alternate dimension going? When will it be done? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry since he couldn't find it for the time being. However, this 10th stage physical body had been modified by a powerhouse from an alternate dimension. This became the thing that Lin Fei cared about the most. Soon it will take another half a month. By then I guarantee that Master's eyes will light up. The little devil said domineeringly. Even if the experts from the Dark Shadow Palace come, they won't be able to hurt you. Lin Fei originally wanted to ask why it was so long, but when he heard this, he immediately swallowed his words. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that you're going through a special transformation method this time? Half a month's time is really long. Usually, the transformation of experts was very short. This time, the transformation was the longest, and it exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Of course, the little devil said proudly. Since Master is in danger, the system naturally has to take measures to prevent Master from being killed by the enemy. If that happens, I don't know how long it will take. Therefore, this time I used a special method to ensure that Master has the ability to protect his life. Fortunately, Master obtained a 10th stage physical body from an alternate dimension. This person should be an unparalleled expert over there. Now that you say it like that, I'm looking forward to it. I won't let Master down. Ancient Wasteland World, South Cloud Continent. A figure emerged from the void and appeared under the blue sky and white clouds. His expression was slightly furrowed. He's actually not in South Cloud Continent. Ba Jun had followed him all the way here. The treasure seemed to have lost its function. He couldn't tell the direction and could only roughly guess that he was in the ancient wasteland world. That kid has a trump card in his hand. He's really not simple to be able to avoid the treasure's search. Ba Jun was rather patient. The treasure can't be used for a short period of time. Once he appears within a close range, or if his aura is leaked, the treasure will be able to find him. Since he wants to play a game of cat and mouse, then I'll play with him. Back then, in order to assassinate an expert, I hid for 600 years. A mere mortal kid, a few decades should be enough. The reason why the experts of the Dark Shadow Palace gave everyone headaches was because they were good at hiding. Even if there was no opportunity at the moment, they could hide for decades, centuries, or even thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. At the same time, in a mysterious underground world in Lianyun continent. According to the clues, it should not be far ahead. In the underground world, tunnels interweaved, and everywhere was filled with a cold and gloomy aura. 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, were moving forward carefully. They couldn't hide the excitement and joy on their faces. Brother Lang, what do you think is at the end of the tunnel? Could it be a treasure left behind by a great emperor expert? A young, pale-faced great emperor asked. Brother Lang, who was walking at the front, was an itinerant cultivator from South Cloud Continent. He had the strength of a great emperor and had comprehended a trace of emperor intent. He had formed an adventure team to explore and search for ruins. Lin Lang smiled. If I'm not wrong, it should be the place where a great emperor passed away. There might be some good things left behind, and everyone can take the opportunity to make a fortune. The remaining 4 people all had smiles on their faces. These itinerant cultivators usually relied on exploring and accumulating their wealth. If they were lucky, they might be able to make a fortune, but if they were unlucky, they might lose their lives in the ruins. This was not the first or second time that this had happened. Lin Lang's small team was considered lucky. So far, they had not encountered any big trouble. They were able to turn misfortunes into blessings and avoid danger every time. This time it was Lin Lang who had found some clues in other ruins. After finding clues from other ruins and passing through various checkpoints, they were about to reach the center of the ruins. Normally, the center of the ruins would be the place where some experts left their treasures. As long as they were lucky, they would be able to obtain a certain harvest. Lin Lang led the group carefully and passed through the tunnel without any mishap. The view in front of them suddenly became clear. That is, when they came out, everyone was shocked by a scene that appeared. In the depths of the underground, there was actually a vast underground space. At a glance, it was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. How is this possible? How can there be such a place underground? Lin Lang and the others opened their eyes wide, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. This was completely an underground world. Chapter 2654. Ancient Wasteland World, Lianyun Continent. Without warning, a piece of news spread throughout Lianyun Continent. A team of quasi-great emperors from Lianyun Continent discovered an underground space under a certain relic. It was shockingly large. They were overjoyed and tried to break into the underground space to plunder the treasures. Unfortunately, their luck was not too good. They encountered the formation that was set up at the entrance of the underground space. 4 of them were forcibly killed, and the last one returned with heavy injuries. He left behind a few words before he died. The entrance of the underground space was a mysterious expert's relic. The news spread quickly. Immediately, there were experts who went in that direction. Along the way, they finally saw the entrance of the underground space separated by a formation. It was vast and boundless, no smaller than the size of the ancient wasteland world, maybe even larger. However, the terrifying formation prevented entry. After the news was confirmed, the entire Lianyun continent, including the ancient wasteland world, was in an uproar. Then there were great emperors who risked their lives to confirm the news. At the same time, the origin of the underground space was also dug out. This space was the extremely mysterious Aquamoon Paradise. That's right. This underground space was called Aquamoon Paradise. Aquamoon Paradise's origin was mysterious. Until now, no one knew where it came from. It would appear every once in a while. This period of time would be very long, possibly millions of years. It could also be tens of millions of years or even billions of years. No one knew where the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace came from and where it disappeared. Ordinary people did not know much about it. But to great emperors, Aquamoon Paradise was a place that they loved and hated. At this time, an ancient great emperor from the ancient wasteland world stood up and told everyone that he had been to Aquamoon Paradise before and knew some of the general situation. The Aquamoon heavenly abode did not exist naturally, but was created by a mysterious expert. It was a space of its own, and in this space he was an invincible existence. The world called him the Aquamoon Almighty. This Aquamoon would control Aquamoon Paradise to stop at a certain place every once in a while and conduct a series of tests to choose a disciple. Once they passed the tests, they would become Aquamoon's inner disciple, not inner disciple. This showed how difficult it was. This news caused countless people to flock over, all for the sake of becoming the disciple of the Almighty Shueihua. Even great emperors couldn't resist the temptation. Unfortunately, after so many years, there were only a few who managed to become inner disciples. The great emperor from the ancient wasteland world also released another piece of news. The Aquamoon Cave was a special space that contained all sorts of treasures. There were also treasures made by the mighty Aquamoon that were scattered all over the place. Therefore, the Aquamoon Cave was also a mysterious training ground. Not everyone had the opportunity to go to such a mysterious training ground. The death rate in that place was as high as 90%. It was a true 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Even so, every time the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace appeared, various forces would flock there in search of opportunities. As for the great emperor-level experts, they would head there to take the test. As the news spread, the entire ancient wasteland world trembled. It was a place that even the great emperor wanted to meet. He even wanted to become a disciple of the water moon mighty figure. If the great emperor didn't say it himself, no one would believe it was true. In an instant, the entire ancient wasteland world was in an uproar. Within the Lianyun continent, various forces stopped fighting. Groups of experts headed towards the entrance of the space. Hua hua hua. At the entrance of the Aquamoon Cave. As the space fluctuated, 3 powerful auras appeared at the same time outside the Aquamoon Cave. The 3 appeared like 3 blazing suns. The people in the distance could not see the faces of the 3. It was a blur. 3 great emperors. Someone barely recognized them. Everyone became respectful towards him. They were the 3 strongest in the Great Emperor Alliance. They were called Great Emperors by everyone. Their strength was unfathomable. It really is the Aquamoon Cave. It has been 600 million years since it last appeared. The one on the left wore a black cloak. He was the Great Emperor Ghost Flame of the human race. He always appeared and disappeared without a trace. Great Emperor Ghost Flame sighed. Yes, 600 million years. You and I are both old. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man in green. He had a fair and delicate face. He was the other great emperor of the human race, Thousand Hung's great emperor. I never thought it would appear again in my lifetime. Ha 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 ha. The one on the right was a burly ancient desolate beast expert with a dark aura, Gu Yan. He was the only ancient desolate beast expert. The Aquamoon Cave has appeared again. The Great Thousand World is going to be lively, especially those old fogies up there. They will definitely not be able to sit still. Great Emperor Ghost Flame and Thousand Hung's Great Emperor's expressions changed slightly. Gu Yan's voice spread out, causing ripples to form in the nearby Watermoon Paradise array. As for the nearby human experts, they all fell down, unable to withstand the laughter of the ancient desolate beast expert. This array seems to need another 500 years to open. The next 500 years will be chaotic. Great Emperor Ghost Flame said. Without chaos, how can there be heroes? This is what you humans like to say. Right, it should be heroes in troubled times. Gu Yan sneered. 500 years, ha ha ha. Let's talk after a nap. Gu Yin, this powerful great emperor, turned and left. Great Emperor Ghost Flame and Thousand Hung's Great Emperor looked at each other before turning and leaving. The conversation between the three landed in the ears of the crowd. There are still 500 years before the Aquamoon Cave's entrance? Luckily, we can still make some preparations during this time. I heard that countless Great Emperor experts died back then. Since he has become a disciple of the Water Moon expert, then forget about it. He might as well find some treasures and opportunities. The experts present discussed in groups of 2s and 3s. Soon they left. The news spread and everyone knew about it. 500 years was not a long time. To a great emperor expert, a period of secluded cultivation would pass. Deep within the dark shadow palace, in the endless darkness, an old man with a rather ruddy complexion was praying to a pitch-black place. This old servant, Dark Shadow Palace branch manager. The Aquamoon Cave has appeared. Will open in 500 years, Xiao family. Two great emperor experts appeared together. 500 years later, the Aquamoon Cave will open. Our opportunity has come. An old man said to Xiao Tiannan, "You are still young and there is still hope. I can't. Although I am infinitely close to condensing the emperor's heart, I am still one step away. If I don't become a legend expert, I will die in meditation within 1,000 years. This is my last chance. As long as I can obtain the legendary congealing heart grass, I can become a legend expert." Xiao Tiannan respectfully said, "Old ancestor, will there be congealing heart grass? It seems to be something from the legends." The Xiao family's old ancestor sighed. The Aquamoon Cave's origin is mysterious and the treasures are as numerous as the clouds. Although it depends on the opportunity, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. This is our last hope. From now on, the family will depend on you. This time you can try to pass the trial and see if you can become a disciple of the Water Moon expert. You can also try your luck. If you can obtain the supreme divine weapon refined by an almighty expert, our Xiao family will be able to continue for billions of years. Chapter 2655. Just as everyone was attracted by the news of the Aquamoon paradise, a figure appeared in the void of one of the continents, looking slightly surprised. Good fella, he can really hide. It was Ba Jun's first time meeting someone of average strength who had such a powerful concealment technique that had not been exposed until now. He must have a powerful treasure that can isolate all the aura on his body. He did it cleanly. After searching a few continents, he was still not found. However, soon there are only a few continents left. I don't believe that I can't find him. Even if he hides in the ancient beast's nest, it's useless. Ba Jun disappeared once more. This was Ba Jun's 10th day in the ancient wasteland world. In a dangerous place. A place where tens of thousands of wild beasts lived. Lin Fei was hiding underground. Under the isolation of all aura, and with the strong aura of wild beasts everywhere, he would not be discovered for a while. It's the 11th day soon. Lin Fei opened his eyes and closed them again. He had been here for 3 days. Lin Fei felt that it was still safe. Aquamoon paradise. Just as he was about to rest, Lin Fei received an important message from the system. After checking it, a look of surprise flashed across his face. The Aquamoon paradise that appeared 600 million years ago. Isn't that too long ago? After flipping through the Academy's secret books, Lin Fei knew about the lifespan of experts. A quasi-great emperor expert could live for 100 million years. A great emperor expert could live for 1 billion years. Not many people could hold on for 600 million years. Only great emperor experts could. The Aquamoon expert took in a disciple. An inner disciple? Countless great emperors died. As the news gathered together, Lin Fei could not help but gasp. "Master, you are temporarily safe. Within 500 years, the great emperor experts should not do anything to you. As long as you get rid of the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace, there will be no threat. However, after 500 years there will be some trouble." The little devil suddenly said. Actually, there was no need for little devil to say it. Based on the variety of news and the exaggerated news, the rest of the news was worth analyzing. From this information, Lin Fei could confirm that the appearance of the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven world had a huge impact. It had attracted everyone's attention. No one would pay attention to a small matter like the Avengers. It was rumored that the Watermoon Paradise was filled with fortuitous opportunities. There was even a leaf or a lake. There was a universe within. This undoubtedly gave everyone hope. So be it. Even if he had a slim chance of survival, it would still be worth it to search for treasures. It was rumored that there were all sorts of treasures in the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. Among them there was a miraculous existence called the heart-condensing grass. It could condense Emperor intent, allowing one to ascend to the heavens in a single step. All kinds of news dazzled him. It was also stimulating Lin Fei. Who would have thought that I would encounter such a good thing? The 3 great imperial capitals have appeared. The ancient wasteland world is going to be lively in the future. Lin Fei still believed in the authenticity of this information. For example, some forces had begun to make preparations. The talented disciples in their clans all began to cultivate in seclusion. They hoped to make use of these 500 years to improve their strength to deal with the dangers in the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. Everyone began to make preparations. The death rate in the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace is more than 90%. In the face of the temptation of treasures, even great emperors have to become disciples of the mighty Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. It would be strange if the others were not stimulated. Although Lin Fei had his own thoughts, he had to deal with the assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace first. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. During this period, Lin Fei changed his location. It was still the place where the dire beasts gathered. He silently waited for the 10th level expert from the alternate dimension to complete the transformation. Half a month had passed. The assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace had not arrived yet. This naturally made Lin Fei feel more at ease. Shielding everything was still effective. Soon. Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. So far, the thing that Lin Fei was looking forward to the most was, according to the little devil, this should be a good thing. It could even block the attack of the assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace. Master, killing intent has locked onto you. It's the assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei blinked. That works too. He had already shielded his aura, yet he could still find him. This was completely beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Ha ha ha, I found you. The other party's proud voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind. It was like a cat chasing a tiger. Master, he will catch up to you in a few dozen breaths. Lin Fei couldn't care less. It won't be that easy to catch up to me. Whoosh! The long-distance teleportation array was activated. He's running away again. Ba Jun had already entered the Lianyun continent. The treasure in his hand had already discovered the other party. The moment his voice spread, the other party immediately disappeared. It's useless to use the long-distance teleportation array to avoid me. Ba Jun chased after him. You can't escape. The voice came from somewhere else. Ba Jun's voice followed closely behind, not hurried nor slow. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. The Dark Shadow Palace should have a treasure that can locate people. No matter where I go, he will be able to find me. This won't be instantaneous. This feeling of being followed was very unpleasant. How long more before it's done? Master, just hold on for another 5 minutes. Lin Fei felt that he could hold on. Let's go. He immediately changed to another place, also through the long-distance teleportation array. He had made quite a few back then. During this period of time, he had been recording the location so that he could leave quickly. He didn't expect the other party to be stronger than he imagined. As expected of the mysterious Avengers, the long-distance teleportation array seems to be free. It's a pity that the treasure in my hand will lock onto you and it will be hard for you to escape. Ba Jun was even less anxious. He wanted to see what other trump cards the other party could reveal under the situation of being forced into a corner. Whoosh! When he came out again before Lin Fei could steady himself, a cold light attacked him. It was Ba Jun's clone. Clang! The silver light armor blocked the attack. Lin Fei took out the long-distance teleportation array and left without any hesitation. Ba Jun's clone's second attack missed. A long-distance teleportation array is worth a lot of money. With a wave of his hand, he put it away. I wonder how many long-distance teleportation arrays you can use. Ba Jun's clone kept following behind. Lin Fei kept moving and teleporting, but he was caught every time. It was as if the other party had foresight. This also caused Lin Fei to lose long-distance teleportation arrays after long-distance teleportation arrays. Lin Fei, this should be your last one. This place is pretty good. The scenery is picturesque. It's perfect for burying your bones. Lin Fei came out again, looking a little disheveled. Along the way he had been attacked more than 10 times, which consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 2656. A Valley in the Mountains. Lin Fei was held up by Ba Jun. His main body and doppelganger had locked onto each other. There was almost no way to escape. Ba Jun admired Lin Fei. With his strength alone, Lin Fei had almost escaped from him. If he had not luckily brought a treasure, he would have worked for nothing and become a big joke. It would be a disgrace for an assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace to be unable to kill an ordinary guy. Ba Jun would not need to be an assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace. No one would hire him to kill. He could not even deal with a small guy, let alone other experts. The assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace live up to their reputation. Lin Fei stood on a huge rock and looked at this assassin. This was the most powerful assassin so far. His aura was erratic. You're not bad yourself. You forced me to use my treasure. Ba Jun laughed as he said, I have to thank you for taking out a long-distance teleportation platform. If you put it up for auction, it would be a pretty good item. Compared to you, the Heaven's Secrets Hall is incredibly poor. No one can take out so many long-distance teleportation platforms at once. I'll know how you found me, and I'll admit defeat wholeheartedly. Lin Fei said in a low voice. I think I did it perfectly, but you still chased me all the way here. I didn't know where I was exposed. Ba Jun was not in a hurry to deal with Lin Fei. In front of him, there was no chance for Lin Fei to escape. The first time was a coincidence. Then a second time was not possible. This was also why Ba Jun was not in a hurry to act. Actually, it's very simple. Your aura contains karma. Ba Jun smiled. Everyone has karma. I happen to have a karma treasure. Through karma I can find you. However, the treasure you have is very powerful. If you were not in the Lianyun continent, I might not have been able to find you. This is because my treasure pearl is limited to a certain area. Especially after you conceal your aura, the effect will be greatly reduced. Karma. Lin Fei was not a rookie. He knew about karma. Coincidentally, there was an explanation about this in the Academy's ancient records. Karma was a very mysterious existence, and some experts could often kill people through karma. Lin Fei finally understood why he had always been targeted by the assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace. So it was because of cause and effect. Simply put, you wanted to kill me, so there was a cause and effect relationship between us. The only thing he didn't expect was that such a treasure existed in this world. Lin Fei had used the system to conceal everything, not leaving any aura, not even personal information, but he was still targeted. Karma treasures were indeed terrifying. Are you convinced now? Ba Jun said complacently. Yes. Lin Fei nodded. However, if you want to kill me, you have to ask for my permission first. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. A long saber appeared in his hand and he slashed it down as if it was his last desperate move. Too slow. Ba Jun had long been on guard against Lin Fei's final struggle. If he slowed down a bit, he wouldn't be a threat at all. Shadow kill. Ba Jun's clone on the other side disappeared. As soon as he appeared, he slashed with his dagger, leaving a long shadow. It landed on Lin Fei's back, and the silver light armor shone brightly. Silver-level equipment can't protect you either. Boom! An even more powerful force burst out. This time it was like a huge hammer directly hammered on Lin Fei's body. He opened his mouth and spat blood several times. This is the moment. Spitting blood repeatedly, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. Come out. In an instant, a black, muscular man appeared beside Lin Fei. He didn't have a trace of life aura, and he hit Ba Jun's clone with a cannon hammer. Crack. Ba Jun's clone was severely injured on the spot. Whoosh. Ba Jun's clone collapsed on the spot. What terrifying combat power. He killed a clone on the spot with just his physical strength. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. He really underestimated the power of this expert from an alternate dimension. Kill him. Lin Fei ordered. This scene was too sudden. Ba Jun's main body turned pale and trembled slightly. One of his clones disappeared, and the impact was not small. The black shadow burst out. My doppelganger was actually killed by someone. Ba Jun couldn't believe it. His clone was also at the quasi-great emperor realm, but it couldn't withstand a heavy punch from the opponent and collapsed completely. His heart was bleeding. How dare you trick me? Ba Jun reacted. He had been tricked. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. So what if I trick you? I killed your clone, and I'm just collecting interest. One punch killed a quasi-great emperor realm clone. No matter how stupid Ba Jun was, he understood that this was definitely an expert from the Avengers Alliance. Moreover, it was a physical body realm expert. As he spoke, the black shadow threw a punch as usual. As the speed was too fast, Ba Jun had just recovered and escaped into the dark world, but the aftershock still hit him. Boom boom boom. One of Ba Jun's arms exploded on the spot, and blood gushed out. So strong? How is this possible? My physical body is at the 8th rank, the standard of the Great Emperor realm. That black shadow's strength is actually so strong. Ba Jun was still in shock. If he hadn't reacted quickly, that punch would have seriously injured him. Fortunately, this is the dark world. That physical body definitely can't enter. Ba Jun heaved a sigh of relief. In the dark world, his main body wasn't afraid of being hurt. A cold light flashed in Ba Jun's eyes. He drilled out again and tried to assassinate Lin Fei, who was right in front of him. This was what Ba Jun was good at. Clang! Someone moved faster than him. The black shadow blocked in front of him. His assassination landed on the opponent's body, and sparks flew. It was like stabbing an iron plate. The black shadow followed up with a punch, and the void collapsed. Ba Jun hid in the dark world again. I don't believe it. Ba Jun attacked again. With the special effect of the dark world, he kept assassinating Lin Fei. Again and again with the black shadow behind him, Ba Jun attacked more than 10 times, but each time he failed. Damn it! After another failure, Ba Jun had a headache. With the protection of the black shadow, he could dodge every attack. The assassination that Ba Jun was good at was useless. Even his body was affected to a certain extent, and he was affected by the aftermath. To be able to resist my assassination, it should be a great emperor expert with a 9th rank physical body. Unfortunately, I don't have a complete great Dao. Otherwise, it would be enough to destroy the opponent's physical body. Ba Jun gritted his teeth. He had finally succeeded, but in the end, he encountered such a difficult existence. If I can't kill him today, it will be even more difficult in the future. If it was an ordinary great emperor expert, Ba Jun was still confident. But an existence with a physical body of an emperor was not easy to deal with. Little did he know that on Lin Fei's side, he was also very surprised. He can actually hide in an independent space. Even the system can't track his position. Only the moment he comes out, the fluctuations will be generated, and then we can deal with him. This should be a method that only those who have mastered the special Dark Emperor will can do. This person is either in the dark world or the light world. It really is not easy to kill. Lin Fei was not blind and ignorant now. Chapter 2657. Leave? How could Ba Jun be willing to do that? Today, an expert with a physical emperor body had arrived. Who knew if another expert would appear in the future? I can't let him leave. I must kill Lin Fei today. Otherwise, it won't be easy to do so in the future. Now is the only chance. Ba Jun made his decision immediately. There were very few martial emperors who cultivated their physical bodies, and every single one of them was not easy to deal with. Their physical bodies were ridiculously tough, and if they wanted to kill Lin Fei, they would have to go through this martial emperor who cultivated his physical body. If one of them was already so powerful, then there was no need to mention a few more. They would have to send out Earth-rank assassins which were great emperor experts. Lin Fei, I've underestimated you. Ba Jun's voice rang out. But do you think that an expert who has become a martial emperor with his physical body can stop me? Ba Jun clenched his teeth and created 2 clones in the dark world. They didn't have soul auras and were purely ordinary clones. Their combat strength was also very weak. Kill. 3 figures charged out of the dark world. 2 of them went to deal with the black shadows, while the main body went to kill Lin Fei. 1000 shadow kill. Ba Jun used his trump card. His whole body turned illusory, and hundreds of shadows appeared in the sky. They were real and fake. Each of them stabbed with a dagger, making it hard to tell which one was real and which was fake. Ba Jun rarely used this secret technique. Unless it was a martial emperor realm expert, it was not worth it to use this move on an ordinary expert. This move consumed a lot of energy. Its power was unimaginable. In these shadows, Ba Jun could switch bodies back and forth. The fake could become the real one. Everything was done in an instant. Naturally, it became a powerful killing move. You have many shadows. I'm afraid of you. Break for me. Lin Fei shouted. The long and narrow saber light slashed across the sky. One shadow after another collapsed. In an instant, more than 100 clones were destroyed. Not a single shadow could withstand the power of the saber light. You've been tricked. The shadow closest to Lin Fei stabbed a dagger into Lin Fei's silver light armor. With a crack, a hole appeared on the armor, and there were many cracks around it. Lin Fei vomited blood once. The emperor's will rushed in. He began to wreak havoc. Ba County's second assassination attempt came. This time it was in a different position. With a crack, another part of the silver light armor was broken. Lin Fei spat out blood again, and his face became abnormally pale. You can't stop me. Die. Ba County attacked for the third time. As he switched back and forth, Ba Jun could be said to be alternating between the real and the fake body. An ordinary person would not be able to break it. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had suffered 3 assassination attempts. Each time he would be injured and throw up blood. The silver light armor was also covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Right now, Lin Fei endured his injuries. When Ba Jun attacked again, his eyes shone with a cold light. The transformed shadow tore through the air and fiercely attacked a certain spot. A muffled groan was heard. Ba Jun, who had been preparing to assassinate Lin Fei for the last time, saw the sky full of shadows fade away. He was the only one left. A huge wound had opened up on his chest, and his entire body had collapsed. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as his body collapsed, his powerful vitality recovered. Ba Jun did not understand what was going on. He only knew that he was about to flash into the dark world. The shadow's terrifying punch came again, and his body collapsed again, exploding. You're dead. Lin Fei took out a large pile of elixirs and gulped them down. His injuries quickly recovered. Don't you want to hide in the special world? Don't even think about it. You're not a great emperor expert, and your vitality is limited. Let's see how many times you can persevere. Ba Jun's vitality was very strong, but he could not withstand the opponent's violent attacks. Each time it only took one punch, and the tyrannical power shattered his body. He could not enter the dark world in time. After 7 consecutive attacks, Ba Jun's recovery became slower and slower. Before he could completely reassemble, he was blown up by a punch, and his vitality was rapidly consumed. I didn't expect that I, Ba Jun, would be tricked by a junior. Ba Jun was unwilling to accept his defeat. How did you find my traces? This was the only thing that Ba Jun could not figure out. I'll tell you when you go to hell. The shadow punched again. After the 8th punch, Ba Jun completely collapsed. He was finally killed. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei vomited blood again. Find a place to suppress the emperor intent in my body immediately. Lin Fei took Ba Jun's things, turned around and left. He did not stay any longer. Inside an underground cave abode, the shadow sat cross-legged outside, like a stone statue. Fortunately, I finally killed that Ba Jun assassin. It was not easy. Lin Fei forcibly expelled the emperor intent and breathed a sigh of relief. Villains usually die because they talk too much. Lin Fei also relied on the system to injure his body and lock onto Ba Jun's main body time and time again. Finally, with the puppet's power, he launched a killing move. And when he switched positions, he destroyed Ba Jun's body. From the beginning, Lin Fei did not let the puppet use its full strength. The strength of a level 10 body was still very terrifying. It was not difficult to destroy a great emperor's body. If Ba Jun had been hiding in the dark world and attacked from a distance, Lin Fei would not have been able to do anything. Because without reaching that realm, he could not enter at all, let alone kill the opponent. Ba Jun was too conceited and took the risk, which was why he was killed by Lin Fei. Luckily, I had the help of the puppet at the crucial moment. A 10th rank corporeal body is indeed terrifying. One punch can destroy the corporeal body. A quasi-great emperor expert like Ba Jun only lasted 8 punches before he was killed. I wonder how many punches a true great emperor expert can endure? It must be at least double or more. This great emperor expert is the strongest one I have seen so far. This is the Karma Treasure Pearl? Lin Fei opened the Dark Shadow Palace's Ba Jun's storage ring. The first thing he found was a black bead. Unfortunately, the bead was broken and seemed to have lost its function. He secretly felt that it was a waste of a good item. He put it away first. Let's see what else is there. As an assassin of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei did not believe that he did not have any wealth. There must be something. Master, congratulations. There are 2 pieces of AI wreckage inside. Lin Fei followed the little devil's hint and quickly found 2 items. He couldn't help but smile. Someone really delivered it to my doorstep. In that case, the system can evolve soon. The system immediately absorbed the 2 pieces of wreckage, and the pressure on Lin Fei was a lot lighter. Dark Shadow Palace's token. Lin Fei quickly found a black token. The word Dark Shadow was carved on the front, and the back was black. There was nothing else. It was rather ordinary. Boom! As soon as he picked up the black token, a voice exploded in his mind. You killed the yellow rank assassin Ba Jun. Lin Fei's body trembled, and he almost suspected that he heard wrong. Chapter 2658. You killed the yellow level assassin Ba Jun. The voice came from afar and entered Lin Fei's mind. Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. What a fast speed. He had blocked everything, but the other party could still send a voice into his mind. It was unbelievably powerful. What's the cause and effect? Lin Fei thought to himself. Yes, I'm the person in charge of the Dark Shadow Palace. If any assassin from the Dark Shadow Palace dies, I'll know. The voice was high and mighty, looking down on all living things. It was cold and emotionless. Ever since you killed Ba Jun, the Dark Shadow Palace knew that you were quite powerful. Although Ba Jun wasn't a powerful assassin, it's quite impressive that you could kill him. If the Dean had not mentioned the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei wouldn't have known how powerful it was. Now that he saw it, it really lived up to its reputation. Just the fact that it was able to find him in a sea of people made it more powerful than anyone else. The people from the Dark Shadow Palace wanted to kill me, so I naturally had to retaliate. He wasn't as skilled, so he can't blame anyone else. Could it be that the Dark Shadow Palace wants to bully a junior like me? That will affect the reputation of the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei said coldly. The voice said high and mighty. You're quite smart, kid. You even know how to provoke me. Unfortunately, it's useless. Just as you said, the Dark Shadow Palace is high and mighty. Coming out to deal with a junior like you will indeed damage our reputation. However, I'm just here to tell you one thing. Congratulations, you've passed the entrance test of the Dark Shadow Palace. Ordinary people don't have this chance. Lin Fei had been thinking of a way to resolve this matter. There was no doubt that the Dark Shadow Palace was powerful. Outsiders even gave them the name of the Dark Shadow Realm. It was clear how influential they were. If a powerful figure really made a move, although he had the King of Killers, he was still far from being able to resist. The words of the person in charge of the Dark Shadow Palace took a turn. He almost thought he heard wrong. Entrance test? What's going on? Lin Fei was quite surprised. To put it simply, you triggered the entrance test of our Dark Shadow Palace. Anyone who has cultivated for less than 10,000 years will get a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single bound as long as they can kill the assassins we send out. For example, you obtained this chance by killing Ba Jun. The voice explained. Lin Fei had been worried for a long time. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. What chance? A chance to become an assassin of the Dark Shadow Palace. The voice continued. Not everyone can become an assassin of the Dark Shadow Palace. Those who can become an assassin without exception are the cream of the crop. As long as you become an assassin of the Dark Shadow Palace, you will be able to obtain a vast amount of resources from the Dark Shadow Palace. At the same time, you will be able to obtain all kinds of ancient books and techniques. Surpassing the Emperor realm is not a problem. Lin Fei had to admit that her words were very tempting, especially after knowing how powerful the Dark Shadow Palace was. What if I don't accept this opportunity? What will happen? Then you will encounter the Earth rank assassin of the Dark Shadow Palace, a true Emperor rank assassin. The voice said arrogantly, no one can survive in front of the Dark Shadow Palace. The first time we will send a yellow rank assassin. The second time we will send an Earth rank assassin. The third time we will send a Profound rank assassin. The fourth time we will send a Heaven rank assassin. This goes on until the target dies. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. F***ck, I'm going to die. If a yellow rank assassin was like this, wouldn't it be even more difficult for an Earth rank assassin? Moreover, the Profound rank and Heaven rank assassins were going to take his life in minutes. Lin Fei was very conceited, but he didn't think that he could avoid the pursuit of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace is giving you a chance. Whether you can become an assassin of the Dark Shadow Palace depends on whether you have the ability. Now you have 10 breaths to consider whether you want to accept this opportunity or wait for the Earth rank assassin to come after you. In front of an Earth rank assassin, you will have no ability to resist. Lin Fei hesitated. The other party could lock onto his position in minutes, not to mention those Earth rank assassins. Master, this is your chance. If it wasn't for the fact that Master has cultivated for less than 10,000 years, I'm afraid that the other party would directly send an Earth rank assassin. That would be even more disadvantageous to Master, the little devil said. Lin Fei was very clear that he had no other choice now. I accept this chance. Boom. As soon as Lin Fei's voice came out, a will appeared in the unseen world. It quickly formed a contract and disappeared. The contract is established. You don't have to worry about the Dark Shadow Palace coming to kill you. Of course, this is only temporary. Next, you will have 300 years to prepare. The voice said, I hope that after 300 years, you can complete the first of the 3 missions. Prepare well. The voice came and left as quickly as it came, as if it had never been there. But Lin Fei didn't relax. His back was full of cold sweat. Gone, finally gone. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. What a terrifying aura. The Dark Shadow Palace is indeed ridiculously powerful. And this is just the power of a branch, yet it can produce despair. The crisis is over for now. The real crisis will come after 300 years. There are a total of 3 assessments. I'm afraid that the 3 missions will be more difficult each time. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. This pit was a little too big. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he had no choice but to jump in. If I want to complete the first mission after 300 years, I have to evolve the system. The evolved system will be my hope. Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his heart. If I really join the Dark Shadow Palace, it might not be a bad thing. At least I have a huge backing. As long as I perform well, it won't be difficult to leave the Dark Shadow Palace's assassins. Lin Fei quickly regained his composure. He casually threw away the Dark Shadow Palace token. Lin Fei searched again. He didn't find the cultivation technique that he expected. It was really a waste of effort. What a pauper! Lin Fei was very disdainful. Little demon, search for the intelligence remains in Lianyun continent. While the situation is calm, it's the best time for me to act. Once other powers come, the entire ancient wasteland world will be in chaos. People from the ancient wasteland world were only a portion of the people who could enter the Aquamoon paradise in 500 years. The elites from other worlds would all send their representatives. Lin Fei had heard of this quite a bit. In their words, the ancient wasteland world was a special world. They called it the physical world. It was very difficult for anyone to appear in the physical world. They had to pay a huge price. Unparalleled elites could forget about descending here. The physical world had its own will that could expel these elites. In the face of such a strong will, everything else was fleeting. The Dark Shadow Palace was an accident. It was said that they had reached a certain compromise with the physical world's will. Only then could the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace descend. The details of the compromise were unknown. Lin Fei naturally wanted to use this opportunity to search for the other intelligence remains. Killer King, let's go. Chapter 2659. Lianyun Continent. Outside a blue lake. Millions of dire beasts lived beside the lake. Apart from that, there was also a powerful ancient beast living in the lake. It had the combat strength of a quasi-great emperor, and its physical body had reached the terrifying 9th rank. It could also control millions of dire beasts living around it, forming a huge force. It should be here. In the void, Lin Fei stared at the lake. At the bottom of the lake, there was an intelligent remnant. It was also the easiest one to find. If the difficulty was 10 stars, it would be around 6 stars. Let's start from here. According to Little Fiend's analysis, it would take him 10 years to get that item. If he was fast, it would only take 4 to 5 years. He couldn't rush it. As for killing that ancient beast, there was no need. There was another ancient beast living nearby, and it also had a 9th rank physical body. It could also mobilize millions of dire beasts. Ancient beasts were unusually united. If he really attacked, Lin Fei would definitely be surrounded by a few ancient beasts. It was meaningless. His goal this time was not to kill ancient beasts. Lin Fei snuck into the group of dire beasts and quietly entered the lake. He began to search. Success! It took him a total of 8 years. The area of the lake was too large. After a long time, he finally found it in the body of a moving dire beast. That's right, the dire beast had eaten it. This was also why Little Fiend couldn't lock onto it. 8 years was still within the acceptable range for Lin Fei. After killing that desolate beast, Lin Fei was surrounded by millions of desolate beasts. It was a black mass. Everyone's scalp went numb. It was truly terrifying. Lin Fei ran away in a flash. Continue to the next one. Lin Fei was incomparably determined. I'm just left with these last few. On the 15th year, Lin Fei snuck into a large mountain and went through many dangers in a tomb. Finally, he found an intelligent remnant. Fortunately, it was very weak. It took him a total of 7 years to find it, 4 years to find this tomb and 3 years to decipher it. Finally, he found one. Last 2. On the 32nd year, Lin Fei barged into the lair of a large faction, and together with the Slaughter King, attacked an old great emperor powerhouse. Even if he was old, he was still very powerful. In this battle, Lin Fei used up almost all of his energy, and the Slaughter King exploded over 100 times before exhausting his life force, killing him in one blow. But the Slaughter King was also riddled with wounds, on the verge of collapse. After that, Lin Fei was wanted by this major faction. During this period of time, he had encountered 5 great monarchs. Every time he was in danger and almost lost his life. Finally, he managed to escape from the great monarchs. 80 years later, Lin Fei and the Slaughter King once again broke into the infamous Black Law's continent, the lair of the ancient desolate beasts, and forcefully snatched away the last intelligent remnant. This battle was the most arduous. They suffered the collective attack of the ancient beasts, and were almost beaten to death. The Slaughter King was even beaten to death once. In the end, it alarmed that old ancestor. With one palm, he sent Lin Fei and the Slaughter King deep underground. They were seriously injured but luckily managed to escape. This matter directly caused a huge sensation in the ancient wasteland world. There had never been a human race expert that could come out of the Black Law's continent alive. Moreover, it was in a situation where they were injured by that old ancestor. This caused countless people to speculate. Too dangerous, I almost died. South Cloud continent deep underground. Lin Fei's face was pale. Ever since he returned, he had used a total of 10 years to barely recover to his current state. Fortunately, in these 10 years, he had not encountered any danger, and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That old ancestor of the Black Law's continent is really powerful. If not for the Slaughter King blocking it for me, I reckon my body would have exploded. Thinking of the battle that day, Lin Fei had a lingering fear in his heart. Terrifying. This was his only thought. In that battle, all the energy units were used up, and the Slaughter King was also beaten to death. Fortunately, it can be recovered. Now it's my final trump card. The Slaughter King was now Lin Fei's only life-saving item. The energy units were all used up. My injuries will take another 10 or 20 years to recover. Sooner or later, I'll take care of that old ancestor. 105th year. Lin Fei's injuries had finally recovered. During this time, who knew how many dawn he had taken? If an ordinary person was injured by that old ancestor, They would practically have to report to the authorities. The system upgrade will take another 50 years. During this time, everything will be shut down. I can only recuperate and not go out. Ever since he had collected the last item, the little fiend had let the system enter the evolution stage. He had originally thought it would take 10 days to half a month. In the end, the little fiend had said that the system upgrade would take 50 years. During this time, everything would be shut down. Right now, Lin Fei could only wait obediently. Even though he had not paid much attention to the changes in the ancient wasteland domain in these 100 years, he could still vaguely hear some things. For example, many experts had descended in the ancient wasteland domain. These experts were all strong, and he had never heard of them before. Fortunately, these people were very low profile. Once they arrived, they would support a faction and gather information. The Great Emperor Alliance also closed one eye. But until now, those who had appeared were the vanguards. The true experts had not appeared. It was likely that they would only appear in close to 100 years. Lin Fei would not go out to gather information. Only 100 years had passed since the 500 years had passed. There was still a long time. The entire ancient wasteland domain was very peaceful. Most people were cultivating. If they could raise their strength a little, they would have the ability to protect themselves. Time passed year by year. His state of mind grew calmer. 130 years passed in the blink of an eye. The moment that Lin Fei had been most looking forward to had finally arrived. After a full 50 years, he wanted to see how the system would evolve. It was fine as long as it was not the same as before. According to what the little fiend had said, after the system upgrade, it would bring about earth-shattering changes. The help it would provide to its master was unimaginable. Ding, system upgrade successful. Ding, system is activating. Ding, the system will assist you in upgrading. Are you ready? Ding, system activating. But the familiar voice rang in his mind again. After a full instance's time. Master, your little fiend is back. Hearing a ding, the little fiend's voice appeared. Compared to the previous time, the voice seemed more emotional. A small fiend with a tail appeared in front of Lin Fei. It's been 50 years. I missed you so much. Chapter 2660. Dozens of years passed like a day. Lin Fei did not really like this kind of life. There was no helping it. Who asked him to be in such a bad situation? The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent were searching for his whereabouts. They were all violent creatures, and none of them were easy to deal with. Apart from that, there were also a few other forces who were searching for his whereabouts. After the system was shut down, Lin Fei really did not dare to guarantee that he would not be caught when he went out, especially when there was a cause and effect relationship between them. Master, I also missed you to death. Now I am a completely new existence. Now I will let Master witness the true new system. The little devil was in high spirits. Just like usual, Lin Fei opened the system. But this time it was different from the previous time. After opening the system, a menu appeared. As for the shop that he had seen before, it was all gone. Player. Lin Fei Realm. Realm is fleeting, power is king in terms of realm. It actually belongs to the mortal realm. New skills. Plunder, LV0. Fusion, LV0. Special skills. Combination. Emperor will fragment. Temporarily unavailable. Overlord skill. Temporarily unavailable. Secret manual. Temporarily unavailable. Happiness value. Temporarily unavailable. Once happiness is full, you can explode with an invincible attack, killing whoever you want. After looking at the menu, Lin Fei could not help but blink. This is the new system. It looks quite similar to the previous one. There doesn't seem to be any changes. Instead, the shop is gone. The more I change, the worse it is. Lin Fei mumbled. Humph, Master, then you are very wrong. Because in the previous version it was to support Master. Naturally, it would lean towards the support aspect. In this version, Master has already grown, so naturally the other aspects have been reduced. The little devil said proudly. This version is to increase Master's combat strength. Lin Fei was convinced. Without the shop, it was a huge loss. Thinking about it, it seemed that he was too reliant on the shop. You said to increase Master's combat strength. Can you explain in detail? For example, new skills. What is that? Lin Fei was very concerned about new skills. It sounded a bit awesome. Hee. Master is getting to the point. The little devil happily said. The new skills are the two major skills that Master has after the evolution of the system. Every time the system evolves, Master will be able to obtain skill enhancements. Currently, there are only two skills. First, plunder. As the name suggests, this is a very powerful skill. As long as the Master kills an expert, he can plunder the essence of the opponent's body. Currently, the skill is still in its primary state, and can only plunder 1/10 of the opponent's essence. Master needs to improve it himself. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Such an awesome skill. Doesn't that mean I won't have to worry about energy in the future? Yes, this is the most suitable skill that the system has selected for Master. As long as Master cultivates this skill, even if you don't kill your opponent, you will be able to plunder their life essence in battle. Lin Fei really liked this skill. That's really invincible in battle. Even the strongest expert would not be able to withstand the exhaustion and loss of life essence from his opponent. Then what about this fusion skill? The previous plunder skill was already so overbearing. The next fusion skill, Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. The fusion skill is actually very simple. It's just that Master can fuse with another expert. For example, the Slaughter King by Master's side can fuse with it. It's no longer a simple control. Lin Fei was no longer calm. This is possible. Even if the system modified the Slaughter King and could attack according to orders, its combat strength was very strong. It was still better to do it himself, and it would inevitably be a bit inflexible. After fusing, Master will be the Slaughter King. The two will fuse perfectly, inheriting everything of the Slaughter King. For example, a level 10 physical body, perfect defense, and powerful physical strength. Lin Fei really didn't think that the system would give him such a powerful skill. The previous plunder skill was already very shocking. The consumption of energy had always been a huge consumption for Lin Fei. Especially when fighting experts with the plunder skill, the last worry could also be overcome. Next, the fusion skill seemed to be tailor-made for Lin Fei. This really was reaching the heavens in one step. The Slaughter King's strength, there was no need to doubt it. If not for the Slaughter King, when he wanted to kill that old great emperor powerhouse who was at the end of his lifespan, he would definitely be finished. Doesn't that mean that as long as I have other modified bodies, I can also fuse perfectly? Yes, there's no limit to the fusion time, as long as there's a modified body. The little devil explained a few more skills, and Lin Fei listened as if he'd been injected with chicken blood. Then what about this fusion? It showed the special skill. That's simple. As long as Master kills a great emperor powerhouse or even stronger powerhouse, you'll get a certain number of fragments. For example, the emperor will fragment of a great emperor powerhouse, maybe one, maybe two, maybe none. When the fragments reach a certain level, you can fuse into an emperor will. After refining it, you can reach the heavens in one step and cultivate emperor will, becoming a true great emperor powerhouse. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The emperor will attack of a great emperor powerhouse. Lin Fei had experienced it before. It was powerful, and extremely difficult to deal with. There was indeed a huge gap. This Lin Fei himself deeply understood. Doesn't that mean that as long as I can fuse emperor will, like the Slaughter King, I can also become a great emperor powerhouse, a dual cultivator of both the physical body and emperor will? These years, Lin Fei had also been digesting the knowledge. He naturally understood that the physical body and emperor will cultivation were two different kinds of cultivation. Some relied on the physical body to reach the heavens in one step, walking the path of the physical body, while others focused on emperor will, condensing an emperor's heart, walking the path of the grotto heaven world. Advancing in both aspects at the same time, that was very rare. Above the 10th level of the physical body was the 11th level, which was the body of a great emperor. Great emperor powerhouses who didn't walk the path of the physical body basically stopped at the 9th level, or even the 8th level. Yes, Lin Fei was very satisfied with this new version of the system. Then what's the last blessing value? Lin Fei could understand the emperor class skills and secret techniques. However, the final blessing value left Lin Fei somewhat dumbfounded. He felt as if he had no idea what was going on. This blessing value is actually very simple. It's like using an ultimate move in the game. This move requires you to kill anything in order to obtain the blessing value. Once it's full, you can use the ultimate move, but the cooldown is a little long. Every time you use it, there's a cooldown of 100 years. Once in 100 years ultimate move? Lin Fei was a little speechless. This is really a little useless. Why don't you make it once in 10 years, or once in 100 years? It can't be accumulated? Nope. Chapter 2661. The appearance of a completely new attribute skill was a ray of hope for Lin Fei. Lin Fei actually had some thoughts about the appearance of the Aquamoon Paradise, but he didn't have much confidence. But now it was different. Once he fused with the Slaughter King, it was equivalent to having a certain amount of capital. Lin Fei naturally had an idea. Right. Then have my previous energy units been officially cancelled, as well as the ability to produce technological products? Lin Fei still cared a lot about these two questions. Energy units have indeed been cancelled. With the plunder and fusion skills, those energy units are useless and can no longer keep up with the replenishment. The little devil said. As for the production of technological products, it hasn't been cancelled. It can still continue, but it can't be displayed in the system. Those energy units have actually retreated to the background and are specialized in producing technological products. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. It's good that it's still there. Lin Fei didn't want to let go of the spies that the Avengers had spread out so quickly. In the past 100 years, the Avengers had suffered a certain amount of damage, but Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts of shutting it down for the time being. Then let's try the fusion now. Lin Fei left the cave. There was no longer any point. He appeared in a large mountain outside and found a group of active desolate beasts. They were all rank 5 desolate beasts, and their strength was still very strong. Rank 5 desolate beasts already had a very powerful defense. Fusion. After summoning the Slaughter King and fusing, Lin Fei had a subtle feeling as if he had fused with the Slaughter King. Fusion success. Lin Fei immediately condensed a mirror to see what he looked like after the fusion. Not bad, there's no change at all, but I clearly fused. The Lin Fei in the mirror had black hair and eyes, and his appearance had not changed at all. If not for the feeling of fusion, he would have suspected that he was dreaming. Master, you've already fused successfully. You have the Slaughter King's rank 10 fleshly body, as well as supreme physical strength. It's not like what you think. The fusion of the system skill is just extracting the essence of the Slaughter King's body. The little devil explained. Then let me try. Lin Fei stomped his foot and his entire body shot out. What a fast speed. A speed of 1.5 million miles per second. This was something that could not be achieved before. Currently, Lin Fei's physical speed had reached the speed of an Emperor Realm expert, and he wasn't affected in any way. In the blink of an eye, they charged into the horde of desolate beasts. More than a dozen rank 5 desolate beasts charged at them. Good timing. I can test the strength of my physical body. The nearest rank 5 desolate beast charged over like a cannonball. Lin Fei grabbed the rank 5 desolate beast's head with one hand. The rank 5 desolate beast could not move an inch. Pung! With a thought, the 5th tier desolate beast's head was crushed. Yes, very easy. Too powerful. A rank 5 desolate beast's defense is famous for being strong. I didn't expect it to be crushed so easily. Lin Fei pounced at another rank 5 desolate beast and crashed into it, turning it into a mist of blood. He then casually kicked another rank 5 desolate beast, causing it to explode. After the first body fusion, Lin Fei loved this powerful body to the core. This group of pitiful desolate beasts became a bunch of unlucky bastards, enjoying a bout of violent destruction. Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. He went to torture the rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9 desolate beasts. This time the desolate beasts were all unlucky. Under Lin Fei's punches and kicks, none of them came out unscathed. The feeling of body fusion is great. Every punch landed on flesh. Torturing the desolate beasts was a matter of seconds. During this period, Lin Fei tried the plunder skill. After killing a desolate beast, he could obtain 1/10 of its energy and absorb it into his body. This way he could maintain his peak condition at all times. He opened the system to take a look. New skill. Plunder, LVL 1. 100,000 experience points required to level up. New skill Body Fusion LVL 1. Oh right, little devil, how do I level up Body Fusion? Lin Fei asked. This is simple. Body Fusion requires a strong body. If Master wants to merge with a second body, you need to upgrade your body. For example, you have a rank 10 body now. The main thing is to upgrade your body to rank 11. Then you will get a second chance to merge. Upgrade my body. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. This was a little difficult. He now had a rank 10 body. This is not easy. Actually, it is not difficult. Little Devil laughed. Upgrading your body is very difficult for others. But for Master, as long as you keep plundering energy, you can upgrade your body. This is because the body is also a form of life. When Master kills desolate beasts, you can plunder their life essence and energy. This will increase the grade of your body. Of course, you can also look at the bottom of the system. I have added a column for your body. As long as the progress bar inside reaches green, you can upgrade your body to rank 11. Lin Fei looked at the system attributes. As expected, there was a column for body fusion under the player column. There was a progress bar on it, but it was only slightly green. There are still more than 100 years until the first mission of the Dark Shadow Palace. I can kill desolate beasts in the mountains and upgrade my body to prepare for the first mission. Lin Fei quickly found his target. There was no doubt about the strength of the Dark Shadow Palace. If he wanted to deal with it, he had to complete these 3 missions. With the contract, Lin Fei could not regret it even if he wanted to. The backlash of the contract was something that even a great emperor could not withstand. In 100 years I can upgrade my plunder skill, upgrade my body and increase my speed. That would be perfect. After merging, his body's strength and defense had been greatly improved. If Lin Fei wanted to control this power, he needed time to comprehend it. 100 years was just right. From that day onwards, Lin Fei started killing desolate beasts in the mountains. He started with rank 7 desolate beasts. Rank 5 and rank 6 desolate beasts could not withstand a single blow. Rank 7 desolate beasts could at least withstand 2 or 3 blows, which was just enough for him to train. The benefits of the plunder skill also started to show. The excess life essence entered his body. With every outburst, his body slowly improved. It improved every day. 10 years later, Lin Fei's control of strength finally reached the level of power as 1. Every punch was perfectly controlled, not a bit more or less. When the power reached its limit, he could kill a rank 7 desolate beast with a single finger. 30 years later, Lin Fei's body improved by a third. His plunder skill also reached level 2. 60 years later, his body improved by 2/3. His plunder skill reached level 3. Chapter 2662. In the mountains. A figure flashed past. A rank 9 desolate beast lay by the lake, surrounded by a large pile of bones. Die! The black figure appeared from the void and appeared in front of the rank 9 desolate beast. With a casual punch, the space around it distorted and the huge rank 9 desolate beast was torn to pieces. One punch and the rank 9 desolate beast was dead. This is the last rank 9 desolate beast in this region. The black figure stood in mid-air. After close to 170 years of cultivation, my control over my physical strength has reached the level of power as 1. With the activation of my rank 11 physique, my strength can create the ability to distort and collapse. Although a rank 9 desolate beast is slightly weaker than a 9th job advancement expert, its physical strength is relatively strong. But under my punch it can distort and collapse. Its body cannot withstand my punch. It's time to move on to the next step. Close to 300 years. After more than 100 years of cultivation, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He was no longer as unstable as before. When he used body fusion, his strength would always be the same. Hua! Lin Fei turned and tore open the void, charging in. Fire Source Continent. Ancient wasteland world, another region ruled by the human race. Compared to the South Cloud Continent, the Fire Source Continent was also a large territory occupied by the human race experts. Small-scale battles were intermittent because there was the Black Order Continent next to it. Even with the restrictions of the Great Emperor Alliance, the battles below were still very intense. From time to time, small-scale battles would erupt. Every year, countless desolate beasts and humans would die, and this continued until now. The overall strength of the Fire Source Continent was much stronger than the South Cloud Continent. The South Cloud Continent did not have any Great Emperor experts. Most of them were quasi-Great Emperor experts. There were a total of 11 emperors in the Fire Source continent. Over 200 years ago, a major event had occurred in the Fire Source continent. Two mysterious men had killed their way into the mansion of one of the emperors, and after a fierce battle, the old emperor was slain, causing a huge uproar in the Fire Source continent. 200 years passed. The Fire Source continent originally had 12 great emperors, but now only 11 were left. The upper echelons of the Great Monarch's alliance were enraged. Two powerful human race emperors arrived and used a secret technique to investigate the incident. They were able to confirm that the culprit was Lin Fei of the Avengers. The entire Fire Source continent was shocked. The ancient desolate beasts were shocked. Just like that, Lin Fei and the Avengers were wanted by the Great Emperor Alliance. It had been more than 200 years since the arrest warrant was issued. Lin Fei and the Avengers had disappeared without a trace, and Tianji Hall had reclaimed the market share that had originally belonged to Tianji Hall. As a result, the Avengers became a shooting star and disappeared from everyone's memory. 200 years could change a lot of things. The Avengers had been completely forgotten. Only certain adventurers would remember the powerful technological weapons developed by the Avengers. I'm finally back. Lin Fei first went to the South Cloud continent. The Avengers' Chamber of Commerce that he had established had completely disappeared. The place was overgrown with weeds, and no longer had its former glory. Lin Fei captured a gang leader in the South Cloud continent. Without any interrogation, he found out everything he wanted. The Great Emperor Alliance had issued a warrant for his arrest, and the Avengers' Chamber of Commerce had been banned. He also knew that the news was jointly issued by two powerful Great Emperors of the Great Emperor Alliance. After killing that old Great Emperor, Lin Fei had escaped with heavy injuries. After that, he was chased by other Great Emperors, so he did not have the time to pay attention to this. Lin Fei did not stay for long. He went straight to the Fire Source planet. There are a total of 11 Great Emperors on the Fire Source planet. 5 of them chased me, and the one that I remember the most vividly is the new White Great Emperor. He is that person's good friend, and they have been friends for more than 100 million years. This time I will target that person. This time Lin Fei was here for revenge. He also wanted to obtain a Great Emperor expert. Fusion LVL2 allowed him to fuse with another body, and his battle power would increase dramatically. There were still a dozen years to go until the 300-year mark. Every bit of increase in strength would increase his chances of completing the mission. Fire Source planet. It was divided into a total of 11 regions. Originally there had been 12 regions. After there were no more Great Emperors, those regions had been divided up. This had always been an unspoken rule, unless a Great Emperor had successfully advanced to the next level. New White City. Lin Fei's destination. This time he was going to kill the new White Great Emperor. New White Great Emperor, come out and die. Dressed in black, Lin Fei descended in the sky above New White City. Loud rumbling sounds rang out like a great bell, causing all the experts who had reached the 9th transition to spit out blood and stagger. At the same time, he slapped his palm toward the new white residence. His arm expanded to several 10 million lis long, and the huge palm, which was over 10,000 zhong in size, slapped down heavily. The powerful force distorted space, causing it to collapse. In the new white residence, large areas of buildings were twisted into fragments. Those 9th transition experts who had just flown out were all turned into fragments. The explosive power of a physical body at the 11th level was extremely terrifying. The experts of the new white residence met with a calamity, suffering heavy casualties. The entire new white residence was in chaos, and many figures escaped from it. Lin Fei could not be bothered to chase after them. In that attack earlier, almost all the experts had suffered heavy casualties. The new white residence suffered a great blow. Are they no longer here? It had not been easy for Lin Fei to come all the way here to settle old scores with the new White Great Emperor. He could not possibly let himself escape for nothing. That would be outrageous. With Lin Fei's attack, everyone in the entire New White City revealed expressions of endless terror. They were truly unable to accept the scene before them. An expert who did not emit the aura of a great emperor had almost destroyed the entire New White residence with a single palm strike, easily killing the experts of the New White residence. Quick, inform the New White Great Emperor that an enemy has come knocking. Fire Source planet. Great Emperor Mingbai's residence. The new white Great Emperor was drinking tea with his good friends, admiring the dance of the fairies. Occasionally, they would discuss the various changes brought about by the appearance of the Aquamoon Heavenly Paradise. Brother Mingbai, do you think that the people from the Avengers Alliance are all rabbits? It's been over 200 years, but there's still no news about them at all. The new white Great Emperor was a middle-aged man with a head full of silver hair, which was very unique. Who knows? Perhaps they're afraid and have holed up. Emperor Mingbai said disapprovingly, if the Great Emperor Alliance wants to capture someone, unless they leave the ancient wasteland domain and this star field, everyone will end up the same. The new white Great Emperor was about to say something and took out his communication bracelet. Suddenly his expression changed. Brother Mingbai, something has happened in my residence. I'll be leaving first. Do you want me to go with you? Emperor Mingbai asked. No need. The new white Great Emperor tore open the void and turned into a stream of light. In the sky above New White City, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. I've killed a large number of experts in this wave and plundered countless life energy essences. It's simply amazing. Lin Fei could feel his physical strength growing once again. Compared to the speed from level 10 to level 11, the speed from level 11 to the next level was obviously much slower. Lin Fei was no longer anxious. They're here. You destroyed my new white residence, come and die. Chapter 2663. The new white emperor was furious the moment he returned. The entire new white residence was almost destroyed. In the night sky, a mysterious black-haired man in black stood with his hands behind his back. It's you, Lin Fei. The new white emperor immediately recognized him. He was the wanted criminal of the Avengers, Lin Fei, who had been hunted down 200 years ago. That's right, it's your grandfather, Lin Fei. Lin Fei remembered that if the new white emperor hadn't pestered him back then, he wouldn't have been chased so hard and almost died. Now, I'm here for revenge. You loser, you escaped 200 years ago. This time I'll definitely kill you. The new white emperor's killing intent soared. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would cause the entire residence to suffer such a great loss. Anyone can talk big. Lin Fei laughed loudly. It's still uncertain who'll be the one to kill who this time. Hua! Lin Fei's rank 11 physical body power erupted, and his entire person attacked like a stream of light. This speed. The new white emperor's divine sense locked onto the other party, but in the next breath, his divine sense couldn't keep up. He was secretly shocked, thinking that the other party had used a secret treasure. Pung! Before he could make a move, the new white emperor was sent flying with a thought. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The speed was too fast. Bind! The new white emperor felt that it was a coincidence. He waved his hand and shot out white silk threads. Hundreds and thousands of silk threads wrapped around Lin Fei's body. This was one of the 3,000 emperor intents. Bind! It wasn't a very strong emperor intent, but it was used as a support. The last time Lin Fei was being chased, he was bound by this emperor intent and couldn't break free. The memory was still fresh. The new white emperor was one of the weaker great emperors. Lin Fei, you still haven't changed. Although I don't know what treasure you used, once you're bound by my emperor intent, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. The new white emperor controlled the binding emperor intent to bind the other party. Entwined with emperor's will, do you really think you're that powerful? Once again, he was trapped by the entangling emperor will. Compared to the last time, although Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure, it was not too obvious. His powerful Tier 11 body allowed him to ignore this entangling emperor will. Break. With a thought, Lin Fei's powerful physical body vibrated. The emperor's will that he couldn't get rid of completely shattered, and he broke free. The entwining emperor will is too weak. Lin Fei's figure flashed and he punched the body of the new white emperor. This time he unleashed his powerful physical strength without holding back. Pung! The new white great emperor's fleshly body exploded. His opponent's physique was only at the 9th stage. Under the eruption of power, his physical strength broke through the opponent's defenses and directly destroyed the new white emperor. Awesome! This was the first time Lin Fei had unleashed his full physical strength. In the past, no wild beast could withstand the power of a punch. After the new White Emperor reconstructed his body, he couldn't believe the result. He was destroyed with a punch and consumed a large amount of life force to recover. He couldn't believe it was real. How can he be so strong? The new White Emperor was considered a support Great Emperor expert. He immediately realized that he wasn't a match for his opponent. He sent a message to his surrounding Great Emperor friends and turned to run. Can you run? Lin Fei chased after him and destroyed the new White Emperor with a punch. In terms of speed, the new White Emperor was far from it. With his Tier 11 body, Lin Fei's speed reached 1.7 million miles per second, surpassing countless Great Emperor experts. The new White Emperor's emperor will couldn't suppress Lin Fei. Naturally, he was unlucky. A punch caused the space to distort and collapse. The new White Emperor who was within it, naturally couldn't take it. Tonight, you'd better obediently surrender. The new White Emperor returned to his original body. Lin Fei punched again and destroyed his opponent. After 3 punches, the other party couldn't take it anymore and consumed a large amount of life force. Heaven and Earth won great capture. Lin Fei destroyed his opponent 3 times in a row. The new White Emperor was terrified. No one had ever been able to threaten a Great Emperor. His body was like paper in front of the other party, destroyed in 2 or 3 blows. How can he grow to such a level in 200 years? Without Emperor will, how can he attack with pure physical strength? Heaven and Earth won great capture. This was a secret technique that Lin Fei had researched for 100 years. The entire world seemed to be in his hand. It expanded and covered the new White Emperor. Brother New White, don't panic. I'm here to help you. The first to arrive was Great Emperor Meng Bai, who turned into a stream of light. Brother Meng Bai, be careful of his fist technique. Don't let him get close. Use long-range attacks. The new White Emperor continuously attacked the large hand. No matter what attack landed on it, the large hand didn't stop and continued to grab. When Great Emperor Meng Bai received the news, he was shocked. Someone actually forced the new White Emperor to send out a distress signal. He rushed over immediately and saw the large hand grabbing towards the new White Emperor. A quasi-emperor expert dares to be so impudent here. Great Emperor Meng Bai waved his hand and towering waves surged over. He cultivated the vast Sea Emperor will. The majestic seawater turned into a blue saber and landed on Lin Fei's arm silently. The strength of a rank 11 physical body wasn't that easy to break. With a thought from Lin Fei, a huge force surged over. Space twisted and collapsed. Great Emperor Meng Bai's attack was pulled in and forcefully twisted and collapsed. Come here. The towering hand grabbed the new White Emperor. This grab caused the new White Emperor to explode. His aura weakened once again. So strong. Great Emperor Meng Bai was shocked. That was a Great Emperor level expert. Even if his physical body didn't reach rank 10, it was at least a rank 9 physical body. He actually couldn't withstand it. Withdraw. When the new White Emperor recovered, Lin Fei came in front of him. You're too weak. With a wave of his hand, he exploded. The little devil controlled the system, and with a whoosh, the new White Emperor was sucked in. After exploding his physical body several times, the new White Emperor couldn't resist the system's absorption. Who are you? Let go of the new White Emperor. Great Emperor Meng Bai activated the towering ocean and crushed all the way. He didn't expect such a powerful guy to appear in the ancient wasteland world. Back then you also chased after me. Lin Fei laughed. Did you forget that I'm Lin Fei? Do you remember? A person in black named Lin Fei appeared in Great Emperor Meng Bai's memory. It's you. That's right. Lin Fei smiled. It's me. Today I'm here for revenge. The new White Emperor is the first. I'll find those who attacked me back then one by one. Lin Fei shot toward Great Emperor Meng Bai. Boom! 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 Lin Fei charged straight over. The towering endless ocean couldn't stop Lin Fei's impact and kept collapsing. He came not far away from Great Emperor Meng Bai and punched through the air, creating a huge black passageway. Chapter 2664. This battle was too fast. Brother Meng Bai, what happened? Why can't I see Brother Xian Bai? A black light appeared. It was a bald, muscular man. He carried a huge black axe and was filled with wild dominance. Emperor Meng Bai was in a sorry state and said helplessly, Brother Xianbai encountered an enemy seeking revenge, but that person was too strong. I wanted to help him, but I didn't expect that the other party's strength exceeded my imagination. My physical body was destroyed with one punch, and Brother Xianbai was also captured by the other party. The bald brute was surprised. It can't be. Although Brother Xianbai isn't very strong, he can't withstand that special emperor intent. Even a great emperor would be restricted in every aspect. Who is it that has come to seek revenge? Your physical body is also at the 9th order. How could you be destroyed in one punch? Lin Fei of the Avengers Alliance. It's him. The bald muscular man was a member of the Great Emperor Alliance, so he had naturally heard of this name. It's been over 200 years and he still dares to come out? Did he find help? I remember that his strength isn't Brother Xianbai's match. Emperor Mengbai was also very confused. He's very strong. He doesn't have emperor intent on him, but his physical body is very strong. I suspect that he has stepped into the rank 10 body refinement path. Emperor Mengbai said solemnly. The bald muscular man was silent for a moment. If he really has a rank 10 body refinement path, then it's a little troublesome. It's indeed troublesome. I just used the communication bracelet to try and locate Brother Xianbai's position, but I couldn't find anything. His aura should be concealed by some technological treasure. This was the first time Lin Fei fought a great emperor expert. It was a completely one-sided battle, and he easily won, capturing the great emperor expert, Xianbai Great Emperor. In a cave dwelling deep underground, Lin Fei was reminiscing about the night's battle. The rank 11 body refinement path is indeed strong. Just the divine power of the physical body can distort space and easily shatter the emperor intent. It's incomparable to 200 years ago. In this battle, Lin Fei once again had a deep understanding of his powerful physical strength. The new White Great Emperor's will of the Emperor is special. It's useless against an expert like me who cultivates the path of the physical body. His flesh and blood cells are too strong and can't be restrained. His speed isn't good either. He can only move about 1,300,000 per second, while I can easily reach 1,700,000. My physical body is barely at the 9th level, so it's normal for me to explode. That great Emperor Mengbai's strength was much stronger, but in Lin Fei's eyes it was just that. After capturing the new Great White Emperor, should I plunder everything from him or fuse with him? Lin Fei couldn't think of a suitable plan. Little devil, which one do you think I should choose? Lin Fei asked. After plundering the new White Great Emperor, Master can obtain a certain amount of life energy essence, and a certain probability of obtaining Emperor intent fragments. As for fusing with him, the new White Great Emperor can inherit the Emperor intent wrapped around him. Of course, you can also inherit the strength of the other party's physical body. Master's physical body can be raised to the mid-stage of the rank 11 body refinement path, and your speed will also increase significantly. No matter which choice you make, it will be helpful to Master. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Or fuse with him and inherit the new White Great Emperor's Emperor intent wrapped around him. In terms of speed, Lin Fei had a huge advantage. However, if he had some special means, it would be a nightmare for Great Emperor experts. For example, the Emperor intent wrapped around him. Ding fusion begins. The entire fusion process lasted for a day. After the fusion ended, Lin Fei didn't change much. Go! With a soft shout, countless threads shot out. Each thread was condensed from Emperor intent and was extremely tough. They wrapped around the wild beasts, immobilizing them. Back then, Lin Fei had encountered this kind of Emperor intent and suffered a lot along the way. After the fusion, the Emperor intent has become ordinary. It no longer exists as though it has transcended. In essence, it's still condensed from Emperor intent. Without that kind of aura, it's just like an ordinary object. It's just nice to deceive everyone's attention, lest they focus on this thing. If the Great Emperor Alliance knew that Lin Fei had the ability to extract Emperor intent, the entire Great Emperor Alliance would go crazy. The new White Great Emperor has been captured by me. The news of my appearance has probably spread throughout the Fire Source continent. It'll definitely be lively. A Great Emperor expert is nothing to the Great Emperor Alliance. I'll have to kill one first. Even the Great Emperor Alliance will have to pay the price for daring to capture me. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Fire Source Planet. The people from the Avengers Alliance had appeared. The news had spread throughout the upper echelons. The new White Great Emperor had also been captured. The person who had attacked was Lin Fei of the Avengers Alliance, whom everyone had heard of. This news was no less than a blow to their heads. According to Great Emperor Meng Bai, this Lin Fei had used some unknown method in the past 200 years to cultivate his body to the Emperor realm. In a short time, he had become a rank 10 expert with a powerful close combat ability. The special Emperor intent of the new White Great Emperor had completely lost its effect, and his body had been forcibly destroyed. In the end, he had been captured. The great emperors who had pursued Lin Fei had also heard from Great Emperor Meng Bai that Lin Fei had come back for revenge this time, and the new White Great Emperor was only one of them. The 10 great emperors of Fire Source Planet immediately sat together. Although one would not die from being able to easily destroy a great emperor's body, each recovery would consume a huge amount of life force. After a few torments, one's vitality would be greatly damaged. What do you think we should do? Great Emperor Meng Bai's expression was gloomy. He had never imagined that in a short period of 200 years, that Lin Fei, who had fled in defeat, had grown so strong. His physical strength is very powerful, able to distort and collapse space. It's extremely terrifying. Unless our bodies reach rank 10, we won't be able to withstand such distortions. Great Emperor Meng Bai looked at the great emperor experts present. That's your problem. In any case, this old man did not pursue Lin Fei back then. A white-haired great emperor said indifferently. The ones who should be anxious now should be you. The white-haired great emperor closed his eyes, as if he was resting, but it seemed more like he was gloating. I think the same as Great Emperor Meng Bai. Since Lin Fei is so powerful, if we make a move, the significance will be different. Another short great emperor said seriously, but the 4 of you can unite. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, it's useless. Although there were 11 great emperor experts on Fire Source Planet, they all had conflicts with each other. This time, when Lin Fei came back for revenge, some of the great emperors would naturally not foolishly participate. He could easily destroy the new White Great Emperor's body, so they did not think they could withstand a single punch from him.